Welcome, trainers, to our MSS here in Belgium. I am so excited to be here casting this event. By my side is, of course, my good friend Nick. Nick, how are you feeling today?
I'm really feeling really good, Shmon. It's really exciting to be a Belgian player as well. Seeing so much people joined here from different countries, and Belgium's big first MSS, so it feels really good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm excited to see some big names here actually, and I'm also already looking forward to our first stream match, which we will be getting into in just a little bit. We have our good friend Nick Schrott, who of course just made second place at Dortmund Regionals, and facing up against Laura Schmenk, who made day 2 at Utrecht Regionals.
Yeah, that's a really exciting match already in the first round. So two German players, if I am correct. It's really cool to have friends battling each other around in the first round already, seeing maybe they practice with each other and see how it now turns out on stream or into a big tournament, because there's a lot on the line, of course, as this MSS.
Yeah, not only is there a lot on the line here, people trying to still get those last CP for their Worlds invite, but we do have EUIC coming up soon as well. Yeah,
that's true. But points are getting really scarce at the moment. Only a lot of tournaments left, and especially now with the announcement of the Pokémon Company International, where they announced it on at the point of June that there won't be any CP reward anymore. So people really want to get all those points in, of course.
Yeah, for some people, this could be life or death if they do not make it to EUIC, which of course, I think will be the last big event in Europe, where they can still get those last few championship points. And I guess for some people, I've talked to some of our players here, of course, and they say, this is also a great opportunity for them to test several teams, because, of course, we don't just have one tournament this weekend, we have quite a few.
No, we have indeed a double MSS going on this weekend. So today and tomorrow we have an MSS going on, and there's also a player challenge after those MSSs, so a lot of points can be distributed and given to all these amazing players here. So let's see who takes this win and who is going forward. As you can see on the screen right now, we have our two players already ready for battle. We have Laura Schmeck and Ducky VGC, aka Nick Schrott.
Yeah, and looking at the Pokemon that they have here, we have on both sides a Landorus Incarnate. We have a Fluttermane for Laura, a Rillaboom. Also on Ducky's side, a Tornadus, Laura, an Ogerpon with the Heartflame Mask, and an Urshifu. We don't know yet what form of Urshifu that is. I'm going to go ahead and guess that. I guess in this case it could be either one, because of course the Single Strike is the more popular one, but with a Pokemon like Tornadus, which could be, using the move Rain Dance, that combines well with, either Landorus and its Sandsear Storm, or of course a Rapid Strike Urshifu as well.
Yeah, if I look at Lars here, my guess it goes to the Rapid Strike, because you get the nice Water, Fire, Grass core already. Indeed, a really common team on both team sides. We have the Gouging Fire King Gambit team that's all well known at this point. But the only really switch up from Nick's side is the Porygon was there. It's probably against those pesky Landorus that are popping up more and more at this time around.
Yeah, Porygon 2 is a very interesting Pokemon, because not only does it get access to Ice Beam to counter those Landorus that you just mentioned, but like every other Pokemon as well, it does get access to Terra Blast, which in this case is even more interesting, because Porygon, being a normal type, does not necessarily need to terrestrialize in order to really benefit from that move. It's still a powerful move, and with the download ability, either the attack or the special attack boost, either way is going to benefit that Terra Blast.
Indeed, Porygon 2 is also very versatile. They also have that Trick Room option, but we're already jumping into this game. Let's see what both players are bringing right now. But what I wanted to say, the Porygon 2 also brings in that Trick Room side for Nick's team as well, which is a bit slower than Laura's team. So let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, and also the team that Ducky is playing is very similar to the team he brought into Utrecht. The only change really being that Landorus over Fluttermane. But going into this first game, we are going to see Urshifu and Rillaboom on Laura's side facing off against the Gouging Fire and Porygon 2.
Yeah, and we see that the Urshifu is still Single Strike. It's not the Rapid Strike that I expected, to say at least. We see the download boost, the special attack boost for that Porygon 2 that it likes to see, and the boost of energy for the Gouging Fire, probably raising its speed as well. So this is already going for a very hard start.
Yeah, and of course the Gouging Fire, being a very strong support in this current meta, has the ability to go for that howl, which is also going to benefit this Porygon 2, which until now has always been known as more of a special attacking Pokemon. But yeah, in this meta with the mechanics that we have, works out here just as well. And yeah, this Rillaboom here does exert some fake out pressure, obviously does have to respect a Burning Bulwark from the Gouging Fire possibly, but faking out into that Porygon 2, stopping it from maybe going for a powerful Terra Blast could be just as valuable.
Yeah, indeed, we see that the Terra is going off. I think that's on Nick's side. She's going for the Porygon Terra sterilization. It's Terra Fairy, which of course is going to hit that Urshifu really hard if it connects. If it isn't fake outed, of course. Let's see what happens here. We see the protect coming out of that Urshifu single strike, so that is already slot is already protected. Which means that the Heat Crash just goes in, means no fake out, no priority move. The Rillaboom revives with a nickel, goes for the U-turn onto the Porygon, so it's safe out there. But that was like a really exciting first turn already.
That was a lot of damage on that Rillaboom, but the U-turn is going to let it switch out and maybe come back in later for another fake out turn. Interesting to see the Terra Fairy here on this Porygon 2. Usually, I would expect the Terra Poison, but yeah, an interesting option here for Nick. Gonna have to see what Laura decides to switch in here to face off against these powerful Pokemon on Nick's side on the field. And yeah, Urshifu going for the protect, meaning it is going to be safe against maybe a potential Terra Fairy, Terra Blast. Ogerpon, Heart Flame coming in here for Laura, and of course that Terra Blast going into that Urshifu, so a great protect there for Laura.
Yeah, indeed, the Terra Fairy was like a really good move on Nick's side to go indeed for the Terra Blast. But now that Urshifu is wide open, of course he has no really fake out protection at this point, so that Terra Blast could easily go in there. Close Combat doesn't do anything against, or Wicked Blow doesn't do anything against that Porygon at this moment, and of course you have that Gouging Fire also exerting some pressure over here. Even though Heart Flame Ogerpon is on the field, which also puts out a lot of offense with it, with his Ivy Cudgel, still I think that Nick has a really prime position at this moment. Let's see what Laura is going to do with this.
Yeah, the Ogerpon, obviously one of the strongest visible attackers we have in the game right now, especially with Ivy Cudgel having a high crit chance, but it's not going to be enough to take out this tank of a Porygon 2. We are going to see the Urshifu switch out back into the Rillaboom for Laura. Maybe if it survives a turn here, if no Pokemon targets that Urshifu, could be around, but I'd be surprised if that's the case.
I think that Rillaboom is probably going down to a move from Porygon, but we see that the Ogerpon is terraing as well, means that it will get a nice +1 boost. It's probably going for that Porygon, if I should make my guess. Well, let's see what goes on. He goes for the Breaking Swipe, which means that boost from Ogerpon is already back to it's just gone. Like, that sterilization is now just back to its neutral state. We see the Ivy Cudgel going into, if I presume, the Porygon 2 slot, so that's going to be a lot of damage, but you see that +1 is now gone. Terra Blast also going into Ogerpon as well, but that probably doesn't do that much damage, if I presume.
Yeah, unlike the Poison type, it maybe would have done a little bit more since, fire types, obviously they resist fairies, but a great Breaking Swipe also for Nick, getting rid of that potential attack boost, which the Ogerpon did go for, and getting the KO on that Rillaboom.
Yeah.
And Porygon, taking that hit very nicely, and probably has access to that recover, so can probably heal that up as well.
Yeah, probably. It's a bulky duck, so it's gonna be like a really annoying place for Laura, because the Terra Fairy is still there, so that Urshifu is also still in danger. We see that the Landorus is coming in, so that is also not like something that Laura wants to do, of course, but maybe she doesn't have any other choice at this point, because as we said before, Porygon can carry that Ice Beam, but we have to see where it goes for, because like I said, it already took some damage. We have a strong Ogerpon and a Landorus on the field who probably want to get rid of that as soon as possible. So we see that. See how Nick handles this situation. Maybe he can switch out, or maybe just going for that offense on that Porygon to make sure that as more Pokemon get KO'd on our side, it's better for him. We see that the Landorus is protecting, so it's safe from any potential move that goes in there. The Breaking Swipe goes up once again, bringing that Ogerpon now to a -1 attack. Of course, still surviving because the spread damage is there. Landorus stays safe, but even if it won't go out, it won't do much against him. Ivy Gudgel going into the Porygon slot again. And it gets the critical hit, which is probably really, really huge at this point because, yeah, on -1, it probably wouldn't have been a KO.
It definitely would not have.
So, yeah, that crit is like a huge, huge swing on Laura, her side.
Yeah, of course, Ivy Cudgel does have the boosted critical hit chance, but, you know, still a very low chance of that happening. But, yeah, so Nick really, or Laura really needing that to get rid of that Porygon too. And the Landorus protecting here, I guess, didn't want to take from the Porygon too. And but now that it is down, you know, it does threaten both this Ogerpon with a Sludge Bomb and also the Gouging Fire with an Earth Power. So yeah, still looking good on both sides in my opinion.
Yeah, both players can still swing it in their favor, but like yeah, that crit was like really, really huge because that Porygon had Laura a bit in the lock. We see that the Heat Crash goes into that Ogerpon going for a KO. As well there, so that's another Pokemon getting KOs on Laura her side, which makes it now a bit difficult because she only has that Urshifu's single strike in the back. We see the Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon going into that Landorus, of course, which it doesn't survive, so this end is also get a crit as well, so yeah, it's a crit for a crit, but now, yeah, Laura, her positioning with just one Pokemon, I think we're going to see a game 2 really soon.
Yeah, this Guarding Fire is still on the field up against this Urshifu and, you know, has that Ogerpon to support it. So Urshifu on its own not going to be able to turn this around at this point, even with all the critical hits in the world. But yeah, I think that's something that both players are now gonna, you know, keep in mind for the game 2 is that the Ogerpon for Ducky was faster than Laura's Landorus, which is important to know for sure.
Yeah, indeed, not it's really special for round 2, but even now, like even Ducky, Nick has like a really, really good advantage right now because he knows like which Pokemon Laura brought, while Laura didn't see that last Pokemon, although now with this KO she probably will. So yeah, that wouldn't go through, and the Urshifu is still going down. Like Nick has that surprise of one Pokemon unknown into the back. We don't know what he brought. So yeah, let's see if that puts Laura into a disadvantage or she can keep her calm and see if she can take game 2.
Yeah, so very strong performance there for Nick in that game 1. As you mentioned, even keeping one Pokemon secret in the back, but still a lot of information revealed in that game. I didn't expect the Gouging Fire to do as much damage as it did, so a very offensive Gouging Fire, definitely. So far, I've always been used to, you know, more fast but more bulky because it is more of a supportive Pokemon. But yeah, you know, after a Howler, so you know, even those Breaking Swipes really hurt, and yeah, I think we saw like 3 crits in the last 3 turns there,
true.
which was crazy. So yeah, this game 2 is definitely going to be.
Of course, can we really counter crit if it comes from a Wicked Blow? Like that's a bit unfair, of course, but yeah, I get what you mean. Like, but both players are like really top players, like we discussed before. Like Nick doing really well at Dortmund, Laura doing very well at Utrecht as well. So both players are like equal to each other. But like I said, the Porygon 2 has like a really lock on Laura's team. Like because with the Terra Fairy, it can bring so much stuff. Like you have the Ice Beam, which is like a threat for Landorus. You have the Terra Fairy then for the Urshifu there. So and even the Ice Beam is also good against the Tornadoes. So it hits like a wide spectrum on Laura's side or her team. I mean, so. Yeah, let's see how Laura can adapt to the situation. Like she has the experience to do it, so let's see if she's gonna leave out that Urshifu or maybe that Landorus, see which one is more useful for her, and then see from there.
I think what Laura might also take into consideration is that she might need some speed control on her side. So maybe, you know, thinking about bringing that Tornadoes possibly, because especially now that you know, okay, this is a fast Ogerpon on Nick's side and not like the slow, bulky one. yeah, you might want a Tailwind in order to let your Landorus outspeed not only the Ogerpon, but maybe also catch the Gouging Fire with an Earth Power.
Yeah, that's true. And indeed, the speed control is indeed a facet that we haven't talked about yet because, either Nick nor Laura had brought the speed control option. But Laura needs it a bit more than Nick at this point because Nick has that Gouging Fire that can outspeed, like you said, and also that Ogerpon that is faster than the Landorus. So, Laura is probably going to see like, okay, can I get that that Tornadus, in safe and maybe do some potential harmful damage against Nick as well, because you have that Rillaboom and Ogerpon on his side as well. So the Bleak Wind Storm is effective against both of them, but against the rest of Nick's team, like he wouldn't mind if the Tornadus would just sit there and spam his Bleak Wind Storm, of course.
Exactly, and there is the possibility that that last Pokemon, it could have been a Kingambit. If that switches into a Bleak Wind Storm and takes a speed drop, that's a Defiant boost.
That's also something that Nick could bring, indeed, expecting that the Tornadus is coming, bringing in that Kingambit to hopefully get that speed drop, because that would indeed swing the battle in his favor as well. But it was really surprising to see the Urshifu single strike on Laura's team, because like I said, I was expecting the rapid strike, but let's see how this game 2 will go for both players.
Yeah, I'm especially interested to see, if we're going to see any switch-ups in the lead. I think that is always, something both players need to keep in mind. Were the leads correct? Do I need to switch up a little bit? Is Laura just going to start with that Tornadus this time? We are going to get into this game 2 of this best of 3, and Nick is going to start off with Gouging Fire and Porygon 2 once again. And there is the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane.
Okay, so directly 2 new Pokemons from Laura's side. The Tornadus is, like we said, is probably there to give that Tailwind advantage, to give a speed advantage. And we also see that the Tornadus has Sunny Day. You can get that up if that Gouging Fire isn't there, because you don't want to give that Gouging Fire just a free speed boost. But your Flutter Mane can use it as well with because they share the same ability, of course. Laura is really in an is in a good position here. She can set up that speed and do a lot of damage to both of Nick's Pokemon. But let's see how this battle will turn out, because I don't think that the Terra Fairy for Porygon will go off this time.
Yeah, Terra Fairy for Porygon probably doesn't need to go off quite yet, if at all. Laura having that Tailwind option could definitely help against this Gouging Fire. The question is, if she decides to go for something like a Power Gem, probably not enough to knock out the Gouging Fire if I'd had to guess, but who knows? Maybe in combination with this Terra Fairy could still do some massive damage to either of these Pokemon with a Moonblast.
Indeed, let's see what the move is Laura chose. We see that the Heat Crash is going into that Flutter Mane. It's barely survives on 20 HP so far. We see that the Dazzling Gleam goes off, does a huge chunk of damage to the Gouging Fire, and the Bleak Wind following up. Gouging Fire is still on the field, surviving, so that could be a huge turn. We see the Ice Beam going into the Tornadus. Does it survive? It can take that hit, so that means that we have a bulky Tornadus on Laura's side.
I actually really like that Laura did not go for the Tailwind just yet, because I think that's a calc that most players know when it comes to Gouging Fire Flutter Mane, is that without a Howl boost, without a Chian Bar, without some sort of boost to that Heat Crash, usually Flutter Manes that are like somewhat bulky, they survive it with like just a little bit of HP. So, going for that Dazzling Gleam first and the Bleak Wind means that now she can go for that Tailwind, which means, all in all, she will have that one extra turn she needs.
And now with the Dazzling Gleam going off against Nick, this Pokemon, that Gouging Fire is going down. Of course, the Porygon also taking a huge chunk of damage, but I think that the days will be gone for the Tornadus if that Ice Beam goes into its slot. It doesn't go for an Ice Beam, and Nick saw that Tailwind coming and goes for a Trick Room instead, meaning that he has now the faster Pokemon on his side.
Yeah, Laura may be hoping that that Bleak Wind Storm would be enough to take out that Porygon 2 to prevent it from setting up that Trick Room. And now, again, the Tailwind is obviously not so great for her to have on her side. Rillaboom coming in, threatening Fake Outs, Grassy Glides here, Flutter Mane being low, locked into a move, not being able to protect, really, is in a little bit of a jam here.
Yeah, indeed, because the Fake Out is like, the Flutter Mane is like an easy spot for the Fake Out. It probably gets the KO priority going off, and Tornadus can be easily taken care of with Porygon on the field, but we see that the Fluttermane goes back to Laura, and we see that the Rillaboom is joining the field. Protect onto the inside, making sure that he stays on the field because you don't want that Ice Beam unless Nick saw that coming. But we see that the Fake goes into the Tornado slot because he wasn't maybe 100% sure that would kill. And there goes the Wood Hammer as well. It was not Fake Out, it was probably
Ice Beam.
It was Ice Beam, yeah. My German isn't that strong, so.
No, it's all good. But Ice Beam not knocking out the Tornadoes here, but Wood Hammer doing with the Grassy Turn recovery. This Rillaboom for Lara still on the field at a decent amount of HP, and with the Assault Vest, can take moves from the special attacking Porygon 2 as well. So, Tornadoes here, if it is ignored, still can hit some Bleak Wind Storms and maybe, get rid of this Porygon 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Porygon 2 maybe also try to recover some health, since it is quite low right now.
Yeah, indeed. The Wood Hammer from Nick is probably because he already saw that switch incoming, because he also knows that Fluttermane is such a strong Pokemon, you want to keep it around as long as possible. So just going for that Wood Hammer, whatever came in, took some damage. We see that the Porygon on Nick's side is switching out to go for the Ogerpon there. So we see the Ogerpon Wellspring joining the fight as well. And we see also the Terrestrialization option going out for Nick. Probably for that Rillaboom, making sure that a U-turn doesn't when it KO it, or even a Bleak Windstorm doesn't severely damage it as well. So that's a good sterilization on Nick's side. Let's see what all the players are going for. We see the Grassy Glide going into that Ogerpon slot, a good switch on Nick's side, and the Wood Hammer goes into Laura her Rillaboom again, and we see that there goes Bleak Windstorm, which the Rillaboom dodges, which is a huge deal, but that Ogerpon, before it could do anything, is already out of this match.
Yeah, interesting switch there from Nick, in my opinion. I guess maybe he expected even with the recovery, who knows if the Porygon 2 would have lived the Wood Hammer and Bleak Windstorm double up. So maybe deciding that, okay, I do not need my Ogerpon here, I'm gonna just give it up so that this Porygon 2 can now come in and, maybe I can get a KO on this Rillaboom on Laura's side before it attacks and then safely recover my Porygon.
Yeah, I think that was also the plan because he needs that Porygon, like we said before this game 2 match. The Ice Beam is there, and now he doesn't have the Terra option anymore, but still the Ice Beam is huge for that to getting rid of that Tornadoes. And we also saw in Laura's team that he has a Landorus in the back, so if Nick can keep around that Porygon 2, that Ice Beam is going to be a huge deal. We see the Protect going for that from that Tornadoes, protecting it from that Ice Beam, of course. You see the Grassy Glide going into that Rillaboom, but it survives. Of course, the Rillaboom chooses for Grassy Glide as well, but that means that Nick now has the information that his Rillaboom is slower normally than Laura team, but Trick Room is still up, so it goes first. Or it could be like a lucky speed tie, of course, but that could swing things in the potential game 3, of course.
Yeah, and now it is only one Pokemon left on Nick's side of the field up against 4 of Laura's. Of course, some of them are already quite damaged, but I'm not sure if this Rillaboom, especially since it only has single targeting attacks, will be able to take out the rest of Laura's team.
Yeah, indeed. And Nick also saw that the potential of this winning was pretty low. Now the funny thing is that both Laura and Nick had the same situation. Like previously, Nick had the advantage of a Pokemon in the back that Laura didn't know about, and now Laura had that. So, like we can see, those two players are really at each other's level, and it's really fun to watch those two in battle.
And even though Laura did have that one turn of advantage with the Tailwind that let her take out that Gouging Fire, Nick did set up the Trick Room, but maybe that just one turn of Tailwind was all that Laura really needed, get rid of the Gouging Fire, which is a Pokemon that, especially since she didn't have Landorus with her, is, really difficult for her to take down. So, at that point, once the Gouging Fire is gone, and then, who cares if the Fluttermane is not around anymore, for the duration of Trick Room. She still has her Tornadoes, she still has the Rillaboom, two Pokemon, with, especially Rillaboom, it can take hits. It doesn't really care about the speed control on the field.
Indeed. As long as the grassy terrain is still up, it can priority spam those grassy glides. So yeah, indeed. But I think, like you said before, like the tailwind turn that was really the pivoting point of this match. Getting rid of that gouging fire early, damaging that Porygon 2 enough so that it could be in range for a Grass Glide as well, is something that there was a really well adaptation from Laura's side. Because yeah, basically Nick didn't get much from those Trick Room turns in my opinion. Like he set it up, okay, you cancel out that tailwind, you know that you're always going to be faster. But yeah, because the Porygon was so low, a critical Pokemon on his side on the field, like it didn't have turns to really recover, or he couldn't like find an opportunity to let it recover because he wanted to get rid of that Tornadus. But Laura calculated her options and her turns really well, knowing when to protect, knowing when to go for the damage. And yeah, I think those like small points.
I think what would have been great for Nick is, imagine instead of that Ogre Pawn Wellspring in the back, they had that King Gambit.
Oh yeah.
That would have been a great switch in into the Rillaboom and the Tornadus.
Yeah, yeah. Because one, it like naturally resists the Bleakwind Storm or anything, or even like the Fluttermane, like Dazzling Gleam doesn't do that much against it, but still like if you fish for that speed drop, like if that King Gambit gets a plus, like gets going.
And we are going to get into this Game 3. It is once again going to be the Gouging Fire and Porygon 2 facing off against the Fluttermane and Landorus this time.
Oh.
So Laura now deciding that, okay, maybe don't need that Tailwind anymore. My Fluttermane can take one hit from this Gouging Fire, and maybe that is all she needs. But of course, this Landorus here does have to respect an Ice Beam.
Yeah, indeed. And we see that she also didn't bring the Tornadus this turn, so maybe like it wasn't that useful for her again. Also knowing that Nick could go for a Trick Room. But yeah, with Laura leads, she puts an immense pressure on Nick because the offensive prowess of Laura's side of the field is like really, really huge. We have like Landorus with a lot of power with single target damage, but we have of course the Fluttermane with good spread damage. So let's see what both players will decide. The obvious choice would be, of course, get rid of that Porygon as soon as possible because you have that Landorus that is weak to Ice Beam. So yeah, let's see what we're doing.
And we are going to see a Terrestrialization for Laura is going to be that Fluttermane once again boosting those Fairy type attacks. And I also saw Laura contemplating for maybe going for a Taunt on the Porygon 2 to maybe prevent a Trick Room, but Trick Room probably not going up quite just yet when you still have a speed boosting Gouging Fire on the field. Yeah. There's going to be a Protect from this Landorus. I actually really, really like that move. It's going to be a Heat Crash into this Fluttermane. Once again, hangs on with just a little bit of HP, and a Dazzling Gleam coming out here is going to do a decent amount of damage to both of these Pokemon. Not quite enough for a 2-hit KO on the Porygon 2, but enough for a 2-hit KO on this Gouging Fire. Porygon 2 though, just going to heal that damage right back up.
Yeah, indeed. Like Nick played it safe with the Porygon. Like wanted to probably scout out like what that Landorus was going to do. Probably also expecting that the Protect was the most like direct option for Laura. So without like calculating if the Fluttermane wanted to do something or single target damage on that Gouging Fire, he went for the safe option, recover all that damage back up because, like we discussed many times before, Porygon is really huge for Nick's side of the team. But now that Landorus has to attack, now that Ice Beam can easily go in there, but now it's a decision, where do you go for your damage? You can easily KO the Gouging Fire at this point, but what about that Porygon? We see that the Heat Crash goes into Fluttermane. That is an easy KO, of course, because that Fluttermane was already that low. Let's see what the other Pokemon are bringing. And of course now, whatever move that Porygon went for is probably going into that Landorus slot. We see an Earth Power for getting a KO on that Gouging Fire as well, but that means that probably an Ice Beam is going Landorus his way.
Could also be seeing a Trick Room at this point, but no, it is going to be an Ice Beam into the Landorus. Is enough to just take it out, being 4 times weak to it. So 2 Pokemon down for Laura in exchange for that Gouging Fire on Nick's side. I think what Nick was trying to go for there in that first turn, and I think it was really smart, is that they were okay with the Gouging Fire maybe going down as long as the Porygon 2 stays healthy and can maybe set up a Trick Room later. So, but yeah, it almost works out even better for them now that, bringing Rillaboom in here next to the Porygon 2, and we have the Urshifu and Rillaboom for Laura being her last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, indeed, like with Nick playing like really a neutral state of play there. Like he was really scouting out what the Landorus was going to do. He could attack, and indeed, like I said, the Gojo Fire wasn't that much of a Pokemon that he really wanted to have. It was like for early damage for that Fleur main, which he succeeded in. So now Nick has the advantage with only 2 Pokemon on lower aside the Rillaboom and the Urshifu, of course. Now that Porygon and a Rillaboom both at full HP, so it's gonna be really, really hard to let it survive. If I am correct, Nick also hasn't used his Terrestrialization yet, so that Porygon can easily go for a Terra Fairy, Terra Blast onto that Urshifu slot as well. So yeah, let's see. And even with the Rillaboom on Nick's side, going for a Grassy Glide, that Urshifu could be done for this turn already. So we have to see what goes down.
Terra Fairy looking really good here for Ducky, and I think that's exactly what they're going to go for, and it is indeed the Terra on the Porygon 2 being able to resist all of these moves from the Urshifu. Single strike on Laura's side. So yeah, maybe Rillaboom might have to do some work here for her, but fake out from Aki's Rillaboom going to prevent it doing any damage, and as we can see, even with a critting Wicked Blow, that does almost nothing to this Porygon 2.
Like for the fairy type, it's like really huge here. We see the Terra Blast going into that Urshifu slot, probably going down to that Sash indeed. Also a really good option for Nick to go for that fake out, make sure that he couldn't fake out the Porygon, she couldn't fake out the Porygon on Nick's side. So yeah, now that Urshifu is like a really, really dire trap because Rillaboom, just go. Yeah, that is really, really hard to recover from Laura's side because you only have 2 single target hitting Pokemons on her side of the field. While Nick also has that option, of course, but still he has that Pokemon in the back, which is still a huge advantage, of course.
Yeah, I think it realizes that now really, as long as the Porygon 2 is on the field, they can really ignore this Urshifu in a way and just try and get rid of this Rillaboom. It's going to go for the Grassy Glide into that Protect slot though, and Laura might need a very powerful, maybe a crit from this Wood Hammer to take out this Porygon, but no, actually takes that extremely well, and it is actually just going to go for a recover. This little duck is not going down anytime soon.
The rubber ducky, like Ducky BGC is making its name come true with indeed playing with the rubber duck on the field, aka Porygon 2. So yeah, it shows like how powerful like Porygon 2 still is into this meta game. Like it has that bulk with Eviolite, of course, and it has the right moves to get advantage of. Like I said, like in the beginning of this round, like Terra Blast normal can easily be abused of it, and the Terra Fairy gives Nick that really good option against Urshifu Darks to just sit there and like, you can hit me all you want, but you don't do anything. We see the Sucker Punch going off.
A very powerful Sucker Punch followed by this Grassy Glide, which is going to take out the Urshifu on Laura's side. So it is now Rillaboom up against Ducky's last 3 Pokemon. A U-turn is not enough to take out this Rillaboom. A very, very tanky Rillaboom for Ducky as well. So yeah, Ducky's Pokemon just, trained really well in its defensive stats. And at this point, I'd be surprised if, again, with all the crits in the world, this Rillaboom is not taking down.
No. There goes the U-turn as well, so that Rillaboom is switching out. Laura gets the opportunity to see which is the last Pokemon on Nick's side on the team as well, but that Porygon. Now it's, I don't know if the Ice Beam would KO at this point in time, but like we said, I think it's over here. The Wood Hammer goes into the Landorus and almost KOing it, so that would be a huge swing, of course, but there goes the Ice Beam, and indeed takes down that Rillaboom. I didn't know that the Rillaboom was that low, so of course the Ice Beam was indeed more than enough. So that means that Nick wins round 1, and what a fantastic game 1 we saw on stream today.
An amazing game to start this incredible tournament here. Well played to both players, of course. That was just such high-level play, and I'm so glad we got to see this game to start. Congratulations to Ducky, of course, for the win in that first round. I think that third game especially, you could really see that how far ahead they planned, especially in that first turn. I believe I kind of understood what they were doing there. But also Laura, that second game was a 4-0, so...
I think both players are still, it's round 1. Everything can still go down. We have 5 more rounds to go through. So both can still make top cut, of course. So We see that both players know their teams really well because indeed, like you said, in game 2, Laura adapted really, really well to the situation. Even with a disadvantage, with the trick room being up, she knew how to play around Nick and choose the right moves for and the right targets to give her that win. But yeah, Nick playing as Porygon 2 now really, really safe according was the opposite as he did in game 2. So we see that the Porygon is like really essential for Nick's team.
Yeah, and you could see how well it took so many of those. It's like a wood hammer from a Rillaboom.
In grassy terrain.
In grassy terrain, that's like one of the most terrifying moves to face off against.
And it was like tripping it off like it was nothing. Like
yes, I'm a rubber duck. I can take it all day.
Yeah, like a hammer just bounces off. But I got the signal that, of course, we're going our preparations for round 2. Let's see what pairings we're getting now and see you at the next round.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with the winner of our first round, or as we all know him, Taki. Taki, how are you feeling?
I think happy, obviously. Laura is a really good opponent, so winning that was kind of nice for me, especially because I decided on the team like last second. So yeah, I have a bit of faith that maybe this one can go well. I hope.
I felt especially that game 3 was really nice to play. I feel like I kind of saw what you were doing. I almost expected you to okay, I'm gonna let my gouging fire go down here maybe, and make sure my Porygon 2 is definitely at full HP, and then maybe set up the trick room later. Was that maybe kind of the plan?
Yeah, that was kind of the plan because I was expecting the tornadoes in the back, and possibly oh, I'm gonna get the heat pressure off into the flutter. If they double up into my gouging, it's fine because I recover with the P2 and have enough pressure on the field through the P2. And then I get Rillaboom in and have Fake Out, I've Glide, and just P2 under Trick Room should do enough work. And for the Ogre Pawn, I was hoping, if the Ogre Pawn is in the back, I do have the Landorus Incarnate in the back forward, under Trick Room, and I assume I outspeed under Trick Room. So yeah, that was indeed the plan.
The
Good catch.
Porygon 2, we were talking about how, it took those wood hammers like really well because we said like a wood hammer from a Rillaboom in grassy terrain, that's like one of the scariest moves to face off against right now in the current meta, and Porygon 2 is like, I'm good. It's not, no worries, and I'm still gonna get one-hit KOs on Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's just the strength of Eviolite, as we all know it. Eviolite is just 1.5 to defense and special defense. Like, we already know that Pokemon with Assault Vest are usually pretty good. Like, Rillaboom just tanking Flutters, which is just known to, like, get OKOs all around. But with the Eviolite on P2, you can also just take on the physical side pretty well. And due to the download, you can just get like good damage off. If you get the special attack boost, the Ice Beam, the Terra Blast, you're basically a Flutter main without specs.
Yeah, it like maybe it doesn't even take that much to set it up because you just switch in and you already get the download boost, and then you also have a Howl maybe from the Gouging Fire. So yeah, really strong Pokemon that. Yeah, it is a Pokemon that uses Trick Room, but doesn't really always need it. To be honest, it's tanky enough.
It'd be two good hands.
But yeah, the team generally, you told me a little bit before the tournament, it is very similar to the team you played in Dortmund, right?
Yes, it's very similar to it. In fact, the only thing that's different is that I dropped the Flutter for the Landers Incarnate, and now Porygon is my fairy attacker.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's your new Flutter main.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so I'm hoping that the rest of the tour goes just as well for you. I guess before we head on into round 2, any shout outs you want to give?
To all the wonderful people here that are making this possible, especially Shmon, who's sitting behind the screen. Hi. And just, yeah, everybody who's helping me to just play Pokemon and that I got to meet in the community. And you too.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, it's great to see you here, great to have casted you and have the first winners interview with you as well. I am looking forward to so many more rounds here. So yeah, we are going to take a short break and stay tuned. We will be right back. And we are back at this MSS here in Belgium. I am Shona and I am joined this time by Max. Max, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. I think it's very exciting to watch some great players actually come all over to Belgium. So I'm quite excited to watch some top performing players across the continent play here in this little village.
Yeah, it's it is an MSS. We have, I think, about 28 players here today, but a lot of them actually very well known. If you kind of players that if you face them in maybe a regional or maybe the upcoming EUIC, will definitely be a little bit afraid. And our two players in this round two, we have, of course, Schröder. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Facing off against Maurice Utek.
So what do you think of the matchup really? Do you think how do you think the teams interact? What is your first observation when you look at these teams?
Yeah, so a lot of Pokemon that obviously we've seen around a lot. We have, of course, on both sides, Rillaboom, Chien-Pao, Tornadus Incarnate Form, Arcanine Hisuian. The Urshifu upside. And on Maurice's side, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Urshifu Dark, Entei, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, and Landorus Incarnate. And I'm actually really excited to see the Entei here for Maurice, especially the Choice Band set. I think it's a very, very interesting set. I really like, when we think of like Choice Band, Extreme Speed, Terra Normal, what would have come to mind before this regulation is probably that Dragonite in combination with that Chien-Pao. But no Chien-Pao here, just that Entei, which, I think is still a very, very scary Pokemon.
Well, I think it's quite interesting about the Entei is that it runs both the Sacred Fire, which is slightly inaccurate, but has a huge upside of the 50% chance to burn. But the Flare Blitz is really interesting because you do take that recoil damage, but in exchange you get 20 extra base power. So maybe he's aware of the calculations that he needs in order to pick up KOs that he otherwise might not be able to. So really interesting to see the decision making there between the Sacred Fire and the Flare Blitz, if that gets into play in this set.
And of course, Maurice also has some speed control on the team with that Fluttermane and the Icy Wind and Raging Bolt Electro Web, which, still two very good forms of speed control, but, not as reliable as Tailwind as they can miss. And of course, we have El's team here, which, we mentioned the Pokemon before as well. On this side, we have the Arcanine Hisuian form, also with the Choice Band, also with an extreme speed. Unlike Entei, though, it does have the Rock typing and the Intimidate. But the Entei, with Inner Focus, won't care much for that.
It does give that extra bit of potential when it like defense against the fake out potential that is there, whereas the Arcanine Hisuian does not bring that to the table. However, we do have to talk about the fact that Arcanine Hisuian does have the Head Smash, which is quite inaccurate, but if necessary, it does have one of the most powerful moves in the entire game on its side. It's quite interesting to see which of these two Choice Band sweepers might have the most impact on this set.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, there is that Tornadus with the Rain Dance in combination with the Urshifu single strike, having that surging strikes and, boosted by the Mystic Water and could potentially be boosted even more by that Terra Water. So yeah, something that Maurice definitely has to watch out for, especially once again when it comes to that Entei or also the Incarnate Landorus. Also the Fluttermane, it does have the speed boost, but it definitely does not want to take that surging strikes. So yeah, definitely going to be a very exciting matchup.
I do want to point out as well, this Raging Ball is actually live moves, which is quite a contrast compared to the other Raging Ball, which is of course the Assault Vest. So one is going to be a bit more focused on its bulk, while the other one is more focused on our offensive power. So it's quite interesting to see as well these players using very similar Pokemon across the board, but having slight differences between them that might distinguish.
And we are going to get into this game one. It is going to be the Chien-Pao Arcanine Hisuian form against that Raging Bolt and Ogerpon.
I think this turn one is quite interesting. There's a lot of offensive power. You of course have the Ivy Cudgel coming into the Arcanine, which could be a threat. But at the same time, the Arcanine, it might outspeed the Ogerpon, it probably will. There might be some extreme speed going on, some head smash perhaps into either the Ogerpon or the Raging Bolt, which can't protect itself. So we'll have to see what the trainers look into as we go into this turn one.
Yeah, and unlike Maurice, with his extreme speed attacker, Charal does have that Chi and Pow there, which is going to boost any extreme speeds even more. So definitely something Maurice has to respect here, as you know, this Raging Bolt here is playing the Assault Vest. So yeah, can still do a decent amount of damage to either of these Pokemon, but you know, it's not going to get any one-hit KOs, and we are going to see a Terastallization on Maurice's side. It's going to be that Ogre Pawn, get rid of the Grass type, boost Water types, and of course get that special defense boost, which in this turn isn't going to matter against these physical attackers.
It's kind of, we're about to find out what these trainers look into. Obviously, we did see the speed interaction come into play here, as we do see that the Arcanine is indeed slower than the Ogerpon, but it locks into the extreme speeds potentially, so that speed tie, the speed interaction there might not matter at all for the upcoming turns.
And we are going to see a follow me from this Ogerpon here for Maurice. Going to redirect any attacks. It is going to be the Icicle Crash, not going into the Raging Bolt, but instead into the Ogerpon. Takes that very well, and the Head Smash does connect. That should be enough to knock it out, and it is enough to take out this Terra Ogerpon. So Maurice already losing his Terra turn 1, you know, but might not matter too much. Yeah, that recoil is going to do a little bit, and it is going to be an Electro Web, going to break the Focus Sash on the Chi-Pow and do a little bit more damage to this Arcanine. The speed drop here, though, I think is what's really going to matter.
I think the speed drop, indeed, we already saw the Arcanine was not the fastest that we've seen. It's a bit on the slower end, considering it's slower than the Water Ogerpon. So it's quite, we can be quite sure that the Urshifu, knowing it's stuck into the Head Smash, might get an easy pickup here into the Arcanine slot, or potentially get a huge chunk of damage into whatever comes in here. Because I do think if you're Cheryl in this position, you don't want to give up your Arcanine for free.
But it is going to be the Chi-Pow actually switching out here instead the Rillaboom coming in here. Also a good switch to, you know, maybe a potential electric attack from the Raging Bolt, and of course the Assault Vest is going to let it you know, take any special moves decently well. And a double switch actually for Charel is going to bring in the Tornadus, so that is going to take any close combat very well, but it goes into this Rillaboom instead, doing more than half HP, so that is very, very good damage to get off there. Defenses are going to drop for this Urshifu, and the Dragon Pulse and the Tornadus is also going to do a respectable amount of damage.
Kind of interesting. We go into another turn where again board is kind of reset. These two Pokemon come in. Tornadus obviously plays the mind game now. Do I want to go for the Bleak Wind to fog the Urshifu and be able to get the KO actually on this turn? There might be a fake out coming in, we don't know. That's something that Maurice has to take into consideration. There's the fake out Bleak Wind, there's also the potential for the Tailwind to go into the future. So there's quite a lot of angles that Charles can go for here, and it's up to Maurice to kind of figure out what is he going to look into, what does he think Charles plays here.
Yeah, I think a Tailwind here is definitely going to, you know, help maybe prevent this Raging Bolt from getting any advantages when it comes to speed control with an Electro Web. And there is the fake up from the Rillaboom, followed by the Tailwind from the Tornadus. Raging Bolt not going to be able to do anything this turn. A Close Combat is going to finish off this Rillaboom. Gonna go down on Cheryl's side, but you know, now that the Tailwind is set up and you know there's no form of speed control for Maurice, this could be a very good position for Cheryl.
We go into the position now where we do now know that no matter what, the Pokemon on Cheryl's team are always going to outspeed their opponents, so we do get into perhaps Maurice wants to go for those priority moves like the Thunderclap, like the Sucker Punch. However, if you're Cheryl, of course you're aware of that, he might look to not lock into those attacking moves or look for the Sucker Punch itself, which would then mean obviously the return Sucker Punch or Thunderclap would be ineffective.
Yeah, and you know, this Thunderous here, you know, of course it could go for Bleak Wind Storm, which is going to do a lot to this Urshifu, but you know, it has to also respect a Thunderclap. Is going to switch out here instead, you know, maybe expecting exactly that move, going to bring in the Arcanine Hisuian once more. You know, it already is Terra into that normal type. gonna lower the attack of this Pokemon, but Urshifu, if it goes for something like Wicked Blow, is not gonna care for that attack drop. Chien-Pao gonna go for Protect, does not want to take any damage, but the close combat is gonna go through that with the Unseen Fist ability. So Chien-Pao is going to go down this turn. Urshifu now at what I believe is -3 defense and special defense, but of course it does have that Focus Sash, so gonna be able to take at least one hit. And the Electro actually avoided by this Arcanine for Charlotte.
It's quite interesting there because as we talked about the interaction that came into play where Cheryl and Maurice are playing this Sucker Punch and Mind Game, and there the read for Maurice was that he was going to protect that. It was safer to get a close combat in. Now we do get into another new board state, Tornadus coming back in. I think it's kind of a difficult position here for Cheryl to kind of get you out. You're locked into, you have to decide what move Arcanine is going to lock into here for the rest of the game. You don't know what's in the back. And more importantly, both of Maurice's Pokemon, including Urshifu, the fully completely healthy, and of course, there comes a Thunderclap into Tornadus, who's going down.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that Shadow can do at this point. Yeah, it's going to lock into the head smash, and Raging Bolt is going to avoid that. At this point, not going to matter, though, as this close combat is going to finish up this Arcanine, which means game 1 is going to go to Maurice Attack. And yeah, you were talking about in the previous turn how, we have this board state of, maybe having to go for some reads. Is the Raging Bolt going to go for a Thunderclap? Is it going to just, go for another Electro Web? And yeah, you kind of have to decide on a play, but in that last game, really, there was nothing stopping Maurice for just going for Thunderclap and close combat. Because, what is the Tornado going to do? Even if it doesn't attack, it's not doing anything.
It goes down to something
exactly.
Either way. The only way there is obviously for the Arcanine to perhaps lock into the extreme speed. However, the risk isn't really there because is it going to pick up without the Chien-Pao being there? Is it going to KO the Raging Bolt in one turn? It's quite hard to really gauge. But then also the Urshifu doesn't care at all because he has the freedom of having access to his Focus Sash still. He's fully healthy. He doesn't care about the extreme speeds coming into him. So yeah, quite interesting. We did see some explosive turns. Turn 1, Ogerpon going down immediately, but then in the end, Maurice was able to get back into the game and really take over from there.
Yeah, that Urshifu really just went for 4 close combats with no care in the world. It didn't need to, with that Focus Sash, which is why that set, is very popular right now. But we did see that, for Shadow, I think that Raging Bolt really was the biggest problem for him because at the end of that game 1, it was at full HP. Like, there was no way for him to really take it down. So I think going into game 2, that's something he has to keep in mind.
It was also, obviously, the speed interactions there, because we knew the Arcanine was quite slow. The Electro kind of guaranteed that the Raging Bolt was going to be faster than the Arcanine, and it becomes really difficult because you just gave a free switch into the Urshifu, and you have 2 fully healthy Pokemon, whereas your Pokemon are kind of chunked out. Chien-Pao's Focus Sash was broken, they've both lost their speed, they're probably now slower than the Urshifu actually, so it becomes quite tricky from there. So I do think maybe that first turn, it might have looked like Maurice lost the Pokemon, was at disadvantage, but realistically, when it came to the health of his Pokemon, they were quite healthy. They were clearly in the position to take advantage of the match.
Sometimes it really makes sense to lose like one of those 4 Pokemon you have to just get that perfect setup for one of the Pokemon that is in the back. We are going to get into this game too in just a moment. So going to be interesting to see once again if, are we going to see a switch up on the leads or are we going to see a repeat of game 1? On Charlotte's side is going to be the Arcanine with the Rillaboom this time and the Fluttermane and Urshifu for Maurice.
So here we kind of play again. It's Urshifu, is he going to protect versus the fake out potential? Because it is there. Obviously, if he were to not protect and the fake out comes out, then that means his Focus Sash would be gone. On the other hand, though, it's kind of obvious that he might go for the protect. So if you're Cheryl, you might also be more interested in perhaps locking into an attack into the Fluttermane. This Fluttermane, of course, is the booster energy Fluttermane, so it does have access to the protect, so we might see a double protect to maybe see what's going to happen in his turn.
Yeah, a double protect, in my opinion, would make sense to maybe, first of all, see what Arcanine locks itself into and burn the fake out, but Arcanine is actually just going to switch right out into that Chien-Pao, ready to maybe support this Rillaboom this time in doing some damage. Fluttermane is going to go for a Protect here. Let's see if the Urshifu does the same. It is going to be a double Protect for Maurice. Like I said, I think that is a very fair play to go for in that situation. Fake out in this Urshifu, not going to do anything though.
And now we're back again kind of to a new turn 1. The only thing that's missing is of course the fake out potential. Obviously Maurice has intel that Arcanine is also in this match, and the Urshifu did take the Intimidate, which won't come into play when he clicks into the Wicked Blow, but everything else will be affected. Obviously Shenpao here, probably going to be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, aside from the Fluttermane. So Fluttermane might look for the Icy Wind so that Urshifu can outspeed. The question is, how do you as Cheryl prevent that from happening?
Yeah, I think the advantage that Cheryl has here also is that, since Maurice went for a double Protect last turn, it's unlikely that another Protect is going to happen. So, if he decides to just go for a Cheer Power boosted Grassy Glide into this Fluttermane, there's nothing really stopping him from doing that, but Arcanine going to switch right back in, is going to drop the attack of that Urshifu even more. So, if it decides to go for close combats again, those are going to do much less damage than without those Intimidates. It is going to be a Terra for Maurice on the Fluttermane, so we're going to get that Fairy typing, so, get rid of the Ghost weaknesses, yeah, so potential Moonblast could be powered up here, but instead it is going to be the Icy Wind, so this time instead of the Electro Web, getting that speed controlled through that move. And the Rillaboom did not go for a Grassy Glide, so potentially maybe a Wood Hammer instead. The close combat though into this Arcanine is not enough to pick up the KO, thanks to those Intimidates, but that is still a lot of damage, which is fair. It is still a super effective move. Wood Hammer here is enough to take out this Fluttermane though.
Now the Arcanine, if in the event that Fluttermane had survived, she would have been susceptible now to the extreme speed, as she no longer was that hard Ghost type. Obviously she went down, so Arcanine does not have the pre-extreme speed anymore into the Fluttermane. We do see Entei here in the back. He might make his way onto the field. Remember, Rillaboom is still slowed by the Icy Wind, whereas Arcanine is as well, so they might be actually slower than both the Entei and the Urshifu now, and Urshifu's Focus Sash is still intact.
Yeah, the Focus Sash is still intact, and I think Maurice at that point, going for that Terra, really wanted to make sure that this Fluttermane does not go down to a Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide. So, having that Terra being resistant to that Dark type really let him get off that Icy Wind, and now this Entei coming in, it's not going to care about the priority of Grassy Glide, it's not going to do much anyway, but, it's going to threaten both of these Pokemon on Shrel's side, so I think this is a decent position here for Maurice, especially since, as we mentioned, that Focus Sash is also still there for Urshifu.
We're going to see the Terra actually coming in from Cheryl's side. We're going to see what it goes into. It is the Arcanine, however. It's quite low on HP, but this has to mean that the extreme speed is coming out. It's going to do as much damage as it can before he has to leave the field. I'd have to wait and see where the extreme speed goes. But Yente is faster and takes out Arcanine before it gets to move anyways.
So yeah, maybe Cheryl deciding that, okay, I'm gonna risk it here. I'm gonna go for that Terra normal extreme speed, and if I can get it off, that's gonna be great. Probably doubled up into that Urshifu, trying to get that KO. Wicked Blow though, gonna not quite finish off that Rillaboom actually. Is still on the field, but this Entei is locked into the extreme speed now, but it can also easily get that last bit of HP on this Rillaboom on Cheryl's side. And now it is the Urshifu Rapid Strike coming in here for Cheryl as his final Pokemon.
And we do already know that Shenpao is in this match as well, so there is no Rain Dance coming into this game. Urshifu, however, is quite well positioned here. He should be able to take both Urshifus because of the Intimidate. He can take the close combat, and he should be able to take the extreme speed as well. So he does threaten lethal damage on both the Entei and the Urshifu. Remember, there is no way for Entei to get away from that fire type weakness. So it's quite interesting. There is of course the Rillaboom. He's quite low, so there's the extreme speed potential there. There would be guaranteed damage into something. It does seem like it locks in for the double up.
And we are going to see the Rillaboom switch out into the Chien Power. Maurice, I think, doubled up into that slot, so maybe trying to catch a switch in here before one of his Pokemon that goes down. Extreme Speed doing half damage to Chi and Pao, followed by the Close Combat does outspeed the Urshifu on Shaol's side, meaning that Chi and Pao is going to go down. And yeah, now depending on what this Urshifu for Shaol targets, either Pokemon is probably going to go down. Yeah, that Surging Strike doesn't even need all 3 hits. 2 hits is enough to take out the fire type Entei. Now the Rillaboom is going to come back in for Shaol, which of course it is low HP, but you know that fake out pressure is definitely going to be valuable.
What is important to note here is that the Urshifu is Mystic Water, so it can still switch up its move pool, which is quite important because, as we know, Maurice's last Pokemon is, of course, that Raging Bolt, which can't protect itself, but is in a prime position to take advantage of the Urshifu being there, as well as his own Urshifu being able to then threaten the KO onto Rillaboom. So it's quite a difficult position here for Shaol. I think you kind of rely on a fake out, maybe a close combat crit to get back into the game.
Yeah, I think the deadliest thing for the Urshifu Rapid Strike, of course, is that Thunderclap from Maurice. So I think in a way, of course, you know, Shaol has options such as now in this turn, go for fake outs, and even afterwards, go for maybe an Aqua Jet to, you know, not let that Thunder Strike go through. But you know, Aqua Jet is not really going to be doing a lot of damage, and also like Close Combat is not going to take this Raging Bolt out in one hit. So yeah, Rillaboom going to go for that fake out, and a Wicked Blow follow-up is enough to take out this Rillaboom. And I'm honestly unconvinced that this Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to be able to take out both of these Pokemon before it goes down itself. That Close Combat doing a lot of damage, but yeah, Thunderclap is definitely taking out this Urshifu.
And now we're again in the position where the Raging Bolt is threatening, of course, the Thunderclap. The problem here is that maybe he can take out the Raging Bolt and then play it from there. However, you're going to have to take that Thunderclap if you want to get some damage done here. Obviously, you can't protect because then Urshifu is just going to take advantage of you. So I think this game is looking kind of at its end.
It is going to be an Aqua Jet, not quite enough to knock out this Urshifu. So yeah, the Wicked Blow here is going to do a little bit of damage to the Urshifu. Actually, a decent amount of damage here, you know, thanks to the critical hit, ignoring any attack boosts. So yeah, a close combat here would be enough to knock out the Raging Bolt. But that is also going to drop the defenses for this Urshifu. And this time the Thunderclap does go through and is going to be enough to take out that Urshifu for Shaol, which means this game goes to Maurice with a score of 2-0.
I think, obviously, as we watched this game, it was quite clear that Maurice was able to identify how do I get into these winning positions, how do I get my speed control of the Ice Wind, the Electroweb, to get my Urshifu, and especially that Urshifu, into a position that I can take over the field with the Wicked Blows, with the close combat. Quite often we saw just sit there and, quite frankly, take out Shaol's entire team.
Yeah, I think Maurice really played well in the sense that he almost every turn covered for a lot of possible plays from Shaol, and yeah, really, you know, saw what exactly he needed to do to get into that late game position where, you know, the Raging Bolt comes in, which seems to be like in both game 1 and 2 really the Pokemon that helped him the most to win here. Because yeah, we know Urshifu Rapid Strike, it is scary, but you know, those Thunderclaps just takes it out.
We did see indeed Urshifu Rapid Strike. He used to be the king of Regulation D. Even in Regulation E, yes, Ogerpon came into play, which was an answer to the Urshifu Rapid Strike. But it wasn't quite enough to really take out Urshifu, to kick it off with its top spot. Of course, now with the addition of Raging Bolt, another answer, it does seem like maybe Urshifu's reign of terror has finally come to an end, and his twin brother, the Dark Fowl Urshifu, is actually here now to take the reins.
Yeah, the single strike Urshifu, definitely a very scary Pokemon to be facing right now in Regulation F. But yeah, and Raging Bolt also kind of being one of also maybe not the king of Regulation F, but definitely, you know, out there. Yeah, so we are going to take a very short break and then head into a winner's interview with Maurice. We're ready. You ready? And we're back with our winner from our round 2 match, Maurice Utek. Yeah, I'm just going to start off by asking you, how did you feel going into that matchup?
Well, I mean, we don't have much time to think about the matchup, right? It's only team preview, and I think it was pretty scary. I'm prepared against Tornado's teams, but most of them have a Flutter main, which, and he didn't, but he had a Chen Pao, and he had a lot of different tools. What it did though, that he didn't have a ghost type, is it enabled my what's it called, my Entei to go for extreme speed more freely. He also wasn't Terra Ghost on his Genpo, which was pretty good. So yeah, I decided to bring Entei and to make it
Yeah,
work.
we were talking about like that contest between you have the choice band Entei with extreme speed, he has the Arcanine Hisuian with choice band and extreme speed as well. But unlike you, he had that Qian Pao, so for that potential extra damage. But I think the Pokemon that in both games really seemed to be the winning one for you was that Raging Bolt in a way.
Yes, but it's not as easy to bring that Raging Board into a winning position because of the Gen Power and also because of the Arcanine. As you can see, he put on a lot of pressure on me in game 1, turn 1. I had to Terra because I wanted to survive a Rock Slide, but he ended up locking himself into a Head Smash, which was nice because I didn't have to go for like some flinching shenanigans. So yeah, it was a really scary combination. Although I don't have Intimidate on my team, so all those physical attackers can go for max damage basically.
Yeah, but I think you piloted that really nicely in the way that you had your speed control with either Electro Web or the Icy Wind. I really like that turn where you went for Terra on the Flutters, probably to guarantee if he goes for like Sucker Punch, Grassy Glide, that you definitely get off that Icy Wind, and then if Fluttermane goes down, it's okay. I can bring my Entei in now.
Yes, but that was actually pretty scary turn. He ended up not going for the Sucker Punch Classic that play, and he ended up not staying in at all. So it was actually a very tricky situation because even if my Flutter main would survive, I would then be he would then be able to extreme suit me, right? So
Right.
I think game 2 came down to some reads, and it also came down to my Entei being faster than his Arcanine. It may have been a speed tie. I'm not sure about it. Depends on the spread, obviously. I'm also not sure if it came down to this, but it felt like I need to be faster in that situation.
Right, yeah, because that Qian Pulse and Arcanine, you obviously want to get rid of that because they he did go for that Terra normal, even though the Arcanine was at such low HP. So yeah, it could have been a speed tie, but I think in that situation, neither of you really knew which one was the faster
Probably
Pokemon.
tried to go for the KO in my Urshifu, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So I could have protected there. In hindsight, maybe I should have. I need to rewatch the game if I wanna know for sure. But yeah, I just trusted my Entei to be the faster one there, and it worked out. So.
Well, yeah, no, but all in all, very nicely played, very nice set to watch and to commentate. Yeah, before we head into a short break, any shout-outs? Anyone you want to say hello to?
Shout-outs to you for casting this event.
Thank you so much.
Shout-outs to like gang from Warrior Esports, of course. It's always nice. A lot of Warriors here today. I mean, you already had one on stream as well.
Yeah.
Lucky. It's very cool. Yeah, of course, shout out to my friends, but they know who they are anyway. And it's just so cool to have such a nice venue here with like almost 30 people today.
Yeah,
That's nice.
some really great players here. Can't wait for our next round. So yeah, we are going to head into a very short break, but everyone stay tuned for round 3.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our MSS in Belgium on round 3. I'm here together with Maxime. How are you doing, Maxime?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. We are just starting round 3 and we're having Mark Mullender versus Kusha Kanani as our stream matchup today. And they have really interesting teams.
Yeah, they have quite similar teams. In fact,
Indeed.
In fact, it's actually the exact same 6 Pokemon on both sides.
Yeah, not only that, but also like exact same Terra types and exact same movesets. So it's a truly mirror mashup. As you can see with Kucha Kanani, we have the Raging Bolt, Urshifu Dark, Entei, Landorus Incarnate, Fluttermane, Ogrespawn Wellspring at his sides on the team. The only really thing that's interesting, the thing that really is interesting here are Landorus Incarnate with the Terra Steel, which don't see that much, and also the Fluttermane with Taunt is like really special here.
Also, the Fluttermane does not have Shadow Ball, so it can't take advantage of its Ghost type typing. But also, there is no Dancing Gleam. It's the Icy Wind for the speed control and the taunt, however.
Yeah, indeed. The only like spread. Normally, you see like the Fluttermane doing a lot of spread damage with the Dazzling Gleam, and also, like you said, the Shadow Ball and also Core set there. And as you can see, Mark Mullender has the exact same 6 with the exact same moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to really come down here to maybe those tiny little differences between what Pokemon the players end up bringing, how the players interact and choose the teams. So I think it's really interesting to see that both Mark and Kusha have the exact same team.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be really special to see how the players go about this match, because indeed, like you said, like the small details are going to be really be shown here. Like it all depends like which Pokemon are you more comfortable with, like have they faced this mirror before, etc. So yeah, there are like really small details are going to be the biggest thing here in this matchup.
I think what is also not to be understated is that this is kind of a checkpoint. How do I understand my team? Do I understand it better than my opponent, perhaps?
Oh yeah.
Because one way to beat your own team, or that to beat teams, is to play them yourself, to learn and understand them. So maybe one player has a better understanding of their team, is more experienced with it, that might give them an advantage coming in.
Like for as far as I know, I don't know if the players know each other, but they could be like real good friends in real life, build the team themselves. But then, even then, if the one just played one match more in practice or not, that can matter. But we see that Mark Mullender is leading his Landorus and Fluttermane, while Kusha is leading Entei Fluttermane here. Already different leads.
There is already differing leads here. However, the Entei is under a little bit of pressure. It does not have, it can't Terra Normal and then block the Shadow Ball. It can Terra Normal, but it won't become immune to that Shadow Ball. However, what it can do is get away from that ground type weakness and perhaps look to kill KO the Landorus before Landorus gets to move himself.
Yeah, indeed. Like the Entei does carry the choice band, which carries a lot of damage, especially with the Terra Normal extreme speed there. But yeah, the Landorus is putting the extra pressure there with his ground move. But yeah, both Fluttermanes, we know that they have like Icy Wind and Moonblast. Do they want to go for that speed control option right away, or just go for the damage? But we see that the Entei is already switching out, going in for that Ogrepawn. So whatever ground move the Landorus could be targeting there would be none. The Fluttermane is a bit faster, probably a speed tie. The Landorus gets a good chunk from that Icy Wind, and the speed is getting lowered on Mark his side.
And now we follow up with another Icy Wind, so we do know that the Fluttermane from Mark Mullender, from Kusha, is probably slightly faster, unless it was a speed tie. But most importantly, Ogrepawn is going to come in and take that Earth Power really well. There was the Entei there, that would have been brutal. Now the Ogrepawn takes it, and now we go into turn 2, and there is a really clear damage and health advantage in favor of Kusha.
Yeah, indeed, because Kusha made that switch in for his Entei, seeing that it was in a disfavorable position with the Landorus. He's switching like a Pokemon that could easily tank that Earth Power while also doing that damage and putting that pressure on Mark with the Ice Wind. But like indeed, like I think it's personally a speed tie here because the teams are so similar. It could be that Kusha his Fluttermane is a bit faster, but yeah, the speed tie is also a possibility. Landorus switches out, of course, because he don't want to take another Icy Wind again. So that's we see the Ogrepawn getting switching, or the Ogrepawn for Kusha goes for a Spiky Shield, protecting itself for any further damage, while the Fluttermane for Kusha goes faster for a second time already. to put on Icy Wind pressure and see what Mark is going to do with his Flutter Mane, probably also putting out that Icy Wind, but that means that the Ogerpon stays safe, keeps its speed, while the Flutter Mane loses his another speed here.
And now we get into this really interesting position because the Flutter Mane from Mark took 2 Icy Winds, whereas the Ogerpon from Kusha only took 1. So it comes into play here. What is the speed interaction now that Ogerpon is only -1 and the Flutter Mane is -2?
Yeah.
Is that the Ivy Cudgel potential to pick up that KO? However, Ogerpon on Mark's side does kind of threaten that water absorb, maybe getting back up to the swing.
Indeed, that's like the small details that we were talking about before the game. Like that speed interaction now can easily like swing this whole game in one or the other's favors. With the Ogerpon just taking like a -1, it is indeed like it can outspeed that Flutter Mane at this point, and yeah, go for that amazing damage of that Ivy Cudgel. But of course, would you go for that Ivy Cudgel when the other Ogerpon is there? The Flutter Mane from Kusha is going for that Protect this turn, while we see the other Flutter Mane going for an Icy Wind, which brings now the Ogerpon at -2 already. And we see now that means that the Ogerpon of Mark can outspeed this Ogerpon. Of course, it goes for the Horn Leech, but that is into that Flutter Mane spot. And now let's see what the Ogerpon of Kusha will do. It goes for the Horn Leech into that Flutter Mane, does a huge chunk of damage, which is a good read on Kusha's side.
Indeed, he does end up threatening that the Flutter Mane into low HP. Might even go down to an Icy Wind potentially if it's a higher roll here. So we have to now find out where's that damage going to come in from, what kind of moves are they clicking. Does Flutter Mane want to risk staying on the field to perhaps preserve that speed control for later? On the other side though, Mark is kind of on the back foot here and has to kind of find a way to get his Flutter Mane into a position where it isn't threatened in this huge turn, which could swing the game in one direction.
Yeah, indeed. Like we have to, like both players are playing really carefully. You see that they don't like instantly lock in moves. They're really thinking about it. They really want to position their Pokemon so well so they can get their match into their hand. But we see that the Mark is switching out his Flutter Mane for the other Pokemon in the back, which is an Entei that we see now in front of him. On his side, the Icy Wind goes into that Ogerpon and Entei. Of course, Entei not so doesn't mind that Icy Wind, sorry there. We see the Horn Leech going in, the Ogerpon on Kusha's side. If I get that critical hit, which is of course really huge for Kusha here, because yeah, he can survive like a move a bit longer. The Horn Leech goes into Flutter Mane, and we see the probably on like a little bit the same amount of damage here as before.
And now, again, the Flutter Mane on Kusha's side is now the one that is threatened this turn. It is at -2 speed. It will probably still be faster than the Entei, because Entei isn't the fastest Pokemon around the block, whereas Flutter Mane, she's quite speedy. The question here is, what is going to happen here? Because obviously Ogerpon is threatening that Ivy Cudgel into the Entei, but Entei can re-threaten that Ogerpon back if it doesn't choose to Terra with the Sacred Fire or the Flare Blitz.
Yep.
It depends kind of, as Kusha, do you read the follow me play coming in here, yes or no? Do you think it's going to happen? And if it happens, are you prepared for it?
Yeah, indeed. Entei there with Flare Blitz against that Ogerpon is a bit of a huge deal. We see the Terra coming out. I think that's from Kusha's side. For the Flutter Mane, going for that Terra Fairy, which means that probably that a good chance of a Moonblast coming out is in the hands there. But let's see how the speed interaction will work. We see the Follow Me going out from Mark, his Ogerpon side, to get that center of attention. The Moonblast goes into that slot, which could mean like an early demise for Ogerpon. That gets the KO there, which means that Entei is now free to go into probably that Flutter Mane, or maybe even that Ogerpon slot. We see the Sacred Fire coming out into Ogerpon, does a huge chunk of damage. It doesn't get to burn. The Ivy Cudgel goes straight into the end. It gets a 1-hit KO there as well, which is a huge swing in Kusha's favor and can decide the whole match right now.
Now, in this turn, obviously, Kusha correctly predicting that Mark was going for that Follow Me, went into the Terra Fairy to give his speed boost to Flutter Mane, that extra little bit of power to make sure that the Ivy Cudgel would go into the Entei. Now, obviously, he does have both Pokemon on both sides are quite low, but the speed advantage should be in Mark Willander's favor here, as this Pokemon just came back into the field. They didn't take any Icy Winds yet, whereas Kusha's team, they have both taken some Icy Winds into that phase, so they are quite slowed down.
Yeah, indeed. And you also want to protect maybe that Ogre Palm because it has that follow me. So you want to really center that attention to you. So both, like the Flutter Mane and the Landorus, both have single target moves. So you are not afraid that the other Flutter Mane goes for a Dazzling Gleam like you normally would. So yeah, it's really up to Kusha now. Which Pokemon is he going to switch in where? Does he stay in right there? But we see that the Flutter Mane is switching out. Probably keep it safe because that Icy Wind could be so huge right here. Entei goes in, which is a careful prediction, probably predicting that the Moonblast goes into that slot. We see a Terra option for Mark side. He goes for that Terra Steel, of course. So to probably, if he was scared for that Icy Wind or maybe a Moonblast, of course, which gives it that longer survivability. The Icy Wind goes off from that Flutter Mane, KOing that Ogre which means that the damage from, or the full attack of Landorus goes into that anti-slot. Will he survive or not? That is the big question right now.
Is it the Earth Power here, or it's a substitute? He does go, he makes himself, he takes a bit of that self-inflicted damage there, but he gets himself into a position where it's now safe from the Entei and from the potentially Icy Winds coming in here from the Flutter Mane.
Indeed, a really good move from Mark here to protect himself from that Icy Wind, because now he can just go for an offensive move without using like a protect. Both Mons, even though they're low, they can still put on a lot of damage, and that Entei already is at -1 due to that Icy Wind. It has an advantage, of course, still against that Flutter Mane, but with a fire move, but still the Landorus is there, and it is like faster than the Entei. So I'm really curious about what Kusha is going to do, and extreme speeds could be an option here, but even then would get it KO with the Landorus, or is the Flutter Mane faster? We see the extreme speed going into that Landorus slot, doesn't break the substitute, which is a huge deal. The Moonblast goes into that substitute again. Landorus still lives, so that is also good information for Kusha to come getting into that next game, of course, because now you know that the extreme speed doesn't get down that substitute. Moonblast into the Flutter Mane slot, which means a KO. Yeah, that was like a huge turn for Mark here.
He's really pivoting his way back into the game. He was quite behind just 2 turns ago, but now he shoots the Earth Power into the Entei, picks up the KO, and we might see a complete turnaround into the game. Now Mark is the one with the Pokemon advantage.
Yeah, indeed.
Obviously, Kusha still has his completely healthy Landorus here, but how healthy is it really in front of that Icy Wind Flutter Mane?
Yeah, indeed, that's the big question, because that Icy Wind is now not spread amongst 2 Pokemon. It's single target damage, which means that the damage is always higher here. And yeah, Landorus doesn't carry like a Sincere Storm, for example, to get that split damage. But let's see what's going on. We see that, oh, the Landorus dodges that Icy Wind, which is really, really huge for Kusha, because otherwise it could take a lot of damage, and the Sludge Bomb follow-up could be huge. We see that the Sludge Bomb is following up. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but yeah, with that Icy Wind, yeah, that Landorus wouldn't be that healthy anymore.
And here we see the miss. That is the risk of running that slightly inaccurate Icy Wind here. Mark Willander was in that position to pick up the win, but he ends up losing game 1 just barely.
Yeah, it was really cool to see how both players were at one moment Kusha was really in favor of that matchup, and then we see a good pivoting from Marga, but then you see how a small accuracy change of the 95%, how much that can matter here in Pokemon. Because if that had landed, I don't know if it would have gotten a KO on that Landorus, but yeah, still that Landorus is in a dire position then. But not that much health, and then a speed tie could easily swing in the game there. But even with that -1 on Icy Wind, yeah, this was a really turn changer for Kusha.
I do think if that Icy Wind came through, we saw how much it did to Marks.
Yeah.
Considering the similar teams, it did about 60%.
Yeah.
That would have brought, we saw how much damage the Sludge Bomb did, about 60. Yeah. So I do think if that Icy Wind had hit, especially considering that would have guaranteed that next turn there was another hit coming in from one of Mark's Pokemon, I do think that Icy Wind miss was critical in the
I don't want to say anything against that. That was indeed very critical, because I'm also thinking right now that Landorus would have got that -1 speed, which means that Marcus Landorus would have outsped Kusha his Landorus. So yeah, that was like like a really deciding factor there. Those things happen in Pokemon, of course, and that's something we have to play around. But I can understand that Mark is like really upset with that loss because he like both players played really well. But yeah, Mark was really getting that match back into his hands.
And we talked in the start about how it might be a game of inches, you know, who gets that crit, who gets those crucial attacks missing. And here it did end up coming down indeed to the Icy Wind miss. So we do see that if both players have a really good understanding of their team and they face each other, it might just come down to the inches.
Yeah, and we see the game 2 already with Mark now leading his anti-Fluttermane, while Kusha is going for Fluttermane, and I don't see the next Pokemon, but I think it was an Ogerpon, if I'm
It was
correct.
indeed the Ogerpon there. This is actually a complete flip almost. Last game, it was indeed Kusha leading with the Entei. Now he leads the Ogerpon. Whereas Mark, he switched up. He was leading the Landorus last time, and now it's brought the Entei.
Yeah, indeed. And I think I have to apologize for myself for the early ever game 1, because I am now thinking that the Fluttermane of Kusha is indeed like a little bit faster, because as far as we see it in game 1 and now game 2 as well, like the Fluttermane on Kusha's side always got the booster speed first, also landed the hits always first, so I think there's a small difference there in speed. So yeah, that is also like a huge thing that Mark can come take with him in this game too. But yeah, Mark indeed leading completely different than before. And yeah, Kusha just sticking with his guns at the head for a little bit, of course. We see that the Terra is going out for the Ogerpon on Kusha's side. Terra watering, of course, raising its special defense and turning it in a 100% water type, which is of course nice resist for that Entei. But yeah, you need to be careful if Mark has an Ogerpon in his back. Yeah, what is going that he can still Horn Leech you. We see Mark going for protect on his Fluttermane, and an Icy Wind comes out for Kusha.
The Entei is going to be slowed down now. However, the question is, did that Ivy Cudgel go into the Entei slot or did it go into the Fluttermane? The critical hit onto Entei not going to matter that much, as it does not care. And the Ivy Cudgel going into the Entei, however.
Yeah, that's probably like a one-hit KO. The previous time, he needed the crit to get that KO, but now it's just like 100% natural damage from that Ogerpon. Yeah, because it's Ivy Cudgel is boosted due to the terrorization, of course, means that a 100% KO, but like I said before, Ogerpon on Mark's side comes in, which could mean like a free Horn Leech in that slot, of course.
Of course, now there is no longer that resistance. There's also no longer the threat of the Ivy Cudgel being absorbed by the water. So now the damage is guaranteed going to be that, of course, the Ivy Cudgel wouldn't be much, but it's no longer possible for Ogerpon to kind of really face stand the opposing Ogerpon.
Yeah, we see that the Moonblast goes in from Kasani into the Ogerpon. The Fluttermane returns that Moonblast, gets the special attack drop on the Fluttermane. Let's see if that matters throughout the game. We see the Ivy Cudgel going full speed ahead into Fluttermane, got that critical hit and gets that KO against Mark's Fluttermane. That is a huge swing there, because Kusha still has his 4 Pokemon left, while Mark still has 2. We see the response of Ogerpon from Mark's side with an Ivy Cudgel as well, which means the Fluttermane is down. That is a huge turn for Kusha again.
And now we get into a new turn. Both trainers get to bring one more Pokemon to the battlefield. Of course, Mark is down to his last 2 final Pokemon, whereas Kusha, he gets to choose between his fully healthy and new addition to the battlefield, either the Landorus or the Entei. Both Pokemon of course threatening. I like the Entei here because if he doesn't terrestrialize the Ogerpon, you do threaten that fire type damage.
Yeah.
But if it does, then obviously the Horn Leech from Ogerpon becomes all the more threatening into the already chunked water type.
And we see that Mark decided to have that Landorus in his back, which means that the Entei is indeed not the best positioning here, because you have that Earth Power still going in into that slot. With the Water Ogerpon also on Kusha's side, it's not 100% ideal. We see that the Terra goes up probably into that Ogerpon slot. No, he goes for that Landorus. It's maybe like a ballsy move here, because, you know, Terra Steel is weak to fire, of course. So Mark is risking it for the biscuit. So let's see, the Extreme Speed goes into the Ogerpon, does a huge chunk of damage. Here the Horn Leech goes off as well, which means that the Ogerpon is down, and yeah, that is probably game for Mark, unfortunately. We see where that damage from Landorus goes. It goes directly into that anti-slot, going for that KO. But yeah, we have now a Landorus with single targeting moves against an Ogerpon and another Landorus.
And you have to keep in mind the Ogerpon still fully healthy, has a special defense boost, no longer weak to the Sludge Bomb, so it needs to take those Earth powers. It's going to take quite well. And he terrestrialized into its Seal type, which means that the opposing Landorus now has a stab super effective move. The forfeit's coming in, and Kusha is going to take this at 2-0.
Yeah, indeed. That means that Kusha is now 3-0 here. Mark 2-0. Yeah, if we just look at this whole round, of course, we saw that the small details mattered here. And yeah, Kusha's, the luck was a bit on Kusha's side. Doesn't mean that he did a better player. Yeah, but like it's like both players were really good here. They both did their best, but yeah, the luck just swinged into Kusha's favor like a little bit more here, which meant a lot in this round because it was the exact mirror, right? So maybe with like some EVs like a little bit different, the Pokemon are trained a little bit different, but still in the mirror match, every small detail matters, and we could see that perfectly here in this round 3.
I do think that Kusha perhaps having a slightly less offensive or slightly weaker Flutter Mane when it comes to the offensive stats, but a faster Flutter Mane was quite important here because he was always able to get his Icy Winds, that speed control first, which puts him into maybe a more advantageous position than Mark would have liked. So it's kind of interesting to see that difference, even though the exact same Pokemon were present on both sides, that the differences in training do indeed play a role when it comes to the mirror matchup.
Yeah, indeed. Like, Pokemon is all about the Pokemon you want to bring, the Pokemon you like, the Pokemon you think are really fitting your play style. And yeah, those two players pick the exact same one, and even then, like small changes here and there can still make it here. Of course, congrats to Kusha for this amazing win, for this amazing match. I hope Mark isn't too upset about it because I can definitely see that this stings because especially in game 1, that Icy Wind miss was pretty huge. And now also like that crit against Ogerpon, I think, was also like a really big thing here. So I hope Mark really does well in the upcoming round and doesn't let this loss affect him that much because he played a really good team. He played really well, especially game 1 with his comeback there. But yeah, let's see how these players will do in the whole tournament.
I'm quite excited to see, especially for Mark as well. You had a bit of tough luck in this match, but even with that luck, you still brought it back. You made the game close. So that I think that is a sort of confidence boost as well, that look, if the games go as bad as they potentially could for me, I'm still able to position myself, get myself back into positions where I could potentially turn it back around. So perhaps for Mark here, that is a way for you to say, look, I can take this game, I can still make top cut, and I'm going for it.
Yeah, indeed. Like the team that he brought is like, it seems normal on paper, but with the unique Terra options and the unique Flutter Mane, like it can still surprise as many opponents in this MSS here. And yeah, you know, like it's like Pokemon has luck built into it a little bit. So yeah, you can't do anything about it. You can't fully control everything in Pokemon. So indeed, like I hope he does get around this, like that he doesn't let it hang, that he get frustration out, go outside, take a breather, and yeah, go ham in for the next round.
But that will be it for now for us. I do think that we will see a lot more games, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later the next round and see which players will face Stream.
Didn't see you signing me to wait.
we're back for our MSS here in Belgium. My name is Shona. I am joined once again by Nick. We've had some great rounds so far, going into round 4 now. 2 more rounds to go. How are we feeling?
Yeah, it's really good to be here, of course, once again with another casting. Yeah, the previous round was like really wild. We faced like a mirror matchup, and after talking to players, we noticed that Kusha had indeed the faster Pokemon there, but still, like, it was such a big turnaround. Let's see how round 4 will go right now with Simon and Sebastian.
I think this match could be a very interesting one because it is featuring a team that has now gained in popularity a little bit. But speaking of which, looking at Simon's team here, we have the Volcarona, Brillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, Water, Raging Bolt, and Xianpao. And I think Volcarona is also one of those Pokemon that is now picking up in popularity.
Yeah, Volcarona is like always been that sleeper pick, like in regulations. Like people don't really grab to it at first sight, but as part of the format develops, like it still sneaks its way in there once in a while. So yeah, it's really nice to see her. I'm really curious at what it will do. In this matchup, it runs the standard set with like Quiver and Heatwave, but yeah, we see like I think for me at least the first Incineroar on stream.
Yeah, and this one is actually playing the Taunt, which I think is a great thing. You know, the thing with Incineroar is always it has like that, we call like 5 move slot syndrome, or in this case maybe 8 move slot.
Yeah, indeed.
There's so many moves you want to play on this Pokemon, and unfortunately you can only pick 4. And yeah, Taunt definitely one of those moves. In this case, no knockoff or throw chop, which we would usually see. Yeah. And here we go, Sebastian playing Xianpao, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Brillaboom, Incineroar, Landorus Incarnate, and Raging Bolt.
Yeah, the thing that spins out to me first. Well, we did have another team. The real team for Sebastian, sorry for the correction here, is Gouging Fire, Champao, Tinglu, Dozo, Dondozo, of course, Goldango, and Dragonite.
Yeah, and this is one of the teams that has started, for me at least, popping up on Showdown every now and then. And I thought, you know, can't get worse than the Tinglu Komo'o team, which we have seen do so well at so many regionals. Now going into EIC, I think this is the new, like, slow, tanky team that you need to watch out for, where with all these monsters that just don't want to go down.
Indeed, Eric Rios really did a number on the format with his team, because everybody saw that indeed the Eric Rios team that is well known with the Komo'o, it's really well in multiple regionals already. So now people are starting to see, hey, that Tinglu is really handy in this format because it goes really well into a Gouging Fire, into other matchups as well. But I can't finish my thought, but let's start the game already with Sebastian leading is Tinglu Dondozo and Simon going for Raging Bolt Rillaboom.
Yeah, and there is that Tinglu Dondozo combo, which, you know, is a very popular lead when it comes to this team, because of course you have the combination of the Sand Tomb and the Yawn, where of course Sand Tomb prevents your Pokemon from being switched out, and Yawn, you know, will put it to sleep the next turn. And so really not a great combo to be facing here. But, you know, Raging Bolt and Rillaboom, you know, Rillaboom especially is a Pokemon here that can hit both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, indeed. So Sebastian, or let's see who goes for, Sebastian goes directly for that Terra Bug. Probably afraid of indeed that Grassy Glide that could come into his way. But yeah, you still have that Raging Bolt that can lower your speed and be annoying. Well, we see the Pika going in for that Dondozo. Make sure that he doesn't do anything while the Raging Bolt sets up his first Calm Mind of the game, boosting its special attack and special defense, which partially negates what Tinglu is doing, but still, we see the Sand Dune coming in as well, meaning that our Raging Bolt gets some chip damage.
Yeah, I liked that Ryo's trying to set up the Calm Minds here, you know, using that fake out turn where the Dondozo is not going to go for Yawn yet. And then maybe try and deal some damage with that, you know, Dragon Pulse. Because here, you really cannot let this combo stay on the field for too long. Now that the Terra Bug on Dondozo, obviously very nice here to get rid of the weakness for grass and electric moves. But that, again, means that this Tinglu now is susceptible susceptible to a Wood Hammer.
Yeah, indeed. Like the grass moves are now free to go into that slot, of course. And yeah, even with the boosted like Raging Bolt is still an annoyance because you can lower its speed, you can still do a lot of damage with your dragon moves. Even like going for a priority move to chip it already can be annoying. So yeah, at this point it can go either way for both players. But yeah, the Tinglu Dondozo matchup is an annoying one to face. But let's see if Simon can break through this or not.
Yeah, and the Raging Bolt, of course, cannot switch out here, but no switches. Wood Hammer going into that Tinglu, not quite enough to knock it out, but doing so much damage. A Dragon Pulse from this Raging Bolt would be enough to finish it off, and there it is, gonna take out that Tinglu. That is a very important knockout here for Simon. And the Stondozo here is free to go for Yarn, but instead a Wave Crash, actually, into this Rillaboom. Not enough to knock it out, not doing a lot of damage at all. You know, the Stondozo probably, you know, since it has Wave Crash and Heavy Slam, you know, because of that Yawn, it probably wants to be more on the tanking side. But yeah, I think this is a nice position for Simon.
Yeah, indeed, Simon did a really good read there, going fully into the Tinglu, making sure that that part of that annoying lead is gone. And probably Sebastian noticing that and recognizing that and going for an offensive move already to make sure that at least he could do some serious damage while the Gorging Fire goes in, raises its speed with that boosting fire. So that's probably the fastest Pokemon in the field, minus the priority, of course, with Rillaboom. But yeah, Rillaboom probably doesn't want to stay in right now because yeah, Gorging Fire can easily KO it. Even the Dondozo can KO it at this point. But yeah, the Raging Bolt sits there really comfortably.
Yeah, I think although this Raging Bolt, of course, has the potential to easily knock out this Rillaboom, it still has to respect this +1 Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt, especially since the Terra on Sebastian's side is already out on that Dondozo. And even if this Raging or the Guardian Fire goes for a Burning Bulwark, then, you know, the Stone's also, aside from Yawn, it's not knocking anything out this turn.
No, that's true. Indeed, let's see what our players have locked in for this turn to see if indeed the Dragon Ball goes into that Guardian Fire for maybe another KO or a serious amount of damage. We see that the Intimidate rolls over for Sebastian. Doesn't mean much for our Dondozo because he is clear of that. But of course, the Guardian Fire goes for a Howl. Yeah. Practically erasing that intimidate that happened, but the Dozo's now +1. The Dragon Ball goes into the Guardian Fire, and that +1 easily gets the KO there, which means that, yeah, Sebastian is now already on 2 Pokemon, but we have that Dozo, which is, yeah, it still has +1.
Yeah, the Dondozo is at +1, but I think it's amazing, like this Raging Bolt now, or Simon generally just took out 2 very bulky Pokemon usually in that Tingle and that Gouging Fire, like 2 Pokemon that usually can be very difficult to, you know, take care of, that usually stay on the field for a long time, and both of them are gone. With Dragonite coming in here now is another Pokemon that is weak to that Dragon Pulse, and it is an Assault Vest, so, you know, no Protect there.
Yeah.
Now the Raging Bolt, of course, you know, it does have that Yawn on it, so it is going to go to sleep next turn. If it doesn't switch, does it really need to switch here?
I don't think it really needs to switch because, yeah, Simon still hasn't used his Terra. He can easily go in for that Raging Bolt, going for Terra Fairy, and making it immune for any Dragon-type move that Dragonite wants to go against. But even then, like, you have a +1 Thunderclap easily going for the Dragonite, even though the Dragonite doesn't have multi-scale. So yeah, that Thunderclap is still gonna do a lot of damage. See the Dragon Claw going into the Raging Bolt. It survives with the Dragon Pulse being chosen here for the +1, and it almost kills that Dragonite, KOs that Dragonite. Of course, we see the Flare Blitz going into the Dozo, doing also a good chunk of damage. Let's see where that move goes for Dondozo. The Citrus Berry is, of course, activated. Let's get it back to a good amount of health. The Wave Crash comes off, probably targeting that Incineroar slot and getting that KO there.
Even without the +1, probably enough to knock out that Incineroar. We're going to take a little bit of recoil damage here. And yeah, as you just mentioned, this Raging Bolt here now does have the opportunity to go for Thunderclaps to finish that Dragonite. Although, you know, as many Dragonites do, it does also have that extreme speed, so that is something that has to be respected. But of course, because of Beyond, the Raging Bolt is going to go to sleep for now. But still has 2 more Pokemon in the back. Yeah, the Rillaboom is damaged, but, you know, can fake out the Dondozo if it decides to go in. But instead, we are going to see the Choice Star Urshifu come in here for Ryo, which is definitely going to be able to take at least one extreme speed and then fire back.
Yeah, indeed. And maybe even the Dragonite isn't that big of a priority right now. Okay, you have that extreme speed, but indeed, you still have that Terra. So, like, you can just, like, Terra Water to go for easy damage, of course. But I don't know if, like, the Urshifu is, like, the best candidate at that point. But still, like, you know that the Raging Bolt is still sitting there. It's quite like I don't know, it can tank another one. It goes for the extreme speed. It could also mean that the Dondozo is targeting that well. We see the Surgeon Strike going into Dragonite, meaning that that side is already KO'd, meaning Sebastian only has like one Pokemon left, which is the big fish on the field. Let's see where the Dondozo is going for, but I think when he went for the extreme speed, that the Wave Crash probably goes into that Raging Bolt slot, of course.
And it is enough to knock it out there, which means now it is going to be the low HP Rillaboom for Simon in the back, and this Urshifu facing up against the Dondozo. But, you know, the Dondozo, it already has lost half of its HP, and I think in combination with that Rillaboom, you know, you have the Fake Out Pressure again, you have the Urshifu with, of course, the Unseen Fist ability. I think with, like, a few Surging Strikes and the Fake Out, and then afterwards maybe a Grassy Glide, and then another Surging Strike, I'm gonna say it's gonna be enough to take out the
I think
Dondozo.
that Simon indeed has this game because, yeah, as we just saw, that Grassy turn just ended before the Rillaboom was brought back in, so everything is practically refreshed for him, which even the damage that Dondozo does to Urshifu can be easily negated with like the healing aspect of it. The Rillaboom just probably going for a Fake Out. Urshifu doesn't care for Protect because it's Unseen Fist ability. Going for the Surging Strike doesn't do much, but yeah, every damage counts against Dondozo, of course.
Yeah, as we can see, not quite knocking up the Dondozo, but another Surging Strike is definitely going to be enough to do so. Rillaboom actually going for the Wind Hammer instead of the Fake Out, but yeah, it doesn't really matter in this turn. But now, yeah, Simon has this game pretty much locked up. Another Surging Strike is going to do it. Doesn't even need the Rillaboom anymore.
No.
And that means this game one is going to go for Simon as Sebastian locks in the forfeit.
Yeah, indeed, we saw that it was a really good match. We see that Simon like really knew what his opponent was bringing, really know how this opponent's team works. Really focusing on that Ting Lu part. He knew, well, you know what? Okay, the Dondozo is an annoying Pokemon. It's hard to deal with, but still, like choosing all its partners around it made sure that Simon like took this game in game one.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Sebastian's team, you know, I think it is well known for, you know, being so tanky and then really starting to chip away at its opponents with, you know, so much support. Like you have the Sandtomb Yawn combination, obviously, but you also have the Dragonite Shinpa. But yeah, Ryo really just taking out the Tinglu in one turn and then taking out the Gouging Fire the next turn, and then almost one hit KOing the Dragonite as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, even though it is such a tanky team, really Simon almost tearing through that. So
Yeah.
going into game two, what kind of adjustments do you think Sebastian has to make?
Oh, I don't think he can make a lot of adjustment because the team like plays how it's like built. I would say like you're not going to change much strategy. I think maybe like having those two dragon types with you is maybe like something that Sebastian can change out for a Goldango or maybe like a Chien-Pao instead of going for like a Howl in that case. But yeah, I don't know what Sebastian could really like change up, but I would say like switch in one of those dragon type for one of your Chien-Pao or Goldango, see what you would think would fit better here. But yeah, the lead will probably be the same, like Tinglu and Dondozo. And for Simon, yeah, if you saw the previous game, that Calm Mind was actually like the best play and probably the turning point because of that extra damage and extra special defense as well. Yeah, that gave him that extra edge to do that much damage against that Gouging Fire and that Tinglu and that Dragonite.
Yeah, exactly. Really, that Calm Mind, really, you know, showing why this set is so popular right now on the Raging Bolt. And, you know, with the leftovers and the grassy terrain from Rillaboom, you keep that Raging Bolt healthy for a long time as well. But gonna be interesting to see if there are any adjustments on Simon's side. We will see in just a moment. And yeah, of course, Sebastian, of course, could go for that Tinglu Dondozo strategy again, but maybe have a different Pokemon in the back. And it is going to be the Gouging Fire Dragonite. So a double dragon lead here for Sebastian facing off against the Rillaboom and Raging Bolt.
That is indeed a really strangely to see, but Sebastian knows the team is better than us, of course. Let's see what he's going to do with it. But let's say we don't see a lot of three dragons or one time on the field. It's not something that we see a lot of the time in
Where's
VGC.
Fluttermane when you need it?
Yeah, indeed. And funny enough, both teams don't run the Fluttermane to help in this situation. But yeah, Simon just going for the same lead he went in game one, knowing like, hey, what I did was really good. Let's see how it goes. Not, of course, Sebastian with the double dragon on his side can pressure that Raging Bolt into a Terra position already, which was maybe like the thing that was a downfall for Sebastian in game one, that early Terra. But let's see how both players react to each other's leads, of course.
And we are going to see a Terra here. I think it's important to note that this Dragonite here, it does have a Terra Fairy, but no, it's going to be the Gouging Fire going for that Terra Fairy. And Raging Bolt, all of these dragons are playing Terra Fairies, so
Yeah.
they can always themselves immune to any dragon moves. It's going to be a fake out from the Lagoon into the Gouging Fire that just Terra, and then Aerial Ace from this Dragonite doing a good amount of damage to this Grass type. The Dragon Bolt actually going into the Gouging Fire that just went for that Terra. So Sebastian correctly calling which that Raging Bolt would target.
That was indeed a really, really good read from Sebastian's side, going for that early Terra. Thinking like, I know you think you can beat me with your Dragon Pulse. Like, I'm going for that Terra Fairy. I'm going to make sure that your Dragon moves don't do anything against me. So you're gonna be a really difficult position to get me out of here. And then Aerial Ace just going for that, directly in that Rillaboom spot, knowing chipping that all, of doing a huge chunk of damage already. And then now you have that Raging Bolt also like, okay, that Gouging Fire, it's now really difficult to remove from the field because of its Terra Fairy. And we see that Simon doesn't really have anything in the back that can easily like one and KO it like he did before. But still, like, let's see how Simon adapts. Probably maybe going for a Terra as well, or maybe something else.
It is going to be the Incineroar switching in here for Simon. Going to get an Intimidate off on the Scouting Fire, but not on the Dragonite. Thanks to the inner focus, it's definitely going to appreciate that. We are going to see the Raging Bolt Terra into its very typing here for Simon, meaning that it is also going to be immune to any dragon attacks on the field. I think that was the advantage Sebastian had in that first turn, that Simon kind of had to guess. Okay, which of these dragon attacks is going to go for a Terra Fairy? But a Howl from the Gouging Fire now going to boost this Dragonite's attack to this one, and also boosting itself. A low kick into the switch in, that is the Incineroar. Does so much damage. Sebastian calling that correctly again. The Dragon Pulse doing about 60% there to that Dragon. That's good damage, but I think the low kick damage into that switch in Incineroar, was pretty good.
That was indeed like a really good read on Sebastian's side, knowing that probably something was going to switch into that slot and low kick. Probably assuming that Incineroar would go in, because with Gouging Fire on the field and Dragonite, you probably want to go for that half play, because getting your Dragonite +1, it's like really, really huge, and also your Gouging Fire +1. So the Intimidate going in there was a good neutralization of the field, especially on the Gouging Fire side. But if Sebastian correctly predicting that, seeing that the low kick position was there, and doing a huge chunk of damage. Still, that Incineroar took it really well with the +1 Dragonite. But I don't know if now that Dragonite comes into the position that, maybe a Thunderclap can easily KO it. We see the fake out going into Gouging Fire, making neutral. The low kick goes into that Incineroar, KOing it, unfortunately, of course. But that's something that Simon already expected. We don't see, like, if anything, the Dragon Bolt comes out into the Dragonite. So that is definitely a KO at this point. So a huge threat already removed from the field.
Yeah, that is definitely a threat move from the field here on Sebastian's side. But also having that Incin go down just as good for Sebastian as well. The Urshifu is going to come in here now. And I think this is like a situation where it's okay, now that the nodes of Pokémon and setting up Calm Minds becomes a little trickier, because you are expecting that yawn. But I feel like the Gouging Fire here could go for another Howl here for the Stone Bolt maybe, although then again the Terra is out, so the Dondozo will definitely read to electric attacks, and the Gouging Fire probably still going to take a good amount from something like a Surging Strike.
Yeah, there's a bit where reminding we see Sebastian going for that Howl, making sure that Dondozo is that +1, even though that's Oblivious, you still Incineroar's going Surging Strikes going into the Gouging Fire slot. We see that it does some good damage there. Not enough, bringing it up to 50%, of course, which could be enough for maybe a next round. But we see the Calm Mind also going up for Simon there, which means that, yeah, that's what his win con in the previous game. And now let's see what Dondozo does. Probably it's going for that Jan play, because there it is. And then we see that, of course, the Dozo has a protect. So if Simon could make the call, he could think, okay, Dondozo, you yaunt me, you know a Thunderclap can come your way, so you're probably going to protect, and I just gonna go ham on your Gouging Fire. But yeah, your only offensive moves on Simon's side are like, yeah, your Thunderclap and your Dragon Pulse. So yeah, only Thunderclap would go into Gouging Fire, and that is maybe not enough. But maybe together with Urshifu, this is a bit of the small
The
details here.
awkward thing here about these Calm Mind Raging Gold sets is that they usually run Thunderclap, which actually does go through and takes down the Dondozo.
Okay.
So I would have expected this Dondozo to maybe just go for another yawn to the Urshifu slot to, just not be hit by electric attack.
Yeah.
But instead, it just goes down as Gouging Fire goes for another howl. And maybe with the grassy terrain recovery, can still stay on the field here for one more turn. But yeah, the strike brings it down to very, very low HP. And again, just like the Dondozo would have had to respect the Thunderclap, the Scouting Fire also has to respect that exact move. And of course, you can continue going for Howl and non-damaging moves, but at some point you need to get the Pokemon on side down somehow.
Indeed, yeah. I was really expecting to see a protect from the Dodo because the Yawn was already out, and a Thunderclap could come in your way, making sure that the Dodo survive, but Sebastian saw maybe another option there, but we see the Chien-Pao coming in, reaching that Gouging Fire. I think it's now +2, if I'm correct. Together with Chien-Pao, that Gouging Fire is going to do a huge amount of damage. And yeah, your Ridgeable just sleeping. We see that the Sucker Punch goes into that Urshifu. We see the Flare Blitz going out with the +2. Isn't enough
to knock out the Urshifu.
No, and the recoil is going to feint that Gouging Fire as well, meaning that only the Chien-Pao is left on Sebastian's side of the field, while Simon still has this Rillaboom in the back, which means that we see I could return there, but yeah, Surging Strike is going into the Chien-Pao slot. Probably was aimed at the Gouging Fire, but yeah, he is already KO'd. Chien-Pao is getting really, really low, so yeah, I think Simon is going to take this game now.
Yeah, no, what a strong endgame there from Simon, because honestly, I think it was more than fair from Sebastian to expect that a Sucker Punch was a +2 Chien-Pao boosted Flare Blitz would knock out that Urshifu, but no, it survived.
Indeed.
And that's what ended up winning in that endgame here. So this best of 3 is going to go to Simon 2-0. What a match.
Yeah, indeed. It was really cool how to see both players play, because these games could only be won because you make certain reads and certain call-outs to what your opponent is going to do. Because, like I said, I was expecting 100% to protect on Dondozo, and you still went on for that Thunderclap, knowing that if it didn't protect, you can easily KO because you're +1. But then, yeah, Sebastian also expecting, like you said, a +2 Gouging Fire with a Chien-Pao next to it and a Chip Down Urshifu. Yeah, you think, okay, even though the Flare Blitz is resisted, that will probably be enough to KO it. But even then, he survived with not 1 or 2, but still 20 HP. So maybe Simon runs some bulk into that Urshifu, making sure that it can survive certain moves here. And once again, you see, even though Urshifu is a really prominent Pokemon into this metagame, just putting different EVs or training your Pokemon a little bit different here and there can make a difference in any game.
Yeah, definitely. And in this case, it really did make a difference and helped Simon really safely win that end game. And he told me before this match that this is a matchup that he was a little bit scared to face, but that's what makes it great to see that he handled it so well.
Yeah, indeed. Like you said before, you talked to him and he said I'm a bit scared about this matchup because it is an annoying team to face, but him doing so well, making the right calls, making the right reads here, that is what makes, can get you far down in the tournament. And we're already in round 4, which means that Simon is now 3-1 as well. So he has a really clear goal to make it into top cut and maybe even win this whole tournament.
Oh, possibly. That would be exciting to see him play some matches in Top Cut as well. But we are going to take just a very short break and we'll be right back with a winner's interview with Simon.
See you next round.
ist gut rein.
And we are back with our winner from our round 4. I am here with Simon, the 6'3" guy. So, Simon,
Sure. You know what? Sure. I take it.
you were telling me before this match that this is the one matchup you really did not want to face, but I think you handled it pretty well. How did you feel going into that game?
So the thing is, I practiced this matchup before, so I knew exactly what I had to do, but it's still very annoying to play because, like, for example, if the Dondozo protects in game 2, I'm in a really rough spot. Like, I need to hope that my opponent plays very aggressive, and I also need to make very aggressive plays, and so I felt very nervous going into it, but it helped that I knew what I had to do.
Yeah, no, you did go for some aggressive plays. You know, we were mentioning, me and Nick, that, you know, a Tinglu and a Gouging Fire are two Pokemon that, you know, they're pretty tanky. They usually stay on the field for a while, but you took out the Tinglu in one turn, then you took out the Gouging Fire in another turn, and you almost one-shot the Dragonite as well. So yeah, some really aggressive plays that really ended up paying off.
Yeah, it's basically what you have to do, because like the longer you let them stall you, the harder it gets.
Exactly.
And so I just put my bulkiest Pokemon on the field and was like, let's just set up and attack.
And when it also came to the Dondozo, because you know, the Dondozo, although it is weak to electric claps from Raging Ball, you know, you can only really attack it when it also attacks you, and it, you know, it is that Pokemon that just keeps using Yawn. So yeah, were you worried about that?
Yes, I was, especially after the Howling game too. I was like, okay, the Dondozo, if it doesn't Terra, it gets one-shot by Rillaboom, so that's fine, or almost one-shot by Rillaboom, so that's fine. And if it stays on the field like that, I was like, they just howled, so I assume they're going to go for an attack in game 2, right? Because they were playing very aggressive in game 1 as well, and it paid off, because I assume that's why they howled, just attack me afterwards.
Yeah, no, I think you correctly identified turns where you have to go for those aggressive plays, and when you were able to go for like a calm mind setup on the Raging Ball. Yeah, and that was a really, really nice showcase of what you can do as a player. Like, how's the rest of the tournament been going so far?
Round 1, I played a really long and dragging match,
We all saw that, yeah.
like playing for an hour straight against a mirror, so that was really difficult to play, but I learned a lot, so that's nice. The rest was pretty nice matches as well. I had some really strong opponents, but it went well. So far, it's going okay.
It's going great. We have one more round coming up, of course, so you know you have a good chance of making top cut. We'd love to see you on stream then again. But before we head off into a break, do you want to give any shout out to anyone?
Yes, huge shout out to my girlfriend for always like being here when I play VGC. She's always like, I don't know. And huge shout out also to Erotzi and Sela for helping me practice this matchup in particular, and to all the other people I practice with, and all my friends, VGC friends and everything. And shout out to Shmon for organizing and to you for being an amazing caster.
Shout out for Shmon and all the work he's put into making this happen. Thank you, Shmon, for flying me out here to Belgium so I can be a part of this great event. But yeah, we're going to head into a very, very short break, and then...
Sorry, but it really says 6'3" guy.
Yeah.
Have you realized? Sure, you know what? I'll let you do your thing.
Soon be the 6'3" guy. Yeah, but we're going to head up into a short break, and we will be right back for round 5. damage. And the Fluttermane just gonna go for a Moonblast into that switch in, into the Kingambit. No special attack drop, but it is the close combat into that Kingambit switch and just takes it out right away. And now Porygon 2 is open to maybe a Trick Room, maybe even just Terra Blast onto this Urshifu.
It is going to be that Terra Blast straight into, I believe, the Urshifu. That is going to bring it down to its sash with the 4 times effective. Yes, there we go. Urshifu now, this is the first time on stream that we've actually seen this Urshifu being pushed to its sash, so it is there. Now we're going to see what Ducky decides to bring in here, and then we can kind of see what the angle might be. Maybe it still goes to the Trick Room next turn. It's going to be the Landorus though, which doesn't fit with the Trick Room.
Yeah, that Poker Sash on the Urshifu, not an illusion, it is actually there. And yeah, having the Landorus come in here, you know, obviously if the Trick Room did go up, it would mean that this Landorus would be able to outspeed the Fluttermane, but then again, you know, the Urshifu is probably going to outspeed that. So the Landorus is going to go for a Protect here, and so it does not want to take any damage from the Fluttermane, but can still take damage from the Urshifu. A Taunt going into this Porygon 2, so no more Trick Room, no more recover from there. Wicked Blow is going to go through that Protect, do a lot of damage, and you did go for the Trick Room, which is not going to be able to go up.
Okay, so now again we're in the neutral board set. However, the Landorus has just protected. It can't Terra anymore out of that 4 times ice weakness, so the Fluttermane can go for the Icy Wind. And the Urshifu, frankly, should be fine to just pivot out maybe, or go for a Protect itself to try and stall another turn and maybe get some of his value into the future. We're going to have to find out actually how does Ducky pivot, like pilot the situation from here. Moonblast going to come in, however, into the Landorus and pick that up.
Yeah, but the Urshifu is not going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Porygon 2 here. It resists all of its moves, even this Wicked Blow, which always lands a critical hit. Look at that! The Porygon 2 just does not care about that move at all. It's going to go for a Ice Beam into that Urshifu, and at 1 HP, that is definitely enough to knock it out.
That's the first time we've seen that go down today. Now the question is, what does it bring in here? I think the safe option might be the Ogerpon, as it's a lot more versatile, but we could also look to send in the Entei, and we can just lock into whatever we think might help us close out the game. It is going to be that Entei into the Ogerpon. Now obviously there was no longer the Terra option, so there is no longer a way for the Entei. It's guaranteed to outspeed because of the Icy Wind support that Flutter provides. Entei can lock into anything, and Ogerpon can't protect itself anymore.
Yeah, at this point, Ogerpon can take a neutral Sacred Fire or even a Flare Blitz, which, you know, is definitely going to hurt from a two-weight bandit Entei. And as you just mentioned, yeah, it can go for a Spiky Shield, but cannot Terra to protect itself from that move. It's going to be the Icy Wind here into this, only the Porygon 2, since, well, not quite for that Spiky Shield. But yeah, the Porygon 2 still cannot set up Trick Room or go for a Recover. So yeah, Flare Blitz actually also going to the Ogerpon, more than a fair move, even though the Spike Shield did go up, because this Porygon 2 at this point, this Terra Blast, it is a Fairy type, and against this Fire type Entei, how much is it going to do? Yeah.
Not much. Yeah, and now obviously the taunt has fallen off, but obviously Fluttermane can go back into that. I would risk it if I was Ducky, perhaps looking for the Trick Room and seeing if you can go Trick Room and then maybe a double Spiky Shield to try and then underspeed in Trick Room, outspeed the Entei. It's not going to happen. Icy Wind is going to affect the Ogerpon, and I think Entei is about to do some serious damage to this Ogerpon.
I think so too. There is the Flare Blitz going into that Ogerpon, easily enough to knock it out. And yeah, respectful that Mountleys did not go for a taunt there, because of course there was the option that the Ogerpon could have gone for a follow me, which did not happen. But yeah, Porygon 2 planning to go for that Trick Room, finally setting it up. You know, it already did take some speed drops, but it is facing off alone now against these Pokemon from Mountains. And you know, the Fluttermane can always still go for the taunt now, because then, you know, the Porygon 2 cannot recover any more HP with that recover. So yeah, I'm convinced this Porygon 2 is going to be able to take out the rest on its own though.
I think it's going to be hard, with the Entei not really caring at all about the Fairy and Ice-type moves and doing a serious chunk into the Porygon 2 rather. It's going down, but it might just be too little, too late. With the taunt coming in, there's no way for the Porygon to get back up, its HP back up in a way that could survive.
I'm actually very impressed by how well that Porygon 2 took that Flare Blitz, because I wouldn't have been surprised if that just knocked it out. You know, that is still a choice banded Flare Blitz from an Entei. So this Porygon 2 once again proving that, you know, in maybe a little bit of a different situation, it can take that Flare Blitz very, very well. But yeah, at this point, Trick Room is still up, so we are going to see a Parablast finish off this Flutter Mane here. Or not, actually, it's in a full HP, my mistake, so gonna do about half damage. But this Ivy Cudgel here is more than enough to knock out this Porygon 2, meaning that this game 1 is gonna go to Molly's.
Okay, and as we can see, the Maurice, of course, once more getting into an early lead into the set. The Urshifu rather wasn't the main character of the show this game, which is quite interesting. However, the Fluttermane, like earlier today, she's back onto the map and she's here to dominate the opponent.
Yeah, and now adapting into this game too. Once again, this is one of the situations where, yeah, even though the Trick Room did go up, it went up way too late. So maybe Ducky must find a way in game 2 to set it up a little earlier. There is that possible support from the Ogerpon to redirect a taunt from a Fluttermane, you know, so you can safely get that Trick Room up. So maybe that is an adaptation they're gonna make in game 2. As for Malaysia, I think that Fluttermane lead really is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see in game 2 as well, because that it just really forced Ducky to play a certain way in the early game.
I'm curious to see if Duck is perhaps maybe going to look to preserve the King Gambit this round, because I think that's when the game took a huge swing. The King Gambit came in and Maurice obviously not risking going for any kind of wicked blow into that slot, straight up going for the close combat into the Ogerpon. The King Gambit came in 4 times weak, and it really did not like seeing that at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. Didn't really do anything in that round, aside from, you know, maybe let Ducky get a free switch into something else. So Ducky must either preserve that King Gambit and keep it for the late game, not let it go down, or maybe even just bring a different Pokemon.
I'm curious to see if there is a world where it does consider bringing in that Gouging Fire here. I think it has the option to perhaps try to slow down some of the powerhouses with the Breaking Swipe. You can slow down the Entei, the Urshifu, obviously not with the Wicked Blows, but the close combats on Maurice have been a detriment to its opponent every single time. So perhaps if you're Ducky, you want to try and slow that down.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Rillaboom and Gouging Fire lead here for Ducky against the Entei and Fluttermane. I think this is a very scary lead here for the Fluttermane, actually, because, of course, yeah, it can go for a taunt to maybe prevent this Gouging Fire from setting up a howl. But then again, you know, this Heat Crash is definitely going to hurt, and a Wood Hammer is definitely going to hurt, and Rillaboom does have the option to go for a defensive Terra against Entei.
And also this, we don't know exactly what the speed interaction might be. If this Fluttermane isn't fully invested into its speed, yes, it can have that speed boost, but it might still be slower than the Gouging Fire. However, we see Maurice quite confidently locking his moves, so we're going to find out soon whether or not those were actually the correct decisions that he made.
We are going to see a Terra here on Mountain's side of the field. So turn 1 Terra on the Rillaboom, or that might have actually been Ducky's side. It's going to tear into that Fire type, because it does not want to take any Fire moves from this Entei from Maurice, so that is a very, very good choice there. Fluttermane is going to go for that Protect. It's not going to take a Heat Crash, but I would be surprised to maybe even to see a Howl here. No, it is going to be the Breaking Swipe. Also a very fair play here to lower the attack on that Entei, which, you know, the Choice Band is still going to do a scary amount of damage, and the Big Fire does go out here, but actually that Terra, that Rillaboom takes that so well, and the Wood Hammer is going to go into that protecting Fluttermane, but that is, in my opinion, a pretty solid turn 1 for Ducky.
And now I think Maurice is in a really difficult position here. The Entei locked into Sacred Fire. It's not going to achieve much into the Fire Dragon type and the Fire types on the field, whereas the Fluttermane has no way to protect itself from maybe potentially getting hit by this Gouging Fire. It might have to switch into the Ogerpon, but obviously as Ducky, you're aware of that. What is the answer going to be? Entei is going to switch out into the Ogerpon, however.
Yeah, the Ogerpon, the Entei had not in a great position to do any damage, so yeah, nice switch there. The Gardevoir are going to go for a Burning Bulwark for no damage. It's not going to take a speed drop from the Side Swim. Rillaboom is, but Rillaboom doesn't really care about that. It has that priority Grassy Glide, and it can still hit both of these Pokemon with Wood Hammers. It's going to go into the Flutter Mane this time. It's going to be a clean knockout here. And really both of these Pokemon in that position, both the Flutter Mane and the Entei, were not doing much. So he kind of realized that, okay, I have to switch out the Entei here to get that attack drop back. And I have to kind of let my Flutter Mane go down here and maybe get a switch into a little bit better position.
I do like the protect of the Burning Bulwark rather there from the Gouging Fire. It doesn't care about the damage necessarily, but he just wanted to make sure it doesn't take that speed drop so it can stay on the field and support its teammates. It's in front of this Entei now. We already know what this Entei runs. It might lock into the Stomping Tantrum, which looks like it's the smartest idea here. But is it able to pick up those one-hit KOs? Because it's not going to be the boosted version of it. It's going to be the 75 base power version. And maybe, just maybe, these Pokemon might be too bulky to be taken down.
Yeah, especially with the Gouging Fire still outspeeding now. And right now it's looking like a great situation where you just spam some Breaking Swipes, lower the attack from both the Entei and the Ogerpon, and just really not letting Maurice do much. But of course, we still have the Water-type Ogerpon with the Water-type Ivy Cudgel, which can always land critical hits. But instead, Lucky switching out into their signature Pokemon, Porygon 2, gonna get a boost there as we are gonna see the Terra here on this side. It's gonna be that Entei into the normal type.
Okay, and the Entei going into that normal type, it does beg the question, was it potentially trying to avoid some damage here? I don't think there was much threat. Obviously, it's going for the extreme speed into the Porygon 2, but that's going to take that rather well. It really doesn't care. The Breaking Swipe is going to come in, obviously lowering Entei and Ogerpon's attack. It might go for the Ivy Cudgel here, but that's going to be neutral into the Gouging Fire. It's going into the Porygon 2 and not do anything at all.
No crit, and even with the crit, I think that Porygon 2 probably would have stayed on the field anyway. Porygon 2 just really refusing to go down. Of course, it did take, half HP, which means that right now it could go down to another combo of those moves, but the Scouting Fire can go for another Breaking Swipe, and if the Ivy Cudgel doesn't crit, that could let the Porygon stay on the field and then recover its HP right back up.
Yeah, I think we're in an interesting situation. Last game, the Porygon 2, yes, it was hard to remove, but it got kind of shut down by the taunt. Obviously, that's not available here anymore. There are ways to circumvent those attack drops. You could go for the Ivy Cudgel, but that has to crit. It's a 1 in 8 chance, but it's not guaranteed. Instead, we're going to see the Entei come out, which is going to, in my opinion, spell disaster, because it might mean this Porygon 2 is guaranteed to get off what he wants.
And Breaking Swipe coming out here, going to drop the attack from the Urshifu and the Ogerpon even more, and also breaking the Focus Sash on this Urshifu as an Ivy Cudgel going through the Gouging Fire, but that also doesn't do much. Really, lowering the physical attack of all this Pokemon on the opposite side of the field is really not letting him do any damage at all. And there's nothing really. I guess the most powerful thing Maurice can do here right now is just to go for those Wicked Blows into that Gouging Fire. But, can you get rid of it before, it has done too much damage to your team to the point where, you're not going to have enough firepower to finish off the rest of Ducky's team?
It does seem, though, that Maurice has brought in the Urshifu here because he's had enough of the Gouging Fire. He wants it to be gone. Let's see if the Urshifu is going to be able to pick up that KO in combination with, and there's a Gouging Fire to pick up the Ogerpon. Will the Wicked Blow, however, be enough? Remember, its Focus Sash is destroyed. The Porygon doesn't have access to the Terra Blast, however. But
yeah, but it's a good amount of damage, and the Terra Blast from the Porygon is probably not. It's gonna bring the to below half HP. And now the question is, first of all, can a Heat Crash KO the Urshifu? Or do you, Mr. Ducky, just continue to go for Breaking Swipes to lower the attack once again from this incoming Entei? Because another Wicked Blow is going to be able to knock out the Gouging Fire. So yeah, if this is Scouting Fire's last turn here, and I'm guessing that is probably not going to touch it, so they really have to decide now, do I want to go for a breaking swipe and lower the attack of the NK, and also, you know, on the Urshifu so that its sucker punches in close combats do less, or do I try to go for maybe a KO on the Urshifu? And the Porygon at this point, you know, it's also at risk from being hit from a close combat. Granted, it is weakened through the attack drop.
We saw a lot of hesitation from Maurice there because it's quite a hard turn to call. Obviously, the gouging fire is an issue. It's consistently dropping the offensive stats from his team. But if it doesn't stay in, then the sucker punch would have done nothing. It is going to stay in, however, and I think we saw the heat crash going towards speed Urshifu, and it does pick up the KO there. Now the extreme speed from Entei, is it going to be able to clutch the game? I'm afraid it might not be enough.
Yeah, Terrablast here doing a decent amount of damage to Entei, and Maurice deciding that, yeah, there's no way he's coming back from this game to that our second game is going to go to Ducky, which means in this final sixth round, we are at 1 score currently, and this third game is going to decide who will definitely be moving on into top cuts.
I think it could not be better than this, right? Watching two players that are really good at the game, making it so far into the tournament, with a winning record, going the distance, really challenging one another. First game we saw Maurice coming out really strong, showcasing his dominance over the field really with the Fluttermane. However, this time around, Ducky really found a solution, removing Fluttermane early, and the gouging fire, it was there, it was dominating, it took over the game.
We were talking in an earlier game when Simon was playing how easily he took out that gouging fire, and this is really a showcase to what gouging fire can do. Like when it just starts going for those breaking swipes, and most of your team is physical, like you know, in this case the Entei, the Urshifu, the Ogerpon. Then at some point they're just gonna stop doing damage, and yeah, we like to say, oh, you know, the Urshifu, it crits anyway all the time. Yeah, that's true when it comes to the Wicked Blow, but you know, we don't only play Urshifu for that Wicked Blow. You know, we do like having that close combat to target things like the normal type Porygon 2, to, you know, go for those sucker punches, and you know, getting an attack drop for those moves is still just as valuable. And also with the Overpoint, yeah, it has a higher chance to land a critical hit, but you know, it's still just a 12.5% chance. So yeah, a really valuable move there. Heading to this game 3, we are once again going to see the Gouging Fire available facing up against the Urshifu Fluttermane here.
I do like this lead a lot from Ducky's side. I think it gives you a lot of options. Obviously, there's a fake out potential into the Urshifu, but you could also look to call that, maybe pivot out the Rillaboom, save that fake out for later, preserve it. The Gouging Fire, I think, is also in a prime position here to just start slamming those breaking swipes across the field. Obviously, Fluttermane immune to that, but again, lowering Urshifu's attack, making sure that it can't do anything besides click that Wicked Blow. We're going to see here.
I think the Rillaboom here once again is threatening that Fluttermane, you know, to just KO it with a Wood Hammer, and I'm not sure if like a Wicked Blow and Moonblast double up is gonna take out that Rillaboom. I would have to say no, especially since Fluttermane seems to be more of a supportive, you know, key kind. And this Scouting Fire, as we just mentioned, yeah. It can go for a very powerful Heat Crash into this Fluttermane, but you know, doubling up that Fluttermane with like Grassy Bite, Heat Crash, very risky as it can protect. So yeah, we are going to see Fake Out into the Urshifu as an Ice Wind out here on that Gouging Fire and Rillaboom, and I think that speed drop on the Gouging Fire is definitely an important one for Moses.
It's going for the Howl, however, raising its attack stat, putting a lot more pressure onto the match. If it wasn't going to be able to take that KO, it's definitely going to be able to threaten the KO onto the Fluttermane now. The issue here is where does, obviously you took that speed drop, so now Urshifu is guaranteed to outspeed the Rillaboom. It might not outspeed, however, the Gouging Fire, because it is that supportive Pokemon with the speed booster. The question is, where do you go from here as Maurice? You kind of took a really bad turn here, letting the Howl go through, and your focus sash got broken.
You have to speed drop from the Icy Wind, and it is actually going to miss the Gouging Fire. But yeah, this Fluttermane and this Urshifu, they're not going to be able to take out the Scouting Fire and Rillaboom, and they're both at +1 now, so this Heat Pressure from the Fluttermane is definitely going to be enough to one-shot it. And now, the sack from the Fake Out is also broken, so the Rillaboom could went for a Wood Hammer here, this Wicked Ball, not going to be enough to do, or not going to be enough to do Scouting Fire, and this Wood Hammer is just going to take out that Urshifu as well, so that is a very, very strong turn 1 and 2 from Ducky.
Now we're going to find out what Maurice has in the back. I believe it might again be the Entei and Ogerpon, and oh, it's the Landorus here, so he's decided that Ogerpon is not the solution for this game. That's rather going to bring the Landorus. However, as the Landorus, how will you approach this? Because obviously you're under threat from the Rillaboom. The Terra option is still there, however, you can Terra into, I believe it's the poison type in this Landorus, but then you leave yourself more vulnerable to perhaps some of the Pokemon in the back, maybe its own Landorus from Ducky.
I wonder how important in this situation the Icy Wind miss was in that last turn. Does this mean that the Gash Fire, who, did have the speed boost at the beginning, is it still going to be able to outspeed both of them now and, maybe go for a breaking swipe onto this Entei before it moves down to something like Earth Power? At that point, I think Gouting Fire did all it needed to do. There's going to be a Terra on this Entei, and the Terra can be normal type, so maybe Maurice can try to finish off the Scouting Fire before it can do exactly that. I'm going to see Burning Boulevard. No protects here from the Scouting Fire. I think it's going to be enough. It's not enough to get the KO. Scouting Fire, the grassy. Doing so much damage with the break. I'm just going to finish off this Landorus before it can do anything. And this Entei having its attack drop, meaning that this -1 Entei now up against both the Pokemon that Ducky was leading with. They still have 2 more Pokemon in the back.
And we don't even know what they are. It might be the King Gambit, it might be anything. We're going to see Maurice lock in the forfeit there. I think that Ducky played it so amazingly well. Game 1 was rough, but the absolute dominance, Game 2 and Game 3 coming out from Degouging Fire, taking over. Congratulations to Ducky.
Yeah, big congratulations to Ducky. Yeah, we'll never know, or I guess we can ask later how much that Icy Wind miss possibly mattered. Because, if the Gouting Fire had gotten another speed drop, then, the Landers could have easily just finished it off. But because it missed, I think Maurice had to go for that Terra Normal Extreme Speed and hope that it does enough damage to knock out the Gouting Fire. But that is, as we can see, there's a reason why this Pokemon is such a popular support. It's just takes hits from choice banded Pokemon so nicely. That was Terra boosted even, so that was nuts. And clean 4-0 sweep in that third game from Ducky's side.
Yeah, it was a really quick sweep. The game, however, the Gouging Fire, however, really stamped its mark on its set. I'm kind of interested to see the trading. Was it more on the bulkier side? Because it was taking those wicked blows like it was nothing. Even though they went straight through the attack drop because of the crit, it just didn't care. So I'm really curious what the trading might be like behind the Pokemon and why he perhaps chose to bring it today to these games.
Yeah, well, Gouting Fire is a Pokemon that Ducky, I know for a fact that they've been playing it since day 1 of Regulation F. It was actually something that we built on together. So it's a Pokemon that they are very familiar with, and I think after so long, and especially after, their great performance at the Olympics regionals, they just know that Pokemon so well that they really know, okay, how much defense can I invest into it? How much do I need and how much can I invest into speed and into attack? And yeah, I think they've really found a nice balance when it comes to that Pokemon in specifically.
Yeah, as you said, it's clear that he's played it for so long now. It's clear that he has quite mastered the Pokemon and in how to position it and really get that maximum benefit out of it, because it really led him to the victory.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to take a very short break, and then we will be heading into an interview with our winner, Ducky, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Mechelen mid-season showdown here. I'm here with Ducky, who just came off a very dominant win in round number 5 against Maurice. What did you think of the set going into it?
So I've played this matchup specifically the round before, so I already had like the idea how to play it. However, my previous opponent did it differently. So Maurice going with a more balanced style and like reaction-based gameplay caught me off guard in the game 1, and I think I adapted pretty well in game 2. And then for game 3, the Ice Wind miss just kind of put the nail in the coffin. But otherwise, it was pretty great set. I enjoyed it a lot.
That Icy Wind particularly, because I remember Shona talking about it. Do you really think, how much of an impact do you really think that had on the match? The speed, avoiding the speed drop for the second time. Do you think that was what allowed you to really nail that game into the coffin, or were there other factors going into that?
I do think that the Icy Wind miss was crucial. The end game would have been a bit more complicated because I had Ogre Pond Water and P2 in the end game. So I would get like either Entei or Landorus and then a P2 in the 1v1. However, the Icy Wind miss on the Gouging Fire therefore allowed me to outspeed Adamant Entei's, which I could judge by the damage that, yeah, I would outspeed that. And this alone let me go, okay, this is just my safe play, and they're kind of forced to do this one play, and from there I should just win.
So, what are your thoughts on, for example, the Porygon? Because I've heard some tales about the Porygon, in particularly this tournament, that it's been quite the winner for you. So, give us some thoughts on the Porygon. What has it really been doing for you?
So Porygon in itself is just a really, really bulky trigger setter. So if not P2 itself, it sets up the trigger for the Rillaboom or the King Gambit, and they do work. However, P2 just with Ice Beam, a Terra Blast, and without the Terra, and the Terra Blast with the Fairy Terra, all just do really decent damage. And I can sometimes even decide, do I go with the physical Fairy move because of the Howl combination or the download, or do I go with the special Terra Blast because I got the special the download. And yeah, P2 just bulky, it always does damage, it's always worth it.
Okay, yeah. And furthermore, the Gouging Fire, I have to ask, tell me about that Pokemon, because I've watched the games and it just completely took over game 2 and game 3. So please tell me, what has it really been doing for you? How do you feel about this Pokemon?
Yeah, so Gouging Fire is really, really good at just either denying damage for Breaking Swipe. You just go Breaking Swipe, Breaking Swipe. Your physical Pokemon can't really do damage, but it can also just like do damage itself. Heat Crash is really underrated sometimes, especially in Flutter. It's a consistent 120 base power move. You have the Howl to set up your partner or yourself, and the Burning Bulwark also gives you value, even if it's just on the team sheet. I didn't really click it, but I could, for example, burn the Terra Normal Entei if I called it right. And I think those kind of concept, included with the fact that Gouging Fire is just so tanky. We saw that with the Extreme Speed Terra Normal. Yeah, Gouging Fire is great.
So would you say Gouging Fire has been the MVP of today's one, or do you still think that it has to go to Porygon?
I think they share. I think they're both on the top one podium because one can't really work without the other. And I think the Gouging Fire team, as like Gouging Fire was the backbone, but P2 added another kind of support that was really needed for the team. So they share the MVP slot for me.
Okay. Do you have any final words that you would like to say to the people watching in the chat, or perhaps any people you want to thank going into this tournament?
Well, I've already been on stream before, but it's the same people, all of my friends who supported me. Shona, who's here, Shmon, who's hosting this whole tournament. You all for doing great work in this tournament. I'm enjoying it a lot. And yeah, I'm happy with this tournament, and I'm excited to go to Top Cut maybe.
All right, I'm excited to watch you going into Top Cut, and I can't wait to see more. But for more of that Top Cut action, we'll see you back after the break in a little bit, really.
try your best, but you just can't fight it. When I want more, 'cause you're the song and the storm is coming.
The well machine. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are now going to start our top 8 of this double MSS Saturday. We have different matchups already. Sebastian Liu is playing against Elias, Nick Schrodt against Kay, Simon Bernard against Justin de Bakker, Maurice Jutek against Kusha Kanani. So on stream we now have Simon Bernard versus Justin. Is a Belgian player, Justin, and we already see and Simon, who was already on stream. We have Simon Bernard with Volcarona, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu Water, Raging Bolt, and Champao.
And on the other side, we have Justin. Justin just bringing his team again that he brought to day 2 of the Utrecht special event. So it's quite interesting to look at this. We have the Ogerpon Wellspring, Annihilate, Cresselia, Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, and the first of Cylinder Blood Moon we see on stream today.
Indeed. Like, even though I think first Annihilate, we see
I
on
think so
stream.
as well.
So yeah, it's a really unique team that Justin is bringing. But he had some really great success. Annihilate was one of his favorite Pokemon currently. So when he saw the opportunity to use it again, like he immediately built a team around it. We saw that Simon already won on stream with his team against his team, and yeah, Justin now the first time he's getting on stream with his, like I said, really unique team we have here.
And on the other side, obviously, I think both teams actually are quite original. We have some really cool adaptations here. We have the safety goggles on Incineroar, not caring as much about that citrus berry, which is obviously sometimes very common. Here we have the safety goggles to help out in the Amoonguss matchup. On the other end, we also have the other Incineroar also using an item that we don't always see. It's actually the Assault Vest to make sure that on the special side, it is a lot more bulky, able to take those Moon Blasts, for example, from a choice specs, Terra Fairy, Fluttermane, that much better.
Yeah, but even then, like Justin, it's like even unique combinations, because normally a Bloodmoon or Saluna is commonly run against like a Farigiraf. Because like it can block the priority that the Ursaluna doesn't like. But now we see it with the Cresselia, still a really bulky, a really good trick room setter as well. And that's paired with like a Grimmsnarl, another Pokemon that you don't see that often. Like yeah, all those elements make a unique team for Justin, and let's see how. I'm curious how Simon will handle that uniqueness.
It doesn't surprise me for a Belgian player to play Cresselia, because we had a lot of Cresselia players throughout the season.
That's correct.
In our local scene, so it's interesting to see that Cresselia is once again perhaps the trick room option of choice among our community. And I'm curious to see how it's going to interact with Simon's team, whether it's able to perhaps do what it needs to set up its trick room in order to help it get past the Volcarona or the Urshifu Rapid Strike, because there's a lot of setup options as well on both sides in this matchup.
Yeah, indeed. Like Simon's team can be like really more offensive, like with Squiver Dance being set up, Skull Mine being set up. But then on the other hand, you have like just inside who rather plays like on the bulky side, setting up his screens, but also like you want to take as much hit as possible because you have that Annihilate, because the Rage Fist just gets more powerful the more damage that Annihilate takes. So yeah, that can be like really devastating for any team. So really curious how this will turn out.
Also, because of the Assault Vest actually on the Incineroar, it does not have that parting shot, so it can't really deal with Pokemon as much as the Volcarona, for example. It can't deal with the Volcarona and the Raging Bolt as much as Justin perhaps would have liked it to be able to do in this set.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's like a really interesting point you mentioned there. Yeah, because the Assault Vest, you can't run on that taunt or like parting shot. But that we see on Simon's team. But yeah, with the Assault Vest, you get that extra survivability, which fits perfectly in Justin's team. And we are going to start the game already to see what both opponents will bring. Good luck to vote, because the winner of this all just managed to go to top 4.
And we're going to see Justin lead off with the Grimmsnarl and the Ogerpon Wellspring, whereas Simon Bernard leads with the Rillaboom and the Volcarona.
Yeah, indeed. Like Volcarona is like you want to have that quiver dance pretty much set up already because yeah, then you can do the most amount of damage. But yeah, even then with Ogre and Grimmsnarl, yeah, also like a really good lead because you can redirect all the attacks your opponent wants to throw at you with that Grimmsnarl, while the Grimmsnarl sets up screen. I mean, but yeah, you still need to be careful with that fake out pressure that Rillaboom brings.
I also think this is quite an interesting turn because there's a lot of options. You can fake out the Ogerpon, but then you guarantee that, for example, the screens come online, which then halves your damage output. On the other end, it's quite simple for Simon to get the Quiver Dance, and we're going to see Incineroar come in, perhaps giving that fake out pressure towards Justin on the next turn. But I do think that gives him that leads him into quite a slow board state in front of Volcarona, which might be scary.
Yeah, we see also that Justin is going for that terrestrialization of Ghost type, meaning that fake out, if it would go, that's not one to anything. We see the fake out getting protected for that Ogerpon going into the Incineroar slot. The fake out comes out from the Grimmsnarl on that, and it gets the Flame Body burn, which means that the attack will be half right now. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for Justin's side. Luckily for him, that it's more like a set of more supporting set, but still, you don't like to see that burn on the Grimmsnarl.
And now we get into an interesting position because obviously Incineroar, being immune to that Flame Body, is free to go for another fake out into the Volcarona, perhaps allowing the Grimmsnarl to then parting shot out and create a better board state that will allow him to have more pressure onto the Volcarona. We're going to see whether or not that is something that he's going to be looking for. There's also the option perhaps for him to play it more aggressive, get that U-turn into, because as long as his Volcarona doesn't Terra, it might not take that U-turn as much as it would like. There's also the chance for the knockoff, which would then also kind of disrupt the longevity that Volcarona might have with the course of the game.
Yeah, indeed, just has like a lot of options to go for. And even like with Volcarona on the field, like it's hard to... Like, you still have like the screen that could be set up and a bulky Incineroar, but we see that the Rillaboom is switching out for another Incineroar, evening the playing field by putting on an extra Intimidate on Justin Incineroar, excuse me. We see the Protect coming out for Volcarona, so if Justin went for that fake out, yeah, it wouldn't do much, as we see right now. But let's see what the Grimmsnarl is going for. Is he going for a Spirit Break, or is he just going to put out screens? As we see right now, the screens are up, which means that special defense are buffed for his whole team for a couple of turns. So yeah, that's a good defense against that Volcarona, I would say.
And we're going into turn 3 rather, and there is still not a single Quiver Dance set up onto this Volcarona, meaning it's off to quite a slow start. Usually you want to start setting the Quiver Dances up as early as you can so they can start taking over the game. However, here he wasn't able to do so yet. He should be able to do now because the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl should not have that much threat onto it. The question is it going to be on time? Because the light screen is already there, and it takes a special attack drop.
Yeah, indeed. We see that the Grimmsnarl is going for the parting shot, getting that prankster boosted parting shot, lowering the special attack already to -1. So even if Simon would quiver that, it will just come back to neutral. We see that Annihilate comes in to replace it. Another Ghost type. There we see the Volcarona going for a Quiver Dance, raising its special attack back to neutral now, and special dance defense is +1, and speed is also raised. And then the parting shot goes.
And as well, the Rillaboom does not have that either, so there's no way for him to remove the items from this Annihilate, which means they can set up that much easier.
We just saw a really interesting play from Justin because he wasn't sure what the Volcarona would go for. He U-turned into his Annihilate, already bringing that Rage Fist already to a +1 boost already, so that Annihilate is already at a really good advantage at this point in time, because if you U-turn into your own slot, you can still switch out. But yeah, for Pokemons like an Annihilate who wants to take a hit to get that extra boost, yeah, that's like really handy at this point.
We're kind of moving into a more aggressive board state here with the Urshifu coming in here. This means that there's a lot more offensive threats here. I'm kind of interested to see how he's going to deal with this Annihilate. Is the Annihilate going to Terra? It does have that Fairy Terra, which means that it might take the Terra Fairy Terra Blast, which is an option coming from the Volcarona. That much better. But really, Urshifu into Annihilate does not seem like a dream matchup when all you're doing is just feeding it its stacks that much quicker.
Indeed. We see that the Ogre Pawn on Justin's side is switching out back again for the Grimmsnarl, which is already terrestrialized. So now we see the Terra going off on Simon's side as well. Being that the Volcarona goes for that Terra Fairy, probably indeed, like you said, Terra Blast could go into that Annihilate. But yeah, even then, like your neutral, your neutral special attack at this moment in time, and you get to go to screens. But Simon already knew that he's going for that Surging Strike into the Annihilate, chipping it away bit by bit. But if that Annihilate now survives, even with that Citra Bear popped off, like we have to see how much damage that the move Simon choose is going to do. If it doesn't KO, that's going to be a huge threat. We see that the Quiver Dance goes off because he really wants to make sure that he can go through those screens. But yeah, that means that an Annihilate can go for any attack right now. He goes for the bulk up, so I think Simon escapes a little bit here because yeah, if that was a Raging Fist, that would do a lot of damage.
It is interesting now because now Grimmsnarl coming back in does give that fake out pressure. So Annihilate is now in a position where it is potentially able to make use of that bulk up that it just gotten. You might have to wonder though, maybe either player playing a bit greedy here, going for that extra setup option when there's really not much progress to be made. The only real damage that we've seen is the proccing of the berry from Annihilate and the passive burn damage onto the Grimmsnarl, but besides that, we haven't seen much progress being made in this game so far.
Yeah, it is of course top 8, like you want to go as far to the tournament as you want, so when you lose this game, you're out for the tournament. And yeah, that can cost you some CP, like we said, like Roll in the beginning of this whole stream, like effects are scarce, but we see that the Grimmsnarl is going for that fake out into that Volcarona, which means that yeah, he can do anything with the Surging Strike, goes back into that Annihilate, but that Annihilate can easily take it. Thank you very much, I like that damage, because if I just clicked Rage Fist, yeah, something is going down right now. See that the Rage Fist is coming out. Let's see on which slot it goes. It goes right into the Urshifu, getting a one-hit KO, of course, because yeah, that Rage Fist is already put up into this maximum. So as far as Justin goes, like Justin is a little bit in a more favorable position at this point in time.
He does take that first KO, that first big KO that we've been looking for. However, this Annihilate on the special side, it doesn't take hits that well. Yes, it got that bulk up, but that's only in the physical side. However, now with the potential of the Volcarona, it's at +2. It's got 2 Quiver Dances off. It might be able to just take out. It's going to outspeed for sure. Maybe the Terra Blast is then able to take the Annihilate out before that it's actually able to achieve much. And then perhaps we could say that maybe Justin's advantage isn't as big as he would like it to be.
Yeah, indeed, it's really coming down to the wire. Every turn is going to matter for both players, what they are going to pick, what moves are going to log in. But just remember that the Volcarona is still at +1 special attack because of that parting shot earlier on. So yeah, and the screens are also still up right here, so we have to see what is going on. But also you have that priority parting shot on Justin's side, going maybe into that Volcarona, lowering its special attack back to a neutral state. So yeah, there's a lot of options that Justin can do, but indeed, as you said, on the special side, that Annihilate doesn't do much. So we have to see what it goes for. It goes for a protect right now, just making, because that Urshifu is gone, you have safe shot there, going for the parting shot against the Volcarona, lowering its special attack again, so that Quiver Dance is a bit annihilated, no pun intended. But let's see where that attack of that Rillaboom is going into, because if it shows the Annihilate, yeah, it won't do much. But yeah, even then with an Incineroar now on the field, even that Wood Hammer is not doing that much damage, especially with a -1 attack stat.
I think that the Incineroar coming in is really important here because it gives the fake out potential into the Volcarona next turn, which will then allow Annihilate to perhaps get a Drain Punch into the Rillaboom for free so that it's able to perhaps recover some of its HP and be in a better position. The Volcarona being back to neutral would then mean that there's not much threat because, again, Volcarona, when it has no Quiver Dance stacks up, it's not that threatening.
No, that's true, because it really needs those Quiver Dance special attack rates, especially, to be more effective. And now you're also in an interesting position in what you want to fake out, because you can fake out that Rillaboom, of course, to make sure that your Annihilate doesn't take that much of a hit. But yeah, then you also have Volcarona on the side because you want to get rid of that as soon as possible. So it's really interesting to see where it will go, of course. But yeah, even now that Annihilate its survivability with the +1 is like really huge at this moment. But let's see where it goes. Or we see the Fake Out going into the Volcarona, making sure that Volcarona doesn't do much. The Wood Hammer goes off probably into that war. It still survive that +1 from bulk up really matters right now. We see the Drain Punch going off, still doing a huge amount of damage. And that, yeah, like I said, that Annihilate just stays on the field pretty safely.
And now the question is, where does Simon go from here? He has no stacks, he's lost his Urshifu, and yes, sure, Rillaboom with a Wood Hammer, it can do that damage, but into Justin C, where there's a lot of parting shots, a lot of Intimidates going around, I think it's quite hard for these physical attackers to get really in that damage that they really want to get in, whereas the Volcarona obviously immune to that Intimidate. Yes, she suffered some of the parting shots, which she's been having, which she's suffered from plenty this game. However, she kind of needs to be what leads Simon in here, and I think that it's very hard at this point because what stops a potential Rage Fist from just coming out into the Volcarona here and picking up that KO?
Yeah, and even we know that Simon has the Incineroar still in the back. You can't easily switch that out because yeah, then the Defiant ability from Annihilate will go off, raising his attack once more, and then yeah, you don't really want that. Annihilate is using Protect, make sure that he's still be on the field. We see a Heat Wave coming up, but nothing will be done against that Annihilate. And even against that Incineroar, it wouldn't do much because at least it's a Fire type, and secondly, it's a Assault Vest, and then the Wood Hammer goes into that Annihilate slot as well. And now it gives just some free recovery while the U-turn comes off. Justin is really pivoting in and out really well into in this game.
It does look like Justin is just dancing around his opponent, get into such a good position. I believe the Grimstar is going to come in here once more, being able to then fake out Volcarona once again, leading into another Drain Punch to help recover that HP even more. And then perhaps we're just going to end up seeing Justin keep on cycling those fake out options back in and forth, so that in between every Protect turn, he's able to just fake out Drain Punch, Protect, and then do it over and over and over again until he's confident enough in this Annihilate to be healthy enough again to really drag him to the finish line.
Yeah, you can. I even want to say that Justin's team, it feels a bit like how Eric Rios plays his team, because you have like that one Pokemon that you want to set up, and all the Pokemons around it are just like building, like, are just annoyances to help that one Pokemon be the threat that it's supposed to be. We see that the Ogerpon is coming in, which means even then you don't have the fake out pressure, but still, like, follow me here could also be really huge, because you know, like, you have like your screens up, you can easily take a hit or a hit or two, because the Volcarona can't use Terra Blast, or like doesn't want to click Terra Blast because you have that follow me option there. But yeah, Heat Wave isn't going to do enough. So yeah, Justin like really putting in the right Pokemon into the right place, switching out when it needs to get the KOs on Simon's side. Now Simon is also like trying to find that way in to get those KOs, but yeah, it's really difficult at this point around. I think if the Grimmsnarl would be KO'd, like, that would open a way, but yeah, we have to see what goes on now.
Annihilate is going to sacrifice his bulk up power and so go back out. Indeed, we do see the Grimmsnarl come back in, which will then offer another fake out onto the next turn. Perhaps he's looking here to look for some huge damage. Wood Hammer going into Volcarona, going to pick that up. And now there's like kind of no offensive pieces. This Rillaboom has taken 2 Intimidates already. It's going to take a third eventually. And Incineroar itself, does that really have enough damage to take out an Annihilate when it's able to Drain Punch before it gets there?
Yeah, and even then, like, Justin played like really well, like going for the kill on Volcarona, making sure that indeed Simon's last offensive piece is out, but then also like predicting that the Rillaboom on Simon's side went for that Wood Hammer, so now Justin just gets a free switch into his Annihilate again, and then yeah, readying it up for like getting a free attack boost from that Incineroar. So even you lose the bulk up there, like you get a 3+2 attack right there, right then and there. So yeah, I think the Annihilate is really happy to be here.
I think Annihilate is in a prime position to now really take over the field. It should be able to take, I mean, it could also just play it safe, go for the protect into the parting shot onto the Rillaboom, make sure Incineroar comes in for free, and then we can play the game where he gets to fake out Rillaboom and then just go for a Drain Punch into the Incineroar, and I don't think there's much that can still be done for Simon to get back into this game unless he finds a potential burn angle with the Flare Blitz into Annihilate.
Yeah, we see that Grimmsnarl went for the fake out onto the Rillaboom, so that doesn't do anything. The Drain Post goes directly into that Incineroar, healing that Annihilate back up. Flare Blitz goes off, and you see like that Annihilate just takes that so easily. No burn there, because the burn could be like a game changer at this point in time. But yeah, with Annihilate being the faster mon, and even like both physical attackers don't do much at this point, yeah, it's really, really hard for Simon to get this thing going. Now the grassy terrain also is depleted as well, so that Rillaboom can spam his grassy glide, has to rely on its wood hammer, but yeah, like we saw before, like that Annihilate just takes that so easily at this point.
I think here, obviously, Simon is going to lock in the forfeit. He saw that he was out of options, and we're going to game 2, and Justin the backer is making his way onto the top 4 potentially if he's able to close out this set.
Yeah, if he plays the same switch pivoting game like he did before, and yeah, Simon can't really find an answer there. Yeah, then his win is going to, is for Justin, of course. But we know both players made top 8. That means that both players are really, really good. We saw both players like are in the scene for a pretty while, so they know how to play against. When they are the underdog in the situation. So yeah, we really have to say how Simon is going to adapt. I think my best option would be like if Simon wouldn't rely on that Volcarona as much, maybe go for like another option, maybe bring in that Shen Pao or something, because yeah, you have that dark advantage. Dark against Ghost advantage, like putting out that Annihilate into his Terra type, which is Fairy. Yeah, I think Justin's team pairs really well against Simon's team, because Simon's team is a team that is like more getting more notability on the ladder, while Justin's team is pretty much own creation. Not a lot of players are running like Annihilate together with like a Grimmsnarl or anything. So yeah, Justin really plays his favorite team at this moment in time, and I think that shows that whatever you bring, if you bring your favorite Pokemon to your game and surround it with the right amount of Pokemon, the right amount of supporting Pokemon, you can go really far in tournaments.
I think so, yeah, that's quite interesting. I'm also excited to see how Simon's going to adapt here, because obviously Justin really played that game like a masterclass.
Yeah.
He felt like he was constantly in the one that was dictating the pace of the game, playing it slow, making sure he gets his Annihilate into a position where he was able to start taking those one-hit KOs with the Rage Fist on the Volcarona, on the Urshifu. And the question is, how is Simon going to position himself in a way that he can make sure the Annihilate is there, but also if you make the adaptations to maybe do that, perhaps Justin switches it up and brings his own Ursaluna Blood Boon.
Yeah, indeed. Like when you're going, like when you win your first game into a round, like you always have the advantage, like to go for the same thing, because if it don't fix something, if it isn't broken, but you can also like put that surprise into your opponent, like leading something else, going with another strategy that your team has, because that can really swing your game as well. Because yeah, Simon is now in that mindset of, okay, I have to do something against an Annihilate. But now if Justin says like, haha, I bring the Blood Moon or Ursaluna, yeah, then you're in a tough pickle, of course. Let's see what they're leading.
And it's going to be the Ogerpon plus the Grimmsnarl for Justin, as well as the Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Rillaboom for Simon. Both players threatening the fake outs here, but I do think this lead slightly favors Justin, if I had to say, because Ogerpon is not really threatened by either Pokemon, unless she takes like a Wood Hammer close combat. But there's a fake out to prevent that from happening. While at the same time, she's able to threaten the Wood Hammer into the Urshifu. Normally, Horn Leech doesn't really threaten that one-hit KO, but the Wood Hammer certainly does.
Yeah, indeed, and we see that the Grimmsnarl is going for the Terra Ghost once again, making sure that, yeah, Fake Out doesn't do much. which could mean that the Ogerpon is going to follow me because that will get more the higher priority. Oh, he goes for the spiky shield that if you even want to go for like a fake out into that slot, yeah, you're gonna get some damage right there. And it's see that the fake out from the Rillaboom goes into Ogerpon, meaning that it takes some damage from that spiky shield. Let's see what the Grimmsnarl is going for. He goes for the fake out well against Urshifu. Really well played from Justin, really good read there. Yeah, because now the Urshifu can't do anything, and you also did some small chip damage against both of his Pokemon while you are fully health.
I'm now excited to see where this turn is going to go. Obviously, there are a lot of potential turns here. The Urshifu does bring that choice card view turn here, so it could potentially look to pivot out into the Ogerpon. That's a lot of damage considering it's a bug type move into the Ogerpon. Could do about half, and with no longer the Terra option being available for Justin, it can't really power out of that option, while at the same time Simon now no longer has to consider maybe I can Surging Strikes, because realistically you can't risk it as long as the Ogerpon.
Indeed, we see that the Ogerpon is getting switched out, which brings in our patch from the previous game, Annihilate as a parting shot looking to the Rillaboom, making sure that the attack stat is already lowered, meaning less damage against a potential Annihilate. But let's see what Simon has to answer for this. You see that the Grimmsnarl is switching out, and the Incineroar goes back in. That means that Rillaboom is already at a -2 and Urshifu at -1. So if it even clicked U-turn at this point, yeah, that doesn't do much damage. Oh, that does pitiful damage against that Annihilate. Like, even without that -1, it would do less, but now it's just like an easy breeze for Annihilate.
And it doesn't even care, just gets a free Rage Fist stack. For what? For no damage? It's going to get that nice Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, is going to even benefit the Annihilate here. And it's just getting a stack for the rest of the game, because remember, if you switch out Annihilate and switch it back in, it does not lose those Rage Fist stacks. They persist throughout the entire game. So really, he's feeding 3 Rage Fist stacks into the Annihilate. It's going to take that Wood Hammer quite well, and now we are the +2 stacks for the Annihilate.
Yeah, indeed. But I have to say, I'm a bit surprised how even still how much damage the Rillaboom did with that Woodhammer. Because remember, it is -2. Luckily, you have that grassy terrain still up, which boosts your grass attacks as well. But still, like with Annihilate there, like he shrugs it off, like all the damage is nothing, and you still have that fake out pressure now with Incineroar there back again. You can, like, okay, you can threaten with Rillaboom, but let's be honest, the Rillaboom isn't going to do much right now because you have Incineroar on the opposing side and you are -2, so you have to maybe make that switch or maybe be an annoyance somewhere else. But then, yeah, your Volcarona, you have to make sure that damage is put out. But let's see where it goes for. We see that the Rillaboom is switched out against the Urshifu once again. Making sure that he can do some damage. The Incineroar switch is also out. Like in game 1, you see both players pivoting like really well to get into the right position, and Grimmsnarl come back in, which probably means that screens are not far away. The Terra option is also going off for Volcarona for a Terra, probably a potential Terra Blast or maybe a Quiver Dance. We'll see.
And now, Terra Blast might be the angle here, but it won't do much as she doesn't have a lot of Quiver Dance stacks here. She is going for the Quiver Dance, however, into the Annihilate. Let's see how much this does. I don't expect it to do much, even though it's super effective. It actually does do 75% and takes out the Annihilate.
Yeah, remember that the screens are not up right now, so that means that the Terra Blast goes full damage. There's no damage reduction on the Volcarona, there's no like everything is like fully powered up on the Volcarona side to get a KO. There was already some ship damage there. But yeah, that's a huge speed come from Justin's side. Really well adaptation from Simon to really make sure that that Annihilate threat is dealt with early, because now you have like an Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, and Ogerpon on Justin's side, and yeah, your most offensive piece is now gone.
I'm curious to see if this might be what breaks the camel's back here for Justin, because Justin, obviously, game 1, he got the early KO on the Urshifu, which made the positional game for him a lot easier because he had an extra piece to really move around. Whereas now Simon is the player with the ball in his court. He is the one looking to put pressure onto Justin. It's up to him to see how he's going to adapt, being that one Pokemon down.
Yeah, we see that the Volcarona goes for a protect, making sure that it's protected for every damage. We see Grimmsnarl for a parting shot, of course, against that Rillaboom. unfortunate that Wilbur really likes gets its attack drops during this game. But let's see what the Ogre is going for. It probably will luck, if I was my guess, luck into an Ivy Cudgel for that Volcarona. But we see that the Incineroar comes in place of that Grimmsnarl, going for an Intimidate once again, bringing that Rillaboom once again into a -2. So yeah, and we see a Woodhammer going off for Ogerpon into the Volcarona because yeah, like in game 1, the Volcarona is the most offensive slot on Simon's side. So yeah, we have to see how things will go from there.
I'm curious to see here if any reads are going to come in, because obviously if you're Simon, maybe you want to pivot out of Rillaboom, maybe you want to go for the hard switch or the U-turn if you're scared that you might take some serious damage before you get in there. But if you're Justin, you're also maybe reading that and being like, okay, I know the -2 is really tempting to just switch out. Perhaps I can just get a super effective hit into whatever comes in.
And also remember that the Volcarona just protected, so that's also like an open slot. So Justin could go just for the double up into that Volcarona slot to make sure that, yeah, that threat is being care of. But you see Incineroar switching out once again, Justin continuing the pivoting streak as a Grimmsnarl joins the field once more. Probably seeing what the Woodhammer is going to do. The Woodhammer goes into the Volcarona, almost KOing it in one fell swoop. So yeah, that grassy terrain put in the work, but yeah, that is really unfortunate. I don't know how the Volcarona is trained, of course, but yeah, if that was a low roll, that was pretty huge for Simon right there.
I'm curious to see the damage calculation there, because really, that Volcarona, she took that just barely. The -2 U-turn is not going to do much into the Ogerpon, who's going to switch out, pivot back into something else. It probably is going to be the Urshifu here, although I do kind of like the Shenpao coming in, threatening that super effective damage into the Ogerpon with the Icicle Crash. It's not super effective, correct? Forgive me for my mistake. It is going to be neutral because it can no longer Terra into that pure water type and become resistant to that Icicle Crash.
We also see that the grassy terrain is depleting right now, so that means that that Woodhammer won't do that much damage. But yeah, of course, the Volcarona could be in KO range. But yeah, even then, like, you have Grimmsnarl there, and yeah, the Chien-Pao put also a lot of threat against that Grimmsnarl, because you can go for a Sucker Punch if the Grimmsnarl would be going for a Spirit Break, which is an attacking move. Now, of course, I think indeed that Ogerpon is like the bigger threat on just inside of you, because that's the only offensive Pokemon that he really has. But yeah, the Volcarona is also still sitting there, but we have to see what is going on right now. We see Ogerpon getting switched out into that Incineroar, bringing that Chien-Pao into a -1 that could decide how much damage it will do, of course. Let's see how this turn will go out. We see the Protect coming for the Volcarona once again, so that means it's safe. But let's see if Grimmsnarl, the double Protect even for on Simon's side. So let's see what the Grimmsnarl was going to do. He went for that Spirit Break into that Volcarona slot. I don't think it would have gotten the KO, so maybe, yeah, but now that Simon knows what Justin's plan was to go for that Volcarona with his Grimmsnarl, yeah, he can go for that Sucker Punch eventually.
He can go for that Sucker Punch, however, you also have to take into account they both just protected, which means that the Fake Out is kind of free to go into either slot. And I think the Spirit Break, I'm not sure what the damage calculations are, but this game, it's not burned. It is super effective into the Shenpao, one of the more frail Pokemons in the format. And this might be a risky damage calc that you might want to take as Justin, perhaps, to get back into the game. But on the other hand, as Simon, how confident are you in perhaps the Fake Out and the Spirit Break not being enough for you to survive?
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be like these turns are going to be the deciding factor. We see the Fake Out going into the Volcarona because it couldn't protect anymore. Let's see where it goes. We see the Sacred Sword going into the Incineroar. Of course, with the -1, it doesn't do that much damage. But we see the Spirit Break going off. Let's see if that is enough. We see that it gets enough. I don't know if the crit really matters, because, of course, you have to take care of that the Sword of Ruin ability also works on the on Justin's side, so that Spirit Break also gets a little boost. But yeah, Simon gets a little trade-off there as well, because now the Grimmsnarl is burned. But yeah, I don't know how big of a problem that is for Justin, of course, because you have that main threat on Simon's team gone. But of course, there is a big cat with sword in his mouth that's still sitting there.
It is, and the Spirit Break, if it wasn't burned, I do think would have been enough to at least be a 2-hit KO into that Shen Pao. It might even be enough to bring it down to its sash. We don't really know. The question is, now it becomes that much harder to really get that damage down. Ogerpon in the back, she's chunked. She can't really get that damage out as free as she wants to anymore. And Incineroar is kind of a sitting duck as well into the close combat from the Urshifu. So here the read is kind of, what do you do as Justin to really get back into this game?
Yeah, it's like really difficult because indeed, like you said, the Ogerpon is already chunked, so you don't just switch it out, of course. And even like a ice cream setup, it's pointless because your Volcarona is already down. You know that the Rillaboom is in the back, so you see that the U-turn goes into the Incineroar Sword, which it survives. So that means that the Urshifu goes back, making sure that the Rillaboom comes back up for that recovery. Of course, Incineroar, let's see if he switches out or not, or stays on the field or gets KO'd right now. That's something we have to see what Justin is going to play around. But I think that Incineroar just goes down with the Sacred Sword. Make sure that the Ogerpon come and save. But yeah, is it really safe when a Rillaboom is on the opposing side with a fake out pressure as well? With the Spirit Break coming off into that Shen Pao, just not below half health yet. So yeah, that burn is really going to matter. But even with the burn, it wouldn't be brought down to Sash. But yeah, then still you do like 70% of damage, and then the next one is a KO, and now it isn't.
The next turn is going to be very interesting. I think it's kind of hard here if you're Simon to lose the game at this point, because you know you can take 2 Spirit Breaks on this Shen Pao, and the Urshifu can the Rillaboom can freely go for the fake out into the Ogerpon, and then you can just have 2 Sucker Punches, or maybe even a single, or maybe you just play it safe and just Icicle Crash. The only thing at that point that could go wrong is perhaps missing into the Grimmsnarl so it doesn't get free damage. Maybe he reads it though.
Yeah.
The Ice Spiky Shield is going to come in. Fake out will go into the Spiky Shield, however.
Yeah, that's another chip damage under that Rillaboom, but like I said, it's like really hard for Justin to get back into this game because its most offensive pieces are out. We see the Sucker Punch going probably for that Grimmsnarl slot, expecting the Spirit Break, but no, Grimmsnarl decided I'm going to Parting Shell to lower that attack from that Rillaboom even more. So yeah, so that the Ogerpon gets more survivability that way. And now at this point, Justin is in Simon's mind because he didn't go for an attack at this point. Now it's for Simon to go like, okay, now this is a 50-50 situation, right? Because if you go for the Sucker Punch, he can still go for a Parting Shot into your Rillaboom or into your Shen Pao, or if you want to switch out.
Justin is not going to get the double Spiky Shield here, so we're going to see the Grassy Glide and perhaps the Icicle Crash. Is it going to hit? It misses!
That miss is going to be really huge at this point because that Spirit Break is not going to KO the Shen Pao, but that gives the opportunity, of course, for Ogerpon to go it already went for a Spiky Shield. So that Icicle Crash was really big. I don't think that the game is automatically lost right now because Simon still has like the offensive pressure going around. But that Icicle Crash could make it a lot easier for Simon, of course.
And now the question is, where do you go from here, right? So you've got 2 turns wrong. Now you're still in such a winning position. By any means, Justin is not out of the woods yet.
No.
But he is finding ways to maybe claw himself back into the game. Also, if Justin somehow manages to get past his Shen Pao and Rillaboom, he can really pin down Simon. Because at Urshifu, it is choice carved. It has to either go into the close combat, at which point it can't deal with the Grimmsnarl because of its Ghost Tower, and if it goes into the water type attack, it then can't go into go into the Ogerpon. So really, he has to kind of win this before that point.
Yeah, we see that Justin really went for, it's really trying to get back into the match. He made like really good calculations, expecting that the Shen Pao went for the protect and used the Parting Shot to get into Rillaboom. Now, the Rillaboom went for a U-turn, of course, but because of that -2 already, the Ogerpon still lives, and he got a good chunk of damage with that Wood Hammer as well. And now the Urshifu is back in the game. So okay, he can't like Urshifu can't lock himself into a close combat because you have the Terra Ghost on just in the side. So probably a water move is expected. So you can just click follow me and like do it that way. But yeah, you have the Chimpao. So now like it really comes down to the wire. And this is just game 2 already.
I think obviously Simon, he does go here for the U-turn into the Ogerpon, doesn't care about the potential for Protect there, but he could have also done is switched in the Rillaboom for the Shenpao and then potentially look to close combat the Ogerpon and then reset the Urshifu later, because Urshifu should have been Rillaboom would have been able to take that Spirit Break quite easily. Neither of those plays is going to happen. It's going to play for the U-turn, gets sent out, and Rillaboom comes back in.
Yeah, but I think that now the game is pretty much over because you have a Grimmsnarl out there who is burned, so its time is already ticking. And yeah, as you can see, like the Icicle Crash landed and flinched him as well. So yeah, that's like a really good turn for Simon. Like I think this is probably game 2 already, and we're going to game 3. Like a really good adaptation from Simon there. He like in the first game he really played defensively. Like he brought his like defensive setup against Justin. But now Simon really went out to the offensive. He brought that Shenpao, he brought that Urshifu directly. Like a really went there. So yeah. Some people were already thinking that this was the last game, but no. This is just game 3 about to start. Like, this is like a really deciding factor here. Will a Belgian go further into the next top cut or not? Or does Justin's track game stop here?
I'm quite interested to see because both players, the games have been going long. This is definitely a match that is going to distance, and it's really come down to who gets that one key turn right. In game 1, it was Justin finding out one angle to really take out that Urshifu and then snowball it from there. And this time around, it was the opposite way. Simon found a one turn where he was able to Terra Blast, Annihilate, which really put him into momentum. And then there was this huge turn where Justin tried to claw it back, but the Boot Hammer just barely was not enough to take the full Corona out. It lived on 3 HP, and we're really noticing that both players are really pushed to that limit by each other, and they're really playing a game that is played by the inches.
Yeah, indeed, like that Boot Hammer, I think, like, I really want to know after this game, after this round, I mean, that how if that was a low roll or not, because if that was a low roll, yeah, that game could end up like on a whole other level. Like that could have swinged Justin back into his favor because the main threat is gone. But yeah, even still, like Simon really brought down the pieces right now to get through that bulky core of Justin. And now it's Justin on his feet. Like, is he going to still bring the same thing that worked in game 1? Or is he going to maybe bring this Ursaluna mode right now? But yeah, even then, like, you need to take care of things like an Urshifu Rapid Strike or something like that. Because yeah, but we see that the game has already started. We see that Urshifu and Rillaboom are in the lead for Simon, and Grimmsnarl, Ogerpon on Justin's side.
We're going to see the double lock-in really quickly from Simon. He might look to double U-turn into the Ogerpon. Obviously, it is that grass water type, so it is weak to that U-turn damage. It might terrestrialize out to that water type, actually, at which point it would be okay and it wouldn't care as much anymore. We're going to have to wait for Justin to lock in his moves, and then we'll see what happens. There is also the potential chance that if you're Simon, you read this and perhaps you go for a Wood Hammer instead.
Yeah, we see that the Grimmsnarl is going Terra Ghost for a 3rd game in a row. We saw that it's helped a lot in game 1, but not so much in game 2. But yeah, let's see what is going on the battlefield. We see the fake out going into the Ogerpon, already expecting that Grimmsnarl Terra, and also a fake out traded to the Urshifu as well. So yeah, that's basically a status quo right now.
Okay, now we're back again to turn 1. Yes, both water types have taken that little bit of chip damage and the Terra was expended. But really, we're back to square 1. What can happen this turn? Urshifu, because it got faked out, it can still decide which move he wants to lock himself into, because it never completed that attack. But at the same time, the Ogerpon now doesn't have to fear the opposing Pokemon clicking a fake out into it. The question is, neither player having that fake out option now, I think this turn might be really explosive as to who gets the turn right here.
Yeah, because Yeah, it's like always tricky with Ogerpon because like with the Urshifu, like for both players it's difficult because you know that the Urshifu can go for that U-turn while you're expecting the water absorb. But we see the parting shot going into that Rillaboom, lowering the damage, so that means that probably the Ogerpon is staying on the field as well. But that means Grimmsnarl is switching out, which probably is that to bring in that Incineroar, bringing that Rillaboom to a -2 at this point. And also that Urshifu for a -1, which could make a difference if he went for U-turn for against that Ogerpon.
I think we saw Simon lock into that surging strikes. I'm not sure, so that will be quite interesting to see here. It's not going to be Incineroar, so Rillaboom is going to stay at -1. Water Absorb going to soak up the surging strikes, and this Wood Hammer is going to fire back into the Urshifu and pick up the KO.
Oh, that was like a really good play on Justin's part. Indeed, like predicting that 50-50 that he really wanted to go for that surging strikes to get that damage off. But yeah, you see that it really can swing the game if you just lose that 50-50. The Wood Hammer also goes into the overrun, doing a huge chunk of damage. But yeah, Justin had an amazing turn right now, even bringing in the Annihilate, so that means it's probably wanted to set up.
And now Volcarona is most likely going to come here. It does seem like that is what Simon opts for. There is no fake out this time around, so it's way easier for the Volcarona to get that stacks going. However, not much going on here. Yes, there is no fake out, but there is a lot of offensive pressure with the Ivy Cudgel potentially going into that Volcarona. I'm not sure if the Grassy Glide is going to be enough to pick up that Ogerpon, and the Annihilate is kind of free to go for its own bulk up in this scenario.
Yeah, but you also have like a bit of the situation in game 2 when that Volcarona went for the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast into the Annihilate because the screens aren't set up. So let's see what is going to happen right now. We see that the Ogerpon is put into safety, putting in that Intimidate onto that poor Rillaboom, who is now -3 at Zac already. Annihilate switches out prop, I presume, for the Grimmsnarl to make sure that those screens are up. So when that Volcarona wants to set up its special attack boost, that you are ready. The Grassy Glide put into that Incineroar, doing pitiful damage, of course, with that -3. And Volcarona just says, thank you very much, I'll get that free Quiver Dance.
And now, obviously, Justin getting both of his fake out users onto the board gets into a really interesting position. There's a lot of plays he can go for. He can go for the fake out into the Volcarona, maybe look for a parting shot into the Volcarona, but also there's a chance of Justin to really drive up the heat in this match with the Incineroar and really look for that Flare Blitz damage straight into that Rillaboom.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of options I can go through. I think that Justin wants to play so because he has his Annihilate. Annihilate is his key point Pokemon in this match, in this whole team. So he wants to make sure that that Pokemon is alive. How do you do that? You have your screen, your light screen on your side. So you want to put that up first. So yeah, even with that +1 Volcarona, okay, it will do a lot of damage, but you can still maybe survive a hit or two. But let's see what is going on. We see that the Terra is going on for Simon, probably on that Volcarona. So that could mean that a Terra Blast is going to get fired in one slot, or does Simon choose for something else? We have to see, of course, what is going on. The animation is now finished. We see that the Terra Blast is locked in for Simon. Let's see, it goes directly into the Grimmsnarl, which didn't click screen, so that means that that's going to do a good amount of damage. We did just put under half. The Wood Hammer is followed up, getting into the Grimmsnarl, and it still survives.
It still survives, which means that the Grimmsnarl is going to be able to screens. The Flare Blitz goes into the Rillaboom and picks up that KO.
Yeah.
Now Simon down to his last 2 Pokemon. And Grimmsnarl being low doesn't ultimately matter that much because of its Prankster ability. It's still able to get at least one more move in. It goes to that Spirit Break to drop that special attack from Volcarona, who's now back to neutral.
Yeah, indeed, there was like a good survive from Grimmsnarl there because, yeah, like we said before, the Rillaboom is at -3, so its damage output is really, really low at this point. Maybe Simon thought, hey, you know what, it's Wood Hammer, under grassy terrain, I can still maybe, if I double up into it, I can still go for it and maybe get that KO, but now the Shenpao is shown on the field. The last 2 Pokemon on Simon's side. This brings Justin in a big advantage because Justin still has his 4 Pokemon, like 2 in his back, 2 on the front, and yeah, he can get, like, he's perfectly fine for Grimmsnarl to go down. He just puts on screens or parting shot maybe even to make sure that, yeah, there's Pokemon are on the other side are like weakened. We see it go for a parting shot, which means that Volcarona has a -1 special attack, so that damage is lowered, of course. and Grimstone just gets switched out into the back, probably bringing in that Annihilate maybe, or maybe like another Pokemon, if the Ogerpon is still there. I think it doesn't.
It is the Annihilate.
But it is indeed the Annihilate that is coming right in. We see the Terra Blast getting fired. If that goes into the Annihilate spot, that could be a huge chunk of damage, but it is -1. Is it still enough? No! We see it does 50% of damage, which means a Citrus Berry is popped. So yeah, that is like a really good move on Justin's side, but still, the Chien-Pao is out, Sacred Sword onto that Incineroar instantly going, getting that KO because it is not -1 right now as in the previous game. So you can't Intimidate Cycle anymore, but yeah, Grimmsnarl is still there with Parting Shot, so yeah, you have a semi-Intimidate still in the back.
And now I do think actually Simon's position is quite good. The Chien-Pao is still at full HP. It's fully intact with the Focus Sash, and there is no bulk up setup. There wasn't damage moves. There haven't been damage moves that went into the Annihilate slot. We're at 2 right now, which means the Rage Fist is at 150. But at the same time, it might not be enough really to get him into that position that he wants to be. Obviously, Chien-Pao stuck with the Dark Ice type is 4 times weak to the Drain Punch, so the Annihilate has a lot of room here potentially to really soak up its HP.
Yeah, but it's now also like a bit of a 50-50 situation because, yeah, okay, the Grimmsnarl coming back in means that fake out pressure is there. You can't Terra your Chien-Pao anymore. Which and now in Simon's case doesn't really matter because it was Terror type, of course. But if you wanted to go for a Terra Ghost, yeah, you could protect it out of that. That option isn't there. So does Simon choose to go for the offensive on that Chien-Pao, knowing that a Fake Out could come into his way? No, the Fake Out goes into the Pokemon and gets a Flame Body off once again against that poor Grimmsnarl, who suffered it 3 times in this round. Of course, but now let's see if the Icicle Crest goes into that Annihilate, hits with full damage. Is it enough to kill it? But it's getting flinched! And that is huge because if Justin decided to get that Drain Punch onto that Chien-Pao side, it would have been brought down to the Sash at this point in time. And of course, getting you fully healed up. So that's a really, really unfortunate for Justin's side, of course.
I do think that flinch spells disaster because now he's down so much HP. The Ogerpon in the back is also chunked. And Simon, 2 Pokemon, the Volcarona is quite healthy. Chien-Pao is still fully intact. There's no reason for this Chien-Pao to, at this point, not go for an attack into the Annihilate slot and then guarantee. Then the Volcarona can guarantee with an attack into Grimmsnarl that the Focus Sash stays intact because of how low he is. So really, the one in the driver's seat is clearly Simon.
Yeah, we see that the Annihilate protected itself, making sure that it can survive a turn or two. With that, as you can see, hopefully that it can survive a turn or two. The Grimmsnarl goes down with that Heat Wave, of course. Because it already was pretty low, we see the Icicle Crash was also meant for that Annihilate to make sure that it went down. The Ogerpon is still there, of course, because now both players have their last 2 Pokemon on the field. But yeah, as you said before, Simon is a really, really good advantage at this point in time. But now you get into those mind games already because, yeah, you have the Ogerpon on the field. Follow me, user. So you can't easily Sucker Punch. But yeah, then Icicle Crash is still there. And you also have the Terra Blast. So it's, I don't say that Justin is down and out, but it's like really, really difficult for him to get back into position because of that flinch that happened earlier.
It's going to come down really to if this Ogerpon can survive at least 1 hit, because if it can, then the Drain Punch into Chien-Pao might be able to get Annihilate back to that HP level that it needs to really take this game back. Is it going to take the Terra Blast? It is!
It survives the Terra Blast, and that means that the Icicle Crash goes into that Ogerpon, which means that indeed that Annihilate can get back into this game if it went for a Drain Punch. Let's see what it went for. It went for the Rage Fist into that Volcarona. It's probably going to get KO'd by that, but yeah, then still, you have now the really mind games are going to begin for Simon, of course, because is he going to protect? Is he going to Sucker Punch? Like, what are you going to do right now?
Now we really ended up in that late state position. Also, there is a chance, if it goes to the Icicle Crash, it can flinch, but it can also miss.
Yeah.
The question is here, what is going to happen? It is going for the Icicle Crash. Will that hit the KO? It will. And Simon Burnett is moving on to top 4.
Yeah, indeed. A really, really, really tense match here. Simon going into the... But congrats to Justin as well, because he played so well, even to the last second of that match. Like, he cannot be ashamed, because he really put up a fight, even in game 2 when it was looking really unfortunate for him. Like, yeah, he didn't let loose of the win, and even now he could have won that. But yeah, maybe that rage fist would have been better directed to that to the Champao to make sure that it went down. But yeah, he still had that sash. So overall, yeah, the Volcarona was the better thing. But yeah, you still had that. Yeah, you need to hope for a mid there, I think.
It really was a game of inches, you know.
Yeah.
This game as well. Imagine Imagine if that doesn't happen. If the flinch onto an eye leap doesn't happen there, it gets a drain punch. It heals
yeah.
back to full. It would have been a completely different game. Then
yeah.
Justin would have been able to really take back control of the game, but it didn't. And that is Pokemon. We play a game where there's really those fine edge cases can happen,
Yeah.
and it's really Simon Burnett that really took that advantage that he was granted by the game and really pushed it down.
Yeah, indeed. But even then, like, even for the icicle crash back then, like, against the Ogre imagine if that one missed. Like, the Volcarona was down at that point, so you had that Champao against those two. So, like, I think that was Justin's plan overall, like, hoping for that icicle crash miss at some point in time. But because, yeah, that was the safest play around, but still, like, congrats to Simon for making it into top 4. I don't know who made it in, who's other players who making it in top 4, but still, like, also congratulations to Justin. It's really unfortunate to see a good Belgian player going out in this tournament, of course. But yeah, he cannot be ashamed of how well he played those matches.
Really, really. And I'm really excited to see what Belgium is going to do tomorrow, maybe even at the MSS,
Yeah.
because of course this is a 2-day event.
Yeah.
So we're going to end the top 8 match here, and we're moving into top 4. But perhaps if you want to be a part of the action tomorrow, you're always welcome to come join us. And I'll see you in the top 4.
Yeah, indeed. Like, we have to wait, of course, how the top 4 will be set out, but you can expect us back into another round with other casts, of course. Let's see what our winner has to say, and we'll see you in the top 4. Hello, everyone. We're back here with the winner sitting next to me. Simon, how are you feeling after those games, man?
It was such long games. It's really difficult to play for such a long time and just like make calls over calls. Because like game 1 I lost immediately because I lost tempo way too fast. And then game 2 I had to play very aggressive, and that's even more stressful. Like games are long and then you have to make aggressive calls.
Yeah, indeed. Like, we saw that indeed game 1, like, Justin, like, pivoted really well to get his team going, to get that bulk right up, and to get through it. And then in game 2, you really adapted. What was like your game? What was like your thoughts when you lost game 1? Because that already was a long game, and then game 2 was pretty fast. So yeah, what was your plan in going into that game 2?
So my idea was, I think, so game one I also brought Urshifu, but I lost it way too fast. Or like I was missing Urshifu in game one, right? So I was like, game two, I was like, okay, I'm gonna play around Urshifu because what are they gonna do against it, right? They can have Water Ogre Pond, but Water Ogre Pond gets threatened by Rilla, so it's like I just gotta position Urshifu better.
Yeah.
And then I win. And then I realized Chien-Pao is also really good. Like I can't. I was always afraid of bringing Insane in game one, of switching it in and stuff. And so I was like, okay, I'll just play around Chien-Pao, Fairy Volcarona, and the Urshifu, and then that should be.
Yeah,
it.
I think that Chien-Pao really was like the game-changing like plan into both game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, even then, like it really came down to the wire because if that flinch didn't happen, like then the whole game would become different. Of course.
Different, yeah.
Like, have you faced like similar teams like Justin? Because Justin team is like really unique because you don't see much of the Pokemons he has in the current format.
Yeah.
And your team is like a bit more well known. So how do you go into such a match that you see a complete list of Pokemons you haven't seen much into the meta game?
Like, I tried to see what their win condition is, and I thought that was Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is why I led Volcarona in game one.
Okay.
Because like I can build it up pretty nicely. But I should have realized quicker that their game plan was actually the Annihilate, because they, like, of course, Volcarona, like by boosting its special defense, just walls Ursaluna. And so the way I usually approach is like I try to see what they do in game one, see if my guess is right, and if it's not, then I adjust in game two and game three.
Yeah, indeed. Like that's a good analysis to like really going for that win going scene there. And okay, you saw it differently in game one, but you really adapted to go both game 2 and 3. Did you ever thought at the moment in your mind that he would bring that Ursaluna? Because in game 2, like you won. So maybe some players would have thought, okay, maybe Justin is going to change it up and bring that Ursaluna.
Yep.
Was that something that was in your mind?
I actually always had it in mind that he could be in the back, with Cresselia maybe in the back, and that's why I always brought Volcarona in the back.
Okay,
So I can, because there's no fake out, like they can't really block fake out, so I can always fake out and Quiver Dance if I set up correctly, and then I should be fine, because then Blood Moon doesn't even kill. So that's why I always brought Rilla and always brought the Volcarona in the back.
Yeah, as we also announced it here on the stream, like both of you like pivoted out in and out all your Pokemons really well to get into that right position. Even taking like Rillaboom, like get into a -3. But my question really is like you went for in game 3 with that Rillaboom and Volcarona into that Annihilate. Did you think it was going for that KO, or was it, did you think it was a low roll, or?
I think it never kills, but I just needed to chip it down enough that it's in Heatwave range, so that Heatwave can pick it up, no matter whether screens is up or not. And so it's like, at least it is going to be low enough for me to.
So
I had to play very aggressive and make very aggressive calls.
Yeah, indeed. Like I think that was the best option for you, for your team as well, but also against an opponent like Justin to go for that offensive side.
Yeah.
Because indeed, like in game 1, you played a bit more defensively, and then in game 2 and 3, when you really went into that offense, like it took you the games home, of course. Now you're in top 4. Who is like one of like? We know that the Belgian players are unfortunately out of the top, so that means that Sebastian is there and Nick Schrott you can face as well, together with Kasha Kanani. So which of the players is you really maybe want to face or don't want to face?
I don't want to face Nick, because Nick is just good at this. Laughing over there.
Just that,
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
just gonna face whatever opponent you have and just go for
Just gonna play the game that's in front of me.
Yeah, because I
already got
think
much further than I
you
want.
are one of the players who comes like from the furthest away to get to the 7th. Like, so thanks for that you're here.
Hey,
of
no
course,
problem.
But yeah, like it's really good to see that all that effort that you put into these regionals and also coming to this far away MSS, that it really puts you into that top cut, of course.
It's Shmon's fault.
Always Shmon's fault. No, but yeah, the team that you're bringing, it's something that is it's also a bit unique with the Volcarona, because we haven't seen that on a lot in this current meta, because most of the time you saw Blood Moon teams or like Project Fire teams. What made you decide to go for this team?
I just like that bug. Like, I just think it looks really cool. It's the closest to Slitherwing I can get, and so I'm just playing it.
Yeah, that's indeed true. That's indeed true. It is a cool bike. Like Maxime and I were also discussing on stream before. Like it's or like maybe earlier in the stream that it is a mon you don't see much at the beginning of a format, but still it manages to slither its way in, no pun intended, into the later format. Do you think it's like a Pokemon that is always overlooked, like an underrated Pokemon, or do you just think now are the right conditions for this Pokemon to come back into the forefront?
I think the time has to be right. Like, I just picked this team up with someone else, so I can't really I can't really know what they were thinking. I just think the team is strong. Oh, yeah. I just think the team is just strong. And that's why I just like it. But fun fact, I was playing Volcarona was one of the first Pokemon I played when I started VGC ever, and so it is a really cool throwback to the team.
It's almost become full circle.
It is full circle. Well, it's not going to end here.
No. Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
The circle is not done yet.
Like how many points are you still from your world invite?
With this top 4, less than 90.
That's the 90. Okay, so you still, if you come back tomorrow and do the same thing, like it's even less points. So it's still up and running with EYC all around the corner. So I hope you're doing well there. I hope you're still doing well here.
Thank you.
Let's see how far you can go. And that's all for now with this winner interview. We'll see you back in the top 4 in just a minute.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the top 4, and surprise, I'm finally here. And I'm totally not dying. Well, my voice isn't anyway. But I'm joined here, of course, with the amazing, great, best, one of the best persons as well, Ducky on stream, and Shmon up next to me. I'm very much looking forward to this match because it's Sebastian, Leo, Lee, and Nick, who we have seen twice already. Nick and Sebastian once already with the Dondozo Ting Lu team as well. So yeah.
Thanks for roasting me before this heated battle even got started. Yeah, going into the top match, we're going to take a look at Sebastian's team here, which is, of course, the Dondozo, Tinglu, Tian Pao, Gouge Fire, Dragon Knight, and the Goldango, a team that has been becoming increasingly popular. It's annoying to play against, but my god, you know, there's a reason why people are, you know,
Yeah,
trying it out.
if you are the person that can be the annoying one, you're fine with it. Like, you can do that. I'll happily play Annihilate if I annoys people, but it's fun for me, you know?
And that's all that matters.
yeah,
that we know.
exactly.
And on the other side, of course, Ducky playing that King Gambit, Gouging Fire, Overpond Wellspring, Rillaboom, Porygon 2, and Landorus Incarnate form. And yeah, we have had Ducky in stream a few times already today. We've seen their team before, we know it very well. You know, it's very similar to the Dortmund team that he played back then as well. You know, the only change being that Landorus Incarnate over the Flutter main. So, you know, and changing the Porygon to the Terra Fairy, that's almost their new fairy type now.
Yeah, honestly, there has been so much fairy type going around.
Yes.
It's very nice to see that as well. So to see. But looking at this matchup as well, I think, like, wait, the Volcarona, that's not right. I apparently did not fix the layout there. That one is on me. So anyway, I'm looking very much forward to like seeing this kind of matchup with Dondozo, Tinglu, Chimpa. Like, just Gouging Fire is just such a great Pokemon as well.
Yeah.
And quite strong.
Gouging Fire, and of course, also on Ducky's side, you know, we have seen that team before quite a bit already. But always interesting to see because especially that Porygon 2 is a Pokemon that it's just taken so many powerful hits, just shrugging them off like they were nothing, and then on top of that, being able to also set up the Trick Room, going for those recovers and healing right back up, and then you have the download as well, which gives the Terra Blast, or you know, if it's a special attack boost, gives the Ice Beam a boost as well, and you know, the Howl can boost physical attacks even more. And we are going to head right into this first game. It is the Landorus Incarnate for Ducky facing up against the Double Dragon League on Sebastian's side in Gouging Fire and Dragonite. And yeah, the speed boost is going to activate for the Gouging Fire here, making it the fastest Pokemon on the field, meaning that it can easily go for a Howl to boost this Dragonite. Of course, the Gouging Fire does have to respect that this Rillaboom can go for a Fake Out, but then again, a Fake Out for the Rillaboom is also not its safest option, since if the Gouging Fire decides to go for a Burning Bulwark, that is going to inflict the burn status condition on the Rillaboom. As this, and I mean, this Landorus, on the other hand, you know, does have the range to just go for an Earth Power here. Of course, the Gouging Fire does have options to go for Terra Fairy, which then again makes it susceptible to Sludge Bombs. So yeah, in many ways this first turn can play out.
Exactly. It's just as you said, like Porygon being also one bulky Pokemon there, being able to even have that passive recovery with Rillaboom in the back, making sure that like, just a scary Pokemon to have first off. But in this position, I forgot about Dragonite. It's been so long. I've not seen this Pokemon in a while. People seem to have forgot about Extreme Speed Dragonite. But here it is in top 4 as we have the Gouging Fire switching out back in here instead of that Rillaboom. And with the boost of energy activating as well. And the immediate Terra as well from Ducky's side.
Are going to see a Terra on this Landorus. It's going to be the Terra Steel. You know, we do see some Terra Poison, but Terra Steel also becoming increasingly popular on this Landorus Incarnate form. And the Gouging Fire on Sebastian's side is going to go for a Protect. Actually, does not have that Burning Bulwark, so I'm going to correct myself there. And the Landorus actually setting up a substitute
That
in
is
the
a
phase
big play.
of that Protect as a Dragon Claw going right into that slot. With the Terra Steel, is that enough to break the substitute? Yes,
Wow.
it is.
I'm actually surprised about that. Now, Landorus Incarnate is not more bulky than Landorus Styrian, but I assumed it would have at least resisted Dragon Claw. But that is, of course, the sheer power of Dragonite being able to showcase himself and like coming back here and just seeing like, hey, don't forget about me. I can break substitutes from Steel-type Pokemon.
Yeah, and this Gouging Fire, of course, it's on top of having the Protect over the Burning Moonwork, it also has the Flare Blitz over the ever so popular Heat Crash, so that's always 120 base power. It's gonna hurt that now Steel type a lot. It's gonna tear into it, the Fairy type, and a Breaking Swipe coming up from Ducky's the Gouging Fire is not going to affect that Gouging Fire for Sebastian, but will lower the attack on the Dragonite, which, you know, definitely messed up, but the Gouging Fire is going to boost that right back up. So that is a great play there from Sebastian then. And the Sludge Bomb going to go out into the Dragonite, but it takes it so well thanks to the Assaultus, and now a +1 Dragon Claw, not to knock out the Scouting Fire. So once again, Lucky's really showcasing how just bulky their Pokemon are.
Yeah, exactly. I do believe the Dragonite was at neutral back again because of the Breaking Swipe earlier, and then the Howl followed that. Sebastian just accounting for that as well. Trying to make sure that the Dragonite is able to output as much damage as possible. Now you do have another attack from, of course, the opposing Gouging Fire from Ducky's side. Will make sure that this Dragonite will go down. But on the other hand, if Dragonite then chooses to go for Extreme Speed instead, but it is actually just to bring a Swipe into this Dragonite. Is it enough to kill it? It is enough.
To get that KO, yes. I think that is an important knockout, although, you know, this Gouging Fire is fast. Does still have that Flare Blitz, and here it goes into the Landorus that did tear into Terra Steel, so it's going to be enough to knock it out, probably even without the Terra Steel, if I'm being honest, because, you know, it did not have its attack lowered from the Breaking Swipe, so, you know, it did get that Howl boost. So, yeah, one Pokemon down on each side. But, you know, that's the advantage Sebastian has P right now. First of all, his Gouging Fire still has more HP, and it is immune to those Breaking Swipes from Ducky's Gouging Fire. Rillaboom coming in here now to exert a little bit of fake out pressure. And the Stondozo coming in for Sebastian. Maybe ready to, you know, go for some yawns, but really does not want to take a Wood Hammer either.
No, not really. As a Terra has been used on both sides as well. It's just an interesting thing to see as we have the Rillaboom just going for the fake out. No fear for this Burning Bulwark as the Howl is coming out from Ducky's side here, making sure that the Rillaboom will deal some damage next turn around. As now we only have the Dondozo being able to do something, going for that yawn onto the Gouging Fire, so putting Ducky in a position where they might switch or they could just stay in and fall asleep the next turn. So not really the best of choices there to do there, but well played there.
Also, this is another great turn where Sebastian can really go for a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom because the Terra is out. And looking at Ducky's team, you know, the Gouging Fire is already there, and if it's going to switch out, you know, Ducky doesn't have a lot of any break switchings into this Flare Blitz right now, as the Overpon Bloodspring is going to come in for Ducky, so no switch from Rillaboom. Grass by doing a decent amount of damage, but this Flare Blitz here is going to be able to knock this Rillaboom out easily. Is the recoil
enough?
Drum
roll. It shouldn't be.
It is to get the KO there on the other side as well, which is also a very important knockout for Ducky because, as I just mentioned, they really don't have anything to take those Flare Blitz aside from their own Gouging Fire. Are going to see another yawn here from the Stondozo. So yeah, this Overpon at this stage can't really do anything to prevent itself from going to sleep next turn because now both players only have 2 Pokemon left.
There is luckily this factor, of course. Golago is a choice specs variant, so it can protect. So at least if you're going out sleeping, you can hit something real hard before you do. Which in this position, Ogerpon has always been scary, and of course now we do see the Ivy Cudgel immediately coming out onto this Golago, doing a decent amount of damage, meaning this Heat Crash will sure to be able to take care of this Golago. And now it's Dondozo versus the world, something that we have seen quite often, but this time not with Tatsugiri in its mouth.
The Tatsugiri, not with the order up. All it has is Wave Crash and Heavy Slam, and of course Wave Crash is not even going to affect this Ogerpon thanks to the water absorbability. So yeah, no way in hell the Stondozo is taking out this Ogre Pawn in, like, no matter how many turns it sleeps, since, like, with the leech, with
You
the
just
horn
gotta
leech,
believe.
with the horn leech alone, it's
Look,
yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Dondozo either, but
But you have to believe.
you have to believe
That is
that
a
boy. That's the boy that can.
Usually, yes, but as you just mentioned, this is a
Yeah.
variant where the Dondozo is not played with that Tatsugiri, which is still, this yarn set
Yeah.
is still scary, especially usually seen in combination with that Tinglu and the Sam Tomb. Sam Tomb doesn't let your opponent switch out, which
Yeah.
means the yarn will definitely put that Pokemon to sleep. And but we did see that Sebastian did not bring the Tinglu in that game. So let us see if he decides to bring it in that game too. For Ducky, I think, although they seem to be at a little bit of a disadvantage when it came to like the Terra and using the Landers, I think they still played that very well and just have the correct Pokemon in that end game and
Yeah.
make the correct calls they had to make in order to put themselves in that end game position where, okay, Dondozo, it is spamming Yawn, but once everything else is off the field, it's not going to do anything either.
Exactly. So being put in that kind of position is rough. Seeing the possible adaptation even go to, because we haven't seen Dondozo Tinglu lead, but do you think they might lead it now as Ducky does happen to change up their lead? But Sebastian is sticking with his same guns there and trying to make sure that he is able to output as much damage here because of course Dragonite is still on the field and has the possibility to still deal decent damage especially with a nice looking gouging fire with Howl.
Yeah, the gouging fire with Howl looking really nice here. The inner focus preventing it from being fake outed. Of course, there is the threat of the Ice Beam from the Porygon 2, but if you decide that that's a little bit too much of a threat, you can still go for a Terra there. Of course, becoming a Terra Fairy Dragonite would also make you neutral to something like a Woodhammer from Rillaboom. So yeah, Sebastian is really gonna have to think about what he wants to do in this turn here to put himself in a favorable position.
Yeah, it's sometimes not that great to early Terra that soon because a later position you might really need that
Yeah, we
typing.
saw
as well.
that in the first game that the nose that Terra was really missing there, but
Yeah.
Dragon switched into said nose right there.
Hey, as we do have the immediate Terra again from Ducky this time, going for that Rillaboom this time around, going for that Terra Fire. Now with this option, of course, you do have that resist to like multiple new things, of course. Mainly being the Flare Blitz here coming in from the Gouge Fire, not doing any. Decent amount of damage. As now Rillaboom is able to go for a Woodhammer into the Dondozo slot, but it is hanging on. Surprisingly, I did not expect it to hang on there.
A great call there from Ducky, calling that nose switch in, but it still hangs on with just so little HP. And the Citrus Berry, going to recover a little bit, but Dondozo really just hanging on at so little HP after that double up. I think that was a great targeting there from Ducky because it really covered, with the item
Terra.
you cover. You stay in and attack, you covered the Terra, you covered the switches, so a really, really nice play there from Ducky, completely catching that Dondozo off guard, and now, it's this close to being taken off the field, and that is one of the most annoying Pokemon to deal with for them right now.
Exactly. So being able to have dealt with this so fine is always great. Being put in a position like this now, Dragonite coming back in, so possibly being able to take this grass type move a little bit better from what we have seen. As the Grassy Glide is coming out, not doing all that much to the Dragonite attack, so it's typing, and the Gouge Fire being able to go for a Howl right now.
Is there going to be an Ice Beam into the Dragonite switch?
If this happens,
it is a Terra Blast into the Gouting Fire, so we'd actually be expecting Sebastian to just let that Dondozo go down.
Yeah.
That Terra Blast was still, look at that
that's
damage.
still low actually. I might have to call the authorities. That's too much damage there. Like damage report right here, too much. But,
Yeah, and now Sebastian has the Howl boost on this Dragonite as well, and on the Gouting Fire.
Yeah. So just powerful situation right here for Sebastian because I feel like the Rillaboom might be low enough for an extreme speed as well. Flareblitz into the Porygon there, doing just not over half there. Flareblitz showcasing why it's a very strong move. U-turn, so Rillaboom being faster than the Dragonite still. Dragonite now being able to go for any move here into Possum Porygon or
It doesn't have low kick, which is effective against the normal type Porygon 2. It is going to be
Is Porygon heavy? Is Porygon too heavy?
I mean, at +1, is that fighting type going to be
Yeah.
enough? Let's see if it even goes for it. And no, it is going to be the Dragon Claw, and it
It's
is not
still
enough to
hanging
take
on.
out that Porygon. And the Ice Beam going into the Dragon Knight, and it is enough to knock it out, even with the Assault Vest. This is,
Damn.
what is Porygon 2 manage?
Porygon,
It takes that
like-
and still gets those KOs, still does so much to the Gouging Fire. What is this?
For every hit you give him, it's like Rage Fist, but like deluxe. Rage Fist Deluxe. He hasn't just worked into him as a Pokemon there. But now Dondozo being able to come back in, not that much HP left, meaning a possibility of the Gouging Fire being able to possibly kill with a Breaky Swipe. I'm like on the fence on that because most Gouging Fires are quite bulky, still speedy, but quite bulky, not that offensively built. But yeah, I feel like Porygon 2 has done its job here.
Yeah, it really has, and even if it does not get another move off here, no matter what it is, they recover a trip from an Ice Beam, whatever, I feel like it's done its job at this point, and it still cannot be ignored by Sebastian here, which, gives the guy on Ducky's side a little bit more room. So yeah, are going to see a Terra Fairy here on the side of Sebastian, going to go for that Breaking Swipe. It's going to be enough to knock out that Porygon 2. Meaning that.
Oh, that was a crit. No,
It was
without
a
the
crit.
crit,
It's been enough to give me a crit, I'll be honest, but who knows?
absolutely
It is
right.
important too. But, and followed up by another Breaking Swipe, which is only going to damage the Rosa, which actually takes that extremely well. And it is going to be able to go for a yawn onto the Scouting Fire, so this game might still be closer than we think.
yeah, exactly. Like even though Ducky had like the momentum going there, now with Dondozo, even at 45 HP, still being able to hang on. And I do believe it's now a speed tie confirmed against with the two Gouging Fires, because earlier Ducky's Gouging Fire
that
was
could
faster.
be, yeah, true. And
So-
now we have the Rillaboom coming in, which of course is tailored into the fire typing, meaning that, a Wave Crash would be super effective, but I don't think this Dondozo is going to be able to attack this Rillaboom before
Yeah.
it gets knocked out by it. And, Sebastian still has one Pokemon in the back to face off against these two from Ducky. And of course there is still that fake out pressure here for Ducky this one turn, so we're gonna have to try and get some value out of this.
Yeah. I feel Sebastian doesn't mind really double protecting right now because if I counted correctly, this is also the second to last turn from Grassy Terrain as well. So we see a withdrawal here from the Gouging Fire actually from Ducky's side going into Ogerpon, the great friends. Oh, that's cute.
I just realized it's possible that it wasn't a speed type because I think Ducky already switched out their Gouging Fire once and they maybe lost their speed boost.
Oh.
So yeah, because they just
wasn't
switched it
sure.
out again to the Ogerpon, and you see the Chi and switching as well, but it's going to be no fake or the fake there. It's going to go really long. Sebastian trying to get that KO with the Chi and Pulse switch and the Sword of Ruin, but it's not enough. This Woodhammer going to take out the Gouging Fire, and the Recoil is going to be able to knock out the Rillaboom, but now Sebastian, had to give up their Gouging Fire for that, and yeah, this Chi and Pulse is still scary, but it's looking like a very close game too.
Even with the switching, with the switching from the Cheat Power with its Sword of Ruin ability, I honestly believed it was gonna kill.
Yeah.
It just showcases the way that Ducky has trained their Rillaboom. Absolutely
There's a
amazing.
reason we call them the legendary Ducky Spirits. They all live with like 2 HP no matter what wacky situation they find themselves in. So it is going to be Ogerpon and Raging or Gouging Fire here against the Chien-Pao, and Dondozo. The Chien-Pao is going to go for a Protect. It's not going to take a Breaking Swipe this turn. If I think I double Protect actually. Maybe trying to scout out a Protect on Ducky's side, but no, Ducky just going straight for that Horn Leech into the Dondozo, just wants to get rid of that big fish before it can go for any yawns. The Breaking Swipe comes out, yeah, really the play that, in my opinion, makes the most sense if you are Ducky here. Just, make sure that Chien-Pao's attack is lowered, break the Focus Sash, and keep your Ogerpon safe, and then be able to finish the game.
Exactly.
Is it? fresh into the gouging fire here, not enough to knock it out. The horn flinch KOing the Strondozo. Are we going to see a flinch on the gouging fire? Yes or no? And is that going to matter? If it does happen, it does.
Oh.
Now, I'm going to say, depending on how many flinches we
Yeah,
get,
like this is the cheap power game. Yeah, Ice Spinner is of course 100% accurate ice move, but flinches though.
that flinches though, indeed, and in this case,
And you have to call it as well on which Pokemon, because one of the two Pokemon from Ducky's side might go up for the Protect if you want to really make a hard call. But I'm probably thinking that Ducky is just gonna double attack here, try to make sure that first of the Sash is broken, as much damage as possible on this Chimpao to make sure that it is killed by anything in the next turn as well.
yeah, that's one of the two routes you can go. Either just, hit into this Chinpao with all you have. Chinpao actually going to go for a Protect here, so maybe doing exactly what we just said, trying to scout out the Protect. And there is this there from the Ogerpon. So Sebastian successfully recognized. Actually, a double Protect from Ducky as well, just burning Bulwark, but that is going to fail, meaning that now Ducky technically does have the option to successfully go for another burning Bulwark. But the Overprom does not have the cannot go for a guaranteed second spiky shield.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody being a little bit wary, going for the follow me, redirecting any crash. Which
No. Oh, that's unfortunate.
So it's going to be a refresh from this Gouging Fire, going to bring the Chimpao down to just 11 HP. And I think now we are at the point where Ducky can safely go for the double target.
Exactly. That was well played there. Just scouting out first with the Protect to make sure what your opponent is chasing after. And then with the Follow Me, being able to redirect any sort of attack so that you can make sure that your Gadget Fire is able to attack. And that is the game. Well played, Ducky. That means that Ducky will go to finals as well. Congratulations for Ducky there. So very much looking forward to seeing them in the next round. I'm not really... So, honestly, I don't really know what Sebastian really could have done. Like, I feel Ducky just showcased turn and turn again, like how well they know the team and just being able to pilot this well.
I mentioned earlier that Gouging Fire was like the first Pokemon that Ducky started working with, like the second regulation once announced. So they really have a lot of experience with this Pokemon. They did make second place at it with it at Dortmund regionals. So yeah, I can definitely confirm also just from knowing Ducky personally that they really, really know their Gouging Fire games, and we all know when it comes to just training your Pokemon that, Ducky really finds that perfect balance between how much defense do I have to invest in my Pokemon, how much offense can I invest, how much speed, all that, and that is also what makes them such
And they wanted to
great
play
player.
Roaring Moon.
They did, but I'm pretty sure at this point they're glad that they
They're very close to the main prize here as well. So looking forward to that. We'll be back shortly with a small winners interview again with Ducky. It is the third time around. I don't think he has any more people to shout out anymore.
At this point, not, but we're gonna listen to what he has to say in 1 second.
Bye.
Microfoon uit. Microfoon uit.
And we are back for our finals here at the Embassy in Belgium. I am Shona, joined one more time by Maxime here. Maxime, we have had quite the intense tournament run here today. We featured some really, really great matches, and we are now at the finals. How are you feeling? How's your day been?
It's been a long day, I won't lie, but I'm happy we're here. The players that made it here are really, really good. So I'm happy to, get the honor to cast them. What about you?
Yeah, we are going to be having Nick Scott, aka Ducky, and Maurice Utrecht in the finals. Two players which have been on stream quite a few times already today. Yeah, that's once you make that top 4, then you get to be on stream again,
your
and
chances.
especially in the finals. So Maurice Utrecht one more time. Their team of Overpon Wellspring, the Urshifu Single Strike, Entei, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, and Landorus Incarnate.
And then for our legend on the other side, Ducky, we have King Gambit with the Swords Dance, Black Glasses, Gouging Fire, Ogre-Pon Wellspring, Rillaboom, Porygon 2, and Landorus Incarnate.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't mentioned Black Glasses King Gambit today a single time. It's been a while since I played it myself. It used to be like my favorite VGC set. Yeah, nice to see Ducky bring it here one more time. They already brought it in Dortmund as well. And as I've also mentioned before, this is very similar to the team they had in Dortmund, and they are very comfortable with it. Made some minor changes to it since that tour. And yeah, really piloted it so well, like that Porygon 2 really stood out so much the entire tournament. And yeah, this is in fact also a rematch. These two players have played in Swiss before as well, and it was Ducky who won that best of 3. So we're gonna have to see how this match goes.
It was really interesting because that game 1 was really Maurice's show all the way through, but then Ducky really quickly adapted and really slammed his way through game 2 and 3. So it's really interesting. Maurice now had some time to think. He's played a matchup before, both players have, and now it's up to him to really make that adaptation going into game 1.
Yeah, and I also know for a fact that, both these players, they also know each other really well personally. So, that added factor also, is going to make, play a role in their decision making in this final match. So, yeah, definitely couldn't have asked for a better finals, in my personal opinion. And yeah, especially I'm really excited to see this Entei make an appearance again. The extreme speed, boosted choice band, and of course, I'm sure we're gonna see the Porygon 2 as well.
Maybe we'll finally get an answer. Who's better, Entei or its Paradox version from the past, Perhaps Entei is finally able, because it did falter earlier today to the Gouging Fire. Perhaps today it is able to really, in the grand final, take back what was his. We saw it win the first big event of Regulation F, and maybe we can see it close out the MSS today as well with another big win. That would be really incredible. As for the Porygon, it has been his key performer. He did say that himself for the entire tournament. So I'm curious to see if he'll bring it once more in order to really drive home that victory.
Yeah, we have seen both, the Entei do a lot of damage, but also the Porygon 2 take so much damage. So really looking forward to this match. It is going to be Gouging Fire Rillaboom versus the Fluttermane Urshifu here in this game 1.
And as we remember from the past, I do believe the booster speed from the Fluttermane does make her faster than the Gouging Fire, so perhaps that could be very interesting here, because she could get that Icy Wind going, and perhaps then, depending on the training, the Urshifu might be able to finally outspeed and Wicked Blow that Gouging Fire, which has been such an issue. So I'm really curious to see how both players are going to pilot around the Gouging Fire. Obviously, on the other side, there is that fake-out pressure from the Rillaboom.
Yeah, there's the fake-out pressure from the Rillaboom. Like, a play you could easily go for here usually is like a fake-out and howl setup, but, this Fluttermane from Maurice does have that chance, so if it wanted to, it could stop that howl from going out. But I think even more crucial here would be that Icy Wind against this Gouging Fire, to help support this Urshifu a little bit, or any Pokemon that Maurice has in the back.
We're going to see what the players lock into here. We did see that Taunt being locked into the Gouging Fire. Question being, where did the Gouging Fire go? You could also read that the Fluttermane does not protect and then go for the offensive here into the Fluttermane taunt goes through.
It's gonna be the Figure and the Taunt this turn first, and is it gonna be a Howl? It is gonna be a Howl, so Ducky did go for that aggressive fake out and Howl turn 1. So Maurice really stopping that in a nice way. Of course, the Urshifu's focus sash has been broken now, but who knows? You know, if it doesn't take damage for 1 or 2 more turns, that grassy terrain could heal it right back up. But I don't think Ducky's gonna let that happen.
I do think indeed it could go for the protect, but then you leave the Fluttermane open to quite susceptible really, because both of these Pokemon threaten huge KO power onto the Fluttermane. The question is maybe Maurice looking for a double protect, but then again, then you could give Duck the chance to repivot in something else for that Gouging Fire, maybe resetting the taunt counter, if that's what he chooses to do. We see the Moonblast though.
Moonblast and the Gouging Fire taking that very well. Special attack drop is not going to matter at all. It is a heat crash into the protecting Urshifu, so Maurice trying to maybe, you know, regenerate a little bit more health through the grass terrain, but a wood hammer into the Fluttermane. Is it enough to get the KO? Of course, it's enough to get that one hit knockout on that Fluttermane. So Maurice is already down 1 Pokemon, and you know the taunt is still around for 1 turn, but now Maurice is really gonna have to, you know, find a way to deal with the Scouting Fire before it can start going for howls once again.
And what's important here is there were no speed drops so far in this game, so really that Gouging Fire is now going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Entei, if it chooses to join, it might take a Breaking Swipe for its troubles before it's really able to utilize that. And we know that the Rillaboom has a Terra Fire in its army. It can use that, so it would be able to take those Fire-type attacks as well. Of course, Entei does have that Stomping Tantrum to look for the coverage. It's really this turn, I think, is really what's going to be the pivotal point in the game.
Oh yeah, definitely, and especially since, you know, we haven't seen a Terra yet, so, you know, I'm waiting for one of those to come out sometime soon, maybe in this turn. That Urshifu, you know, could be doing some more damage with the Dark Terra, but of course the Entei going for the Terra Normal would mean that it is neutral to Grass types, but that means the Extreme Speeds, which, you know, would be the only move that would outspeed the Scouting Fire. Could hit very hard, you know, before it goes for Breaking Swipes, and we are going to see a Terrestrialization here. It is going to be the Gouging Fire, actually, for Ducky, turning into that Fairy type, which means you do get to resist all of those moves from Urshifu, which is definitely not a bad thing at all. And, you know, going for Breaking Swipes here to lower the attack on this Entei is also going to be very beneficial, but it is going to be a Terra Dark from Maurice's Urshifu, so really trying to get the most out of this next Wicked Blow.
It's really interesting and important here to note, where does that Entei go now? Because see, if Entei, if it locks into a fire move, both options, obviously, Gouging Fire first, 4 times resistant to that fire type attack, but now it's taking that neutral.
A Sacred Fire into the Gouging Fire that just Terra'd, and a Wicked Blow into that Terra. Gouging Fire is not enough to get the KO. Once again, the Ducky Spread Strike, leaving that Pokemon at just 1 or 2 HP, and a Wood Hammer is enough to knock out the Urshifu from Maurice. Wow, Ducky just, they know how to really train their Pokemon. Amazing.
And now we're going to see what the final Pokemon is. I do think it was that Raging Bolt in the back, which of course has that Thunderclap. With Gouging Fire being so low, it is quite possible they might look to lock into that. The issue is now Entei, we know it's locked into Sacred Fire for the rest of the game. That's all it can do. It can always miss, but obviously there's that huge upside that offsets it with a 50% chance to burn, and which could have happened to Gouging Fire last turn because it was no longer that fire type. So it's really, we really have to find out what is Raging Bolt going to do. It isn't that, it is the Assault Vest version rather, so it does have that extra speed control and doesn't have that extra little bit of damage that, for example, the Life Orb version might do.
The Grassy Glide into that Entei, not doing a lot of this Breaking Swipe, lowering the attack of this Entei even more, and, you know, since it is super effective, also does a decent amount against this Raging Ball. Sacred Fire into the Rillaboom, probably still, yeah, still enough to get that knockout. You know, even at -2, it is still a choice band Entei, and, you know, maybe the Rillaboom at this point did all it can do, you know, Raging Bolt and Entei being the last Pokemon on the fields means that, you know, it won't be doing that much, and the Gouging Fire is going to go down to this Electro Bed.
And now we're going to find out about Ducky, because he hasn't switched at all so far. So we're going to find out what those final two Pokemon are, and those will be at full strength, while Maurice's Pokemon, they have taken some damage. You know, they're quite chunked, but also the Entei is not as strong as it used to be because it took 2 attack drops so far this game. So it doesn't do the damage that it might need to do. And here comes the Porygon 2, who's going to get that special attack boost, offering quite a lot of damage into both of Maurice's Pokemon.
Yeah, so now the question is, I mean, this Ogerpon, yeah, there it is. The Ivy Cudgel easily knocking out that Entei, so that is gone for the rest of this game. And now, you know, the question is, can this Raging Ball deal with both of these Pokemon? I'm gonna say no, because first of all, they're full HP, and, you know, Raging Ball will need a few Thunderbolts to just get rid of the Ogerpon. Ice Beam from this Porygon 2 does so much damage, and on top of that, you know, even if the Raging Bolt, you know, manages to knock out the Ogerpon and start damaging the Porygon 2, the Porygon 2 does have access to recover. You know, this Raging Bolt's HP at some point is going to run out, while, you know, this Porygon 2 can still sit here for a few years, I think. So yeah, Maurice going to lock in that game 1 forfeit.
And Ducky is now 3 games in a row that he does get the better of Maurice, and perhaps it starts to get into Maurice's head, like, how am I going to? It's been 3 games in a row now that I've lost to Ducky. It seems like he's really got a good grasp of the matchup, and now we really have to try to figure out, if you're Maurice, how am I going to tackle? Because this Gouging Fire, once more, it was really laying waste to the team that Maurice was presenting.
Yeah, that was the issue so far, that, you know, Maurice has a few really good physical attackers on his team that just get weakened by that breaking swipe turn for turn. And, you know, you could, on the one hand, go for something like the Raging Bolt, which has the Dragon Pulse. But then, you know, you're kind of forcing the Gouging Fire to Terra into that Fairy typing, which would technically make it weak to Sludge Bombs from the Landorus Incarnate.
It is true. The question is that Landorus Incarnate, we haven't seen it this match. So maybe if you're Maurice, you don't value it as much, but maybe you should value it a little bit more, because it is the only Pokemon that is able to both threaten the Gouging Fire pre and post Terra, having that access to the Earth Power and the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, the problem with Landorus is, of course, also that it is weak to the Ogerpon and also the Porygon's 2's Ice Beam, so it's also a little risky bringing it, and yeah, we're not going to see it here in the lead for Maurice. It's going to be Urshifu Fluttermane again, facing off against, once again, Gouging Fire, Rillaboom, so that Fake Out Howl is still an option.
It is, and now the question is, if you're Ducky and Maurice, you've both seen this turn play out quite a lot of times, yeah? The adaptation is already here for Maurice. Last turn, he let the Fake Out happen, but maybe if you're Ducky this time, you might read that. He doesn't read it, the Fake Out does happen.
Oh, the Fake Out does happen into the protecting Urshifu. Are we going to see a similar counter? No, it is an Icy Wind. Gonna lower the speed on the Gouging Fire. Maybe that's exactly what Maurice needs at this point. You know, there could be a cow coming out here. No, it is going to be just a Heat Crash. So Maurice calling that correctly once again in that turn 1. The Fluttermane, you know, surviving that, but definitely in the Grassy Glide range right now.
And that is the scary part here, because this Fluttermane, it has been a key point. In that one set that we did see Maurice win when they first met, it was because the speed control from the Fluttermane was really detrimental towards Ducky's team. But now that the speed control option has already taken effect, which wasn't the case last match, maybe Maurice is now able to get his Urshifu into position to pick up the KOs that it needs.
Yeah, this Gouging Fire is going to go for the Terra Fairy to once again resist those attacks from the Urshifu. Fluttermane actually going to go for a Protector, so Maurice deciding that he still wants to keep it around for a little bit, does not want a free switch in yet. Maybe if you can get some damage onto this Gouging Fire with that Wicked Blow, you know, easily going to be able to make the Heat Crash here. But yeah, if you can get some damage on this with the Wicked Blow, but actually targeting down the Rillaboom, also a good target here in this situation, because maybe if you can get rid of the Rillaboom, that means then that the Fluttermane does not get KO'd by a priority move. And the Gouging Fire has had its speed dropped, so you know, Fluttermane, technically, if there's no threat of priority, could outspeed that Pokemon.
Depending on the rolls in last turn, however, the Gouging Fire does threaten the Heat Crash KO onto Urshifu here. But at the same time, I'm quite sure, unless this Rillaboom isn't as offensively trained as most of Silver's Rillabooms are, that the Grassy Glide should still be able to pick up that Flutter Mane. So this is a really pivotal turn where Maurice is really threatened on both fronts here, and maybe a double protect would happen, but instead we're going to see the switch out.
We are going to see a switch out into this Porygon too. So ready to tank even more hits here. The download going to boost that at, I believe, and it is going to be a Burning Bulwark actually. You can switch. Honestly, I find okay because if you're going to protect yourself from any more potential speed drops, and you know, the Urshifu, even if it attacks through that protect, you know, it's not going to be doing a lot of damage. But instead, Suckle Punch is going to be failing here as the item is just going to drop the speed of this Porygon 2. So I think Ducky once again read that turn really well. You know, Maurice not really being able to do anything there. The speed drop of the Porygon 2 is not really going to make a difference.
The good thing, if you're Maurice here though, is that now that Urshifu got 2 turns of recovery, it should be just barely outside, depending on maybe if it was a low roll, high roll situation now, outside of that range from the Heat Crash. But the Porygon 2 is in a prime position really to threaten the Trick Room, or potentially threaten maybe in a different way with a different move.
And it is going to be another Icy Wind now that the Rillaboom is not on the field anymore. It is, you know, not there to threaten the Flutter Mane with a priority move. So yeah, going to lower that speed even more, and a close combat on the Porygon 2, not enough to knock it out, but brings it to such low HP. And you know, if the Porygon 2 did not go for a recovery here, will be able to be knocked out next turn. Flutter Mane going to go down here, but I think at this point, it's done what Maurice wants it to do, as, you know, get that Gouging Fire to be a little slower. Terra Blast here in the Urshifu is enough to get the KO. That is another crazy Terra Blast from that Porygon 2. Once again, showcasing just how much damage it can do while still being so incredibly tanky. You know, that Eviolite really just the best Pokemon to play that item on. But Maurice does still have 2 great Pokemon in the back, and Entei and Ogerpon. Of course, the downside here is now it is the choice bet Entei, so whatever Maurice locks himself into this turn will be the move he will be locked into for the rest of this game.
But if you're Maurice, upside here is you can lock into a fire type attack. Gouging Fire no longer court resists that, and we know the Rillaboom is in the back. So you have at least 3 Pokemon that you should be able to hit for quite a lot of damage. On the other side, the Gouging Fire has also been slowed down by 2 Icy Winds, so you can be quite confident that both the Ogerpon and the Entei are going to be the faster Pokemon this turn. So I do think right now for this turn, the ball is in Maurice's court, but is it going to stay there as the game progresses?
That is the question, and you definitely want to target down this Porygon 2, because if that Pokemon starts going for recovers and just heals itself back up, then that's going to be a problem as well, and you're probably not going to have enough firepower to just finish this thing. There's going to be a Burning Bulwark here for Ducky, and a Horn Leech finishing off this Porygon 2. I think that is a very valuable KO there for Maurice. And I believe you saw the Entei go for the Sacred Fire. Is going to hit that Gouging Fire, and through the Burning Bulwark, not going to take anything. A little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery means that with Gouging Fire, you know, although it is slow, it's still at full HP and, you know, still there to take some powerful hits.
The thing here is now we get Rillaboom might come back in to reset that grassy terrain and threaten the fake out. However, I'm not sure how much Rillaboom really offers here, because it's really in the way then of a Sacred Fire, and switching it that out then into something different might just mean a lot of free damage. So going into the Ogerpon here, I think it's really smart. You can look to follow me and then maybe get some breaking swipes off to really cut down the Entei and the Ogerpon. We are no longer able to reset that damage.
Yeah, and you know, Maurice still has their Terra open, so they could either Terra normal Entei or Terra Water the Ogerpon if you decided to go for that. But you know, Terra into the Water type Ogerpon would make you weak to the opposing Water Ogerpon, which you probably don't want to be right now in this situation. So, yeah, this is a little bit of a tricky situation for Maurice, I think, especially since the Gouging Fire can still go for those breaking swipes. There's going to be a Terra Normal on the Entei, which, you know, although Maurice is not able to go for that extreme speed, at least it won't be weak to Water type move anymore. which I think is still very valuable to have. There's going to be a spiky shield here on the Ogre Pawn.
Gouging Fire and Ogerpon for the remainder of the game, and there's no real way anymore. In the past, he could reset that damage, but now he's no longer had that he no longer has that possibility to him, so that damage is going to stick.
Just an incredible turn there, you know, Maurice doubling up into that protector, getting that free howl boost means that both of these Pokemon are going to be doing so much damage here, even with just the breaking swipe. Like, you're pretty free to just go for breaking swipes and Horn Leeches here. Look at that Horn Leech, that did so much to that Entei. And Wolf's back doing a little bit less to the opposing pawn of Ducky. But yeah, I guess that's the downside to being the normal type. You're equal to grass types as well, and now the Sacred Fire taking out the Overpawn for Ducky, and a Heat Crash actually into that Entei, not enough to get the KO. I would have expected a breaking swipe there, but maybe Ducky hoping to get that KO. But yeah, it doesn't happen, and now it is the Rillaboom coming back in here. Does have to take that pressure, but I think at this point you can easily also just go for a Grassy Glide.
But the Fake Out might be the better play, because the Fake Out does go before the Follow Me. So if he were to go for the Grassy Glide, the Follow Me could redirect it, whereas the Fake Out might be able to pick up that KO.
Exactly.
So it's interesting to see if Ducky does believe that that Fake Out damage might be enough. On the other side, it is a Fire type now. That Grassy Glide, it would not now hit for neutral and no longer be resisted. But I think going here for the Fake Out option, he does go for it, and then the breaking swipe is the safe play.
Yeah, no, definitely correct there, because, you know, Grassy Glide, of course, could be redirected by a Follow Me, whereas Fake Out cannot. So that is going to be a KO here, and a Horn Leech, not enough to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom. But at this point, a +1 Heat Crash into that Overpawn, also quite enough to pick up the KO. But I think now is the point of no return here for Maurice, as we do see him lock in the forfeit.
And I do believe that Ducky has played an amazing set, this level of dominance throughout the tournament.
Congratulations to Ducky for winning our MSS here in Belgium. Then what a performance in that finals. Such dominance, so Red Goblin Fire and the Porygon 2 really, I think, his MVPs in this final match, or just generally throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's really peculiar and interesting to see that mastery of that Gouging Fire. Every game that we've seen him on stream that he has won, it was that Gouging Fire that was at the pivot, that was a pivotal point really to drag him to the finish line, getting so many attack drops, getting the Heat Crashes, the Howls, everything. It was just a masterclass when it came to utilizing this Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think also something we saw not only in the finals, where that Gouging Fire, it managed to survive a double up of like just 1 or 2 HP, and I think we were all surprised by that. I think even Ducky was surprised by that. But throughout the entire tournament, we've seen so many of their Pokemon just surviving with just a little bit of help in the most bizarre situations, which I think is something that they're known for when it comes to training their Pokemon.
Yeah, when trainers really, part of the tournament is already going into the tournament, calculating how much damage does everything do, what EVs can I spare to still pick up those crucial KOs, but then also be able to live those crucial hits that I need to live. And it was really there. You could see it multiple times throughout the sets that we've seen Nick play on stream. His Pokemon would just survive on single digits of HP, really eking out every little bit of advantage that he has.
And I think they really take into account things like, you know, the breaking swipe that lowers the attack of certain Pokemon, all those things, which just really makes this team come together so nicely. Yeah, no, just an incredible performance all day long from not only Ducky, but Maurice, of course, as well. Seen some great games from him as well. And I think that matchup, yeah, might have been a little tough, but I think he really still really did his best, really showed us that he's also, you know, a regional champion for a reason, also knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Maurice, it was clear, he was absolutely dominant throughout the tournament as well. The competition here for MSS, it was quite strong. We had a lot of top players from the Netherlands, like Ivar Vlieger, for example, 2 Dutch players that made top 16 at Utrecht for a special event. We even had, like, there were a lot of top players from a lot of countries surrounding Belgium. So it's really cool to see all of those people come together for a weekend.
Yeah, quite a stacked MSS indeed. And it's not quite over yet because we will have another one tomorrow. So we're going to be exciting to see how that goes. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back with one final winners interview with Ducky. We're back one final time with our winner from today's MSS here in Belgium, Mechelen. It is, of course, Ducky. Ducky, you've had an incredible tournament run. How are you feeling right now?
Surprised, astonished. Everything that has to do with I did not expect this. What? But also just happy. Yeah, I really did not expect it.
I think yesterday you were still deciding on a team that you were going to play,
Yes.
and me and Simon, we were joking about, oh, you know what? Let's just send them their Dortmund team, and you ended up bringing something very similar to that. So yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that was the correct choice.
Yeah, I think it was. I do think the team has flaws. I don't think I'm gonna play it again, maybe. Or maybe I'll do it, I don't know. But I'm happy it was enough for this MSS and that, yeah, I won.
Who would you say was your MVP today then?
It's still the share between Gouging Fire and P2.
Yeah, I
Both of
wouldn't-
them
I
just
wouldn't
shine.
expected anything else. We were also saying in that last game, yeah, that Gouging Fire and the Porygon 2 really, the two Pokemon who we felt like were the strongest in that team. That Porygon 2 just, the thing is that not only is it so incredibly tanky, but it just hits so many Pokemon that are in the current meta so well. Like the Ice Beam against something like a Landorus Eye just one-shots it anyway.
Yeah, it's really nice because Gouging Fire enables an early game and P2 allows for an end game. But as I said already in the previous interviews, P2 also can just be the main mode. You just have P2 just sit there, do damage, do damage, do damage, and then something in the back comes in and just finishes them off. That also works.
And you can't, like, even if it gets taunted, I feel like, okay, I'll start attacking or
Yeah.
anything like that. There was also one turn in that finals where Maurice really went for an aggressive play and tried to double up the gouging fire and take it out. And it survived with, like, what was that, like 2 HP?
It was exactly 1
It was
HP.
exactly 1 HP. Did you expect that?
I did not expect that. I was like, oh, this is over. After I saw the E-speed damage, I was like, I ain't living. And then I lived, and then I'm like, what the?
See, this is why we call them the ducky EV spreads. Whenever we see one of your Pokemon survive with just a little bit of HP, we saw that
Yeah.
happen quite a bit in this tournament.
I do have to give credit to Michelle Couch, though. The spreads in this case were theirs. Though mine were usually bulkier. I have to say I've used Michelle Couch's spread this time, so Michelle Couch difference this time.
So yeah, shout out to Michael der Beste then, of course, for the spreads. Also a very strong player, obviously. So yeah, I guess that is quite a dangerous combo if the two of you work together on the team like that. That's yeah, no wonder you made it all the way to the top today. But yeah, otherwise, I believe we will see you at UIC. So
Yes,
this win maybe making you feel a little bit more confident going into that.
definitely. After Dortmund, the finalists, I did think like, okay, I can't quite tell if the team carried me or if I just did well. And I think it's always a mixture. Like the team always carries a bit, the player carries a bit. But I think this time I've proven that to myself at least that yeah, even with like a team that I've just built less yesterday, I can still do well and figure it out along the way. And that just makes me happy.
No, that's great to hear, and so I guess that is a great thing for anybody preparing for EUIC that maybe don't only work on the team but also work on yourself a little bit and you'll have a great time there. So yeah, before I let you go, I know you've given shoutouts quite a few times already today. We've had you on a few times, but I don't know, any last words you want to give us before we wrap it up?
Shmon, thank you for hosting. Come here, come here. Whoa, okay. Thank you to Shmon for hosting this whole thing. Really awesome opportunity to be here. Thank you to all of my opponents playing. Thank you for showing up to casting and everyone else who casted today. Viewers at home, friends, family, I can't say it enough. So thank all of you. I
Well,
love you.
Thank you so much for coming here to Mechelen and participating in this tournament. I think it was a little bit of a last-minute decision for you,
Yes.
right? So yeah, so even last-minute decisions, can win you tournaments. But that is going to be all from us for today. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We will see you soon.